What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? What the fuck? Oh shit, oh shit. Alright. Listen, this is what I look like. If you didn't know that, hey. Anyway, this is the A3 2018 video. I thought I would try doing it like this because it might be easier, but it also might not be easier. I don't really know as far as like editing and the amount of work I have to do, but I'm just in my bedroom recording with my phone and I don't really know. I'm not a YouTuber, man. True. Okay, this is my co-host Root Beer. He's got nothing to say. This is Giant Sakyo, and the rest of this stuff in the background is my bedroom. There's a Sussy Among Us poster on the wall, unironically, and there's also, well, it's an Among Us poster, and there's a lot of Taemans. You might notice this. That is because I had a K-pop phase in high school, and when I would put albums on my Christmas list, if my mom noticed any Taemin albums on the list, which there always was, she would buy those before she would buy any of the other ones because my mom is also a Taemin fan. So there's many giant Taemin posters in my room and he watches me sleep every single night. And there's also a Five Nights at Freddy's poster behind me. Oh, and these guys, all my men, I don't actually have everybody, but I thought I should put them in here as well. Oh, also this is Misumi's shirt. Did I say that already? I flew to Japan and I broke into the Mankai dorms and I stole Misumi's shirt and I flew back. Just kidding. I would never steal a triangle from Misumi. That's fucked up. I think I mentioned this in my last video that I thought I might have to split that video into 2 parts. I didn't, obviously. This one, I think genuinely I will have to split into 2 parts. So they'll be uploaded similarly. I might actually just upload them at the same time. I don't know. But I think this might actually just be part 1 instead of... This stool is so loud. That's it. I think that's all for my intro. This year has 23 things. So there's four more main story chapters and then 19 events. Hello, bruh. So there's 8 new plays. There's 9 new plays. There's 8 new, like, troop plays, and then there's 1 special one at the end that's, like, mixed troop, and there's 1 guy from each troop. Pretty cool. Stick around to the end of the video to see them. Okay, bruh. Oh, also, I should probably mention, I don't really know what I'm gonna use this whiteboard for. I don't know yet. I'm just winging it. I think I'm just gonna print off. Well, so here's the thing. Speaking of printing off, I can't do this. I can't record videos. This is so... I think what I was trying to say is I am planning on just printing out, using this kind of for like, where are we? What are we talking about? And so I'm gonna just print out like pictures of each guy and then like the event banner things and just put those here. I don't know. And I'm probably gonna print them too small and it's gonna look really dumb, okay? It's just here for like, I didn't know what else to put here. And I got this whiteboard for Christmas and I thought, cool, whiteboard. People film videos with whiteboards, I think, right? That's what we're doing. So I figured out what I'm gonna do with the whiteboard. Basically, I was testing the vibe and I put up the pictures I had for this first event and it was just this. Not these pictures, it was actually like these, like smaller ones. So it was literally just that space and the rest of it was completely white. And I was like, this looks really sad and crazy. So now I have maybe gone a little bit too far the other way, but I think it's really cool. Oh my gosh, also, I don't think you can really tell in the video probably, but I made these magnets, like, hold on, let me grab a couple of them. I made these magnets into the focus. Whatever, you can see it. Each character has like a flower symbol. This is Sakuya's one. I taped them onto the magnets. So all the magnets on here are actually like the flower symbols. So even the little tiniest details. I printed so many photos, we're almost out of ink in my damn printer. Speaking of running out of ink in my printer, holy shit, wait. Since I'm not doing this on my computer and I'm recording it with my phone, I have no other devices to read my script on, which means I printed out the script. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, it's not looking good for me. It's not looking very good. What is that? This is what I mean as well when I say that this feels more like a physical thing that I'm making, because I typed all of this myself. And I never would have, these are double-sided pages, by the way. That's so much work that I did already. And it doesn't feel like that much because I open my little thingy on my computer and I just go, oh yeah, I guess I still have a lot left to do. But I don't see this unless I print it. So now I can see this. But it's, now I have to read all of it on camera. So the first event is Let's Bloom Cheer Mankai. This is the first anniversary event, and that is why these are here, because what I'm gonna do is, here's the situation. I printed out all the banners for the events, that's what this is. And then I'm gonna put like which characters are in the event, and usually there's only like 6 or 7 of them. But this one has everybody because it's the anniversary event. So I printed these out, and these are all the cards, whatever. You can't actually probably really see them, but they're there for vibes, okay? This event starts with Sakya calling a meeting with everybody but Izumi because they want to plan a group gift for her for the 1-year Mankai anniversary, right? And Muku has the idea of giving her like a message book. So like they buy an empty notebook, everyone fills out a page, right? A message to Izumi per member, okay? And of course Masumi, the fucking freak that he is like, oh, I would need at least 10 books to convey my fucking feelings about Izumi. Shh, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. So Masumi, he's like saying his freak shit, and then Ichiru is like, how about we make it into a contest on who can convey their feelings the best on just one page. And Masumi is like, I'm not gonna lose to you guys. And then Suzuru is like, wow, you've gotten pretty skilled at handling Masumi. Classic. The next note is just me saying, oh my gosh, I remember this whole thing now. I'm about to cry, bro. The cry counter, by the way, I didn't actually count them, but if I went back through my notes and looked at every time that I cried while I was reading all these stories, it's like a lot. It's a million. It's a million plus. Izumi, of course, happens to show up right as they're sort of finishing up this meeting, and she's like, oh my gosh, why is everyone here at the same time? And Tenma comes up with some stupid fucking excuse, and she's like, okay. And then she tells everyone that they won't be able to use the theater for a little while because there's some contractors doing some work in there. And Ichiru is like, what are they doing? And she's like, oh, they're just like kind of safety checking it, you know, whatever. And Ichiru is like, oh, that's a good idea. The theater is pretty run down. It might be dangerous. And Citron is like, yeah, honestly, it kind of looks like an abandoned building sometimes. When you know what they're actually doing in there, this is kind of sad. Why did you guys fucking say that? Most of this event is like a fan service thing, sort of, where it's just like everyone writing their message for Izumi. So yeah, so a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory kind of things where it's like, you know, I found acting through you and love you so much, you know. Like Masumi is sort of reminiscing about how he saw Izumi's acting and it drew him in, and now he has all these friends and his family and whatever. Suzuru talks about how Izumi let him write the script even though he had never actually done that like professionally before, and how grateful he is, and etc, etc. Then they pass it off to Ichiru, so it sort of makes the rounds through everyone's like rooms, like they go, you know, whatever, and they each have like a day or something. I don't exactly know, but everyone has a little while to write their fucking page. Suzuru is the one who brings the book to Ichiru, and I almost said Ichiru and Chikage's room. You guys don't know who that is yet. Okay, this is so exciting. He's not here yet though. It's just Ichiru's room still. Wow, I'm so confused and disoriented. So he brings it to Ichiru's room and he's like, damn, bitch, you gotta clean your room. And Ichiru is like, I leave everything like this so I know where it is. Gotcha, bitch. And Suzuru is like, wow, you sound like my oldest brother. He always leaves everything around and then I have to clean it up. And Itsuru is like, it sounds like we would get along pretty well. And they do in a future event. So Itsuru's thing, his page, Collect My Pages, is basically about, you know, I joined the troop because I wanted free house and free food, and now I have all these friends and family, etc., etc. Citron's is about how he joined and he knew that like it would be trouble after a certain point because he was literally on the run from like people. I almost just spoilered. He was on the run. And but Izumi accepted him anyway, and he's really like forever grateful for that. And he writes something at the end of his about how like someday they'll have to part ways, but for now, you know, etc. And that is some absolutely haunting foreshadowing for the next main story chapter. Wait, no, not the next one. The Winter Troop one, the last one in this video. I don't know what's happening at all. They skip Sakuya and they go right to Tenma and Yuki after this. Tenma's is about how he joined Mankai because he wanted to right the wrongs of his past and overcome his like stage trauma, but he never thought he would benefit in so many other ways and have friends and all that stuff. Same kind of shit as everybody else. It's basically a compilation of people saying, wow, I joined for this reason, but now I have friends and passion. Yuki's page, he kind of writes whatever, but then he also puts a whole bunch of stickers on it, and Tenma is like, that's not fucking fair, you can't use stickers, and Yuki's like, who said I fucking couldn't? Of course I'm gonna use cute stickers, you dumb bitch. And then Tenma is like, I want stickers for mine too, you fucking asshole. So Yuki gives him some stickers, and Tenma puts them on his page, and Yuki is like, you have no skill at placing stickers, that looks like shit. And Tenma's like, what the fuck? Yuki thinks about how back in school when he would like pull out his cute stickers and stuff, everyone would make fun of him, but now he has friends who don't judge him, and even assholes like Tenma are wanting to borrow his cute stickers, and he was like, I made good friends here, and I guess Tenma also counts. And then it's time to go to Kazunari and Muku's room. First page completed. Oh, they actually go to, I was wrong. They go to Kumon and Misumi's room next. Misumi draws a bunch of triangle, actually he doesn't draw them, he like tapes a bunch of triangular shit into the book. And Yuki is like, dude, she's gonna have no fucking idea. Did I say Misumi and Kumon's room? Stop, I keep forgetting they don't exist yet. Kumon he hasn't even been born. Oh my gosh. Misumi's room, where he's all by himself and there's no one named Kumon that even exists. They go to Misumi's room, he puts a bunch of triangles in the book. Yuki is like, Izumi is gonna have no fucking idea what that means. Misumi is like, obviously it means that I'm thankful that I found so many triangles after I got here, hello. Period. Then it's on to Kazunari and Muku's room. They decide to do a collaboration spread, and it's like a little pop-up book page, which is cute. Then they move on to Juza and Bonri's room. Bonri writes his about how, well, I don't remember what he actually writes, but he's thinking about how like this is the longest he's ever stuck with anything, and he's never worked this well with a team before or whatever, with a group. And he thinks about how he never would have ended up at Mankai in the first place if he wasn't out picking fights with Juza. He's so gay. Kill him. Juza also thinks about Bonri in his fucking thing. I don't know what else to say. Happy Pride Month. What if I actually upload this in June? I'm recording this in March. It's March 22nd right now. Literally sickening that they wrote both of their fucking pages just basically about each other. Ugh. Gross. Next we go to Omi and Taichi's room, of course. Omi writes his about how like Izumi and Autumn Troop helped him remember that he was strong and like remember his positive memories of Nachi and all that stuff, and helped him get over his guilt, etc., etc. I keep saying etc. I don't know any other words, I think. Taichi writes his about how grateful he is that he didn't get kicked out for being sussy among us. Wait, sussy among us. Sussy among us. In the Bininging because of the whole Rennie blackmailing him situation. which we get many more Rennie appearances in this year. Okay, they go to Sakyo's room next. Sakyo was gonna write something to Izumi that would be hard to say to her face because he has mental illness and he can't say things. Which I also have, so I relate to that. But anyway, but then he remembers that everyone that gets the book after him can also see what he wrote, and he's like, never mind, that's a fucking terrible idea, I'm not doing that. And then he's like, okay, maybe I'll write something that's like actually encouraging for once and like sort of happy, because usually I'm just scolding people, and he worries that he's too harsh all the time. But then he sees what everyone else wrote, and he's like, actually, it's fine. I can just write whatever I want. But then he changes plans back to the original one because he thinks about how much Izumi has done for him and how she specifically sought him out to join. And even though he's like strict and he has high expectations of everyone, she doesn't care, you know, and she doesn't think he sucks. So he goes back to plan A and writes something sappy about Izumi, and he's like, I don't care if everyone's in my business about this. It's nice to say things that are nice every once in a while. They're the only valid straights. Everyone else is gay. Actually, I think Yuki is a valid straight as well. Okay, they move on to Tsumugi and Tasuku's room. Tasuku mentions, like, they end up talking about how nice Sakyo's handwriting is for a couple minutes, and that's just like, I don't know, I love that. Theirs are pretty, again, predictable standard stuff. Tsumugi's is about how he was able to regain his passion for acting and all this stuff and gain friends, and Tasuku's is kind of the same. It's about, you know, they took me in when nobody else would, now I have friends. I forgot about this, but Tasuku also randomly thinks about how since he always had to play the sort of heroic princely type characters at Godza, he got a lot of female fans that were like obsessed with him, and it was always rough for him because he isn't good at dealing with women. He said that. He's kind of Chikage for that. Ooh, but we'll get there. Chikage's fucking stupid ass. My next note just says, Jesus Christ, top 5 gayest men ever. He also, of course, mentions that he's grateful for Izumi and Mankai Company because it let him repair his relationship with Tsumugi. So, top 5 gayest men ever. I am talking about Winter Troop as a whole. Top 6 gayest men ever when a guy gets there. 5 guys doing some serious damage to my guts right now. 6 when I get there. Help. My Teletubby. My Teletubby fell off. Wait. There's cobwebs under that table. I got my Teletubby back. He was here. Okay. Sorry. They go to Homari and Hisoka's room now. So Hisoka writes his page about how he is so grateful that he randomly ended up at Mankai Company because otherwise he would still just be a random guy with no memories and he would be really scared. So, I need to hug him right now. I really do. Homari, of course, is gonna write a poem, but then he's like, actually, it hasn't been that long since I recited poetry for Izumi, so it wouldn't actually be that special if I did that, so I'll write a letter like everybody else. Of course, Homari's letter is about how when he joined, he thought he was gonna be, like, you know, evil on accident and hurt everybody's feelings like he did with his ex-girlfriend, and of course that fear did actually come true, but instead of leaving him and being like, fuck that guy, he's evil, everyone was like, he just is on the spectrum. He's just Ron to Spectrum. I forgot about Ron to Spectrum. Last but not least, Azuma's turn, of course. Azuma's one was actually not exactly what I was expecting him to say. He talks about how when he was a kid, like at school, he never really fit in with anybody because of how he had to grow up fast because his entire fucking family died. And so he used to just sort of watch the kids playing from a distance, which explains why he's so observant now. And so his letter is about how, like, in contrast, now he actually has friends and he doesn't have to just watch them from a distance. He can be part of it because they love him. Wait, I said last but not least, but I forgot they skipped Sakuya. Sorry, Sakuya, I love you so much, literally. Oops. So Azuma brings it back to Sakuya, and he says that Sakuya should be the one to give the book to Izumi since the whole group gift thing was Sakuya's idea originally. And then we get to see Sakuya's entire letter, which everyone else up until this point, it was actually not the letter they wrote, it was just them thinking about what to write and sort of reminiscing about everything. Sakuya's is the only one we can actually read word for word. I'm not gonna read it word for word, but just it's a cool little fun fact that that's the only one that's real, you know? I think this was number one cried moment. This was the first cried moment. So Sakuya's letter is about how grateful he is that Izumi showed up and decided to step up to save the theater, and about how he feels like he's living out his dreams, being able to act with everyone. And he says that he never would have imagined he could be this happy in his life. I just realized as well, I'm certainly gonna cry during this video and you guys are gonna be able to see it. What do? I don't know what I look like when I'm crying. We'll see. So that was episode 10, okay? The epilogue is the most important part of this entire thing. I swear to God. The epilogue is the only part of this event that I remembered. Even though I just read it like a few months ago. Did it take me 3 months to read all of these? Yes, it did. Was about a month and a half of that time me doing literally nothing? Yes, but whatever. So they prepare their little party, right, that they're hosting for Izumi, as well as the gift that they're gonna give her at the party. However, Izumi is late to the party. So, of course, Muku is like, what if she fucking died? And everyone is like, she's probably just like stuck on the train or something. It's fine. And Sakyo is like, maybe I should call the cops. Take a breath. Everything is okay. Everything is fine. I wrote, he's so silly, worried about his wife or whatever. True. Then Matsukawa shows up. And when everyone hears the door, they're all like, oh my gosh, Izumi's finally here. And then they're disappointed to see that it's just Matsukawa and it's not Izumi. And they're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? We don't give a shit about you, flop. Matsukawa is like, actually, we need urgent theater help. Urgent theater help. We need urgent help at the theater right now, like immediately right now. So everyone is like, okay, and they all go to the theater, right? This shit had me crowed. I crowded. They go to the theater, nothing urgent is happening at all. It's actually Izumi's surprise for them. Which is what they've been practicing in the theater this whole time. There was no contractors. It was all just, they were using the theater to prepare this. And who's they? If I was just talking about Izumi, well, they is gonna go ahead and be everybody else, which includes Tetsuro, Matsukawa, Sakura, Yuzo, and Kamakichi. They all show up to act parts of the plays that have happened thus far in the story. And so this performance opens with Izumi playing Sakuya's fuck-ass Romeo from the first, like the prologue. Not from Romeo and Juliet, but like the one that Matsukawa wrote, the really wacky one that Sakuya did with Kamakichi. She does that play, like a little tiny abridged version of it. And then everyone else shows up and they start doing the next, the real Romeo and Juliet, and then they do Water Me, and then they do whatever, all the way through every play from the previous year. At the end, Izumi tells everyone that she's really grateful that they let her be the director, and that she's gonna lock in and try even harder in the future to be a better director for everybody. She can't just do that. She's fucking crazy. So then they go back to the dorms to actually have their party, and everyone of course reminisces more on the previous year and everything that's happened. And Izumi says something about how like Sakyo was just kidding about bulldozing the place and he was just trying to get everyone riled up or whatever. And he was like, why would I be kidding about that? You guys were in huge debt. Like, what the fuck? And she's like, wait, really? She thought he was kidding the whole time. No, she did not. There's no way that she thought he was kidding. She thought he was kidding and she's still locked into that degree. That's nuts. Anyway, Sakuya gives Izumi the book and she reads through it and starts tearing up, and it's yes. And that's the end of that. The end of the first event. Next event is Valentine's Magic. This is the guys that were involved in the incident. Not actually everyone that appears in the event, just kind of the main squad. I don't know. As Mike describes it in his Lost series, the X-Men, I think is what he said. I almost said the Avengers. This one is pretty short. At least my notes are short. Maybe I just didn't care that much about this event. Not sure. So this one starts with Izumi calling a meeting with like pretty much everyone or just whoever was around. She was asked to help at the local Actors Cafe, which of course is a thing that exists in Voluto because why would it not exist? I don't know. The Actors Cafe is a cafe where they only employ actors, and they basically, apparently, they go through new staff every single day. What kind of crazy fucking business model is that shit? They asked Izumi to help because they're understaffed, and so she was like, oh, we basically have no choice because they're understaffed, we have to help them. Of course they're understaffed, bitch. That's a crazy way to run a business. New staff every day and they have to be actors? Even in the kitchen? What are you talking about? Anyway, apparently some of the guys helped out at this cafe before, but it happened in like some card stories that I have not read, so maybe someday I'll go back and read those on cam, but the day is not today. Sakyo, of course, says that this is a good chance to practice their fucking acting skills, so he says that everyone has to work at least one shift, okay? Also, we find out that at this special actors event, they're doing this thing where every hour on the hour, some of the staff has to do like a skit, like an improv thing. Bruh. So they're talking about this, kind of planning. They randomly have dinner together, and I only bring this up to mention that we find out here that Tenma always gives his carrots to Homare because Homare's favorite food is carrots, and Tenma's least favorite food is all vegetables. I enjoy this fact because, I don't know, Tenma and Homare, sometimes, even though you know they all live in the same building, some of these actors just, they don't seem like they would ever interact with each other. And Tenma and Homare are definitely that kind of pair, so I just think it's cute that Tenma goes out of his way to give Homare carrots. Also, I find it incredibly hilarious that Tenma is simultaneously 7 years old and 70 years old. Like, he's into shit like grooming bonsai trees and whatever, it's like old man hobbies, but at the same time, he can't eat a fucking vegetable. Love him. We get another Izumi meeting with just a few of the guys this time, the guys that are up on the board. So that would be Hisoka, Tenma, Homare, Yuki, Suzuru, and Taichi. These are the people she is asking to work specifically on Valentine's Day, because remember, this event is called Valentine's Magic, so it's taking place around Valentine's. So these guys are basically, I don't know, they're either like the only ones that were free that day or like, I don't know, but this is the squad. She also tells them that since it is Valentine's, they are supposed to make chocolates to hand out to everyone. So we cut to them making chocolate. They have to hand make chocolate and then hand wrap all the chocolate. This is an insane job. If somebody told me to do this, I would be like, literally, what the fuck are you they better have been paid $1 million. And you know they weren't. What the fuck kind of shit is this? You have to act and be like a server or a cook or whatever at this cafe, which it's a cafe, but it does have food. There is a kitchen. So it's basically a restaurant. And you have to, while you're not even being paid, make and wrap 1 billion chocolates by yourself? No. What the hell is that? So they make all their chocolates, and it is the day before Valentine's, by the way. So they make their chocolates. They're, you know, it's just kind of a couple cute chapters of like just guys hanging out. They talk about who has and has not already worked their shift. They're at their minimum of 1 shift, and Omi and Suzuru worked like the day before this or something, I guess. So they were talking about how insane the hourly skit thing was. So the squad for Valentine's Day decides to do some improv practice before they go so that they're prepared for the crazy fucking hourly skit thing. I can't with the hourly. This whole event is crazy. This is like, they're being exploited. They're being so exploited. The things people in the entertainment industry will do for exposure, you guys gotta relax. So we cut to Valentine's Day. They get to the cafe and we find out that there is a theme given each day. So that's the way the Actors Cafe kind of works. Every day there's a specific theme and each actor chooses a part that they're gonna play for the whole day or for their entire shift or whatever. So the theme today is family. So the guys decide that they're going to play a group of brothers, and they all, get each role of like, oh, I'm the youngest brother who's annoying, or I'm the oldest brother who never says anything, or whatever, right? And then they just have to stay in character while they're serving people, and then also every hour on the hour they have to fucking do an entire skit. Yay! Izumi also decides when they get there that Tenma is going to be working in the kitchen instead of being out with the rest of the gang because he's just too famous, and it would cause a huge ruckus if there was a movie star in the Actors Cafe. What? So, okay, I think it's really funny that they just sort of randomly decide every once in a while that Tenma is too famous to do things. And then, but the times that they don't decide that he's too famous to do stuff, it never really matters at all. Also, before Tenma goes to hole up in the kitchen, he asks about this like huge display of roses that's out in the front of the cafe, like one of the big decorations. And Homare explains that that was actually sent by his publishing company because they heard he was going to be helping at this Actors Cafe, and they were like, oh, we'll send you like 1,000 fucking roses. That is pretty cute though. Like, he's got a supportive company. Time to lock in. They get officially started. A little girl comes in and she sees some of the balloons that they have up as decorations, and she asks if she can have one, and her mom is like, no, you can't have that. That's like a decoration for the thing. And Hisoka sees this and he comes over and makes her a balloon animal. Like, I think he makes a cake out of balloons, and we find out that randomly his most recent part-time job is that he was making balloons for children at parties. I just kind of love him a lot. And then they're just kind of, acting and cafeing, and Tenma is in the kitchen being sad. And somebody posts a picture, that little girl's mom posts a picture of the balloon on social media, and she's like, oh, this Actors Cafe is poppin', and then like 1 million people come in. So they're like swamped. They run out of the homemade chocolates they made that they were supposed to give out to like every customer, and so they have to start apologizing to people about being out of things. Meanwhile, Tenma is still in the kitchen, and he's upset that he can't help everyone during such a busy time, and he's just like stuck in the kitchen. But he sees that everyone's kind of floundering, so he decides to emerge from the kitchen and enact his master plan, which is to start handing out the roses from Homare's big display as gifts. And so everyone else is like, oh my gosh, that's a good idea. We're gonna follow his lead. And so everyone else starts handing out roses too. And it goes well. He saves the day with his genius idea. And then we cut to after the day is over, the place is closed, and the owner is like, holy shit, that was our highest recorded sales day of all time, which is insane. And Tenma apologizes to Homare for randomly giving away all of his roses without permission, and Homare is like, oh my gosh, don't even worry, I'm glad those roses could be useful, and that was a genius plan. So all is well, and the owner gives them a set of like sweets and baked goods that he bought as a gift for their big help. So they chill out and eat some cakes and things for a while, and Homare has this slice of cake, and he's like, oh, Tenma, you should try this one. And so Tenma tries it, and Tenma's like, oh, this is really good. What is this? It's carrot cake. What's that thing on my wrist? What's that thing on my wrist? Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. I'm an NCT member. Did you guys know that? Okay. So he's like, this is so good. And Homare is like, pranked, it's carrot cake. And Tenma's like, what? Wait, carrots? I don't like fucking carrots. Ew. And Homare says, if you overcome your prejudice against vegetables, you could grow even more as a person, which I think is a really hilarious thing to say. But he's not exactly wrong. But that's just a really funny way. He's like homophobic against vegetables. Oh my god, wait, I forgot about this. So the epilogue for this one is they get back to the dorms and they're talking about, recapping the day as per usual, and Izumi realizes that she didn't make them anything for Valentine's Day, which she doesn't have to, but she's like, I'm gonna, you know, make everybody some chocolate. So we cut to Izumi secretly making everyone chocolate. As she's finishing this up, Tenma happens to be the first person to get home and see her, so she gives him some chocolate, which she of course is going to give everybody chocolate, but he doesn't realize this and thinks that she's giving him specifically a Valentine's Day gift. So a couple other people show up, and Tenma is like hiding the chocolate because he's like, oh, you know, Izumi's secret little whatever he thinks. I don't know if he thinks she just like confessed or something, like I don't know, but other people show up and he's like, oh, this is top secret. But then she gives them chocolates too, and he's like, wait, what? And it's just, it's so funny. And that's the end of the thing. So moving on to the next one. So a couple hours ago, I recorded this entire event and the audio was completely fucked. So I have to re-record this. So if you notice that the vibes are off and I seem a little frustrated right now, it's because this sucks. And I also just told this story, so I might sort of fly through it. Okay, this event is One Day Princess. And it starts with Izumi helping out some people from a different local theater troupe. Now that Mankai Company has more clout, they are helping other theater troupes in the area, so that's what Izumi was up to. She finishes up with that, and the director of that troupe tells her that there is a performance that is going to be hosted at the local amusement park, or I don't know how local it actually is, but just at an amusement park nearby. And so he says that they should maybe help out with that, they being, of course, Mankai Company. So Izumi is like, oh my gosh, I'll think about it, and she goes back to the dorms. But when she gets to the dorms, she walks in and realizes that everybody is there, and they're planning her gift for White Day, which is like the reverse Valentine's Day. Everyone who got things on Valentine's Day is supposed to give back to the person who gave them things on White Day. So the Mankai guys have gathered up to make a plan. And so she's standing in the entryway and they don't realize she's there, and they're like, okay, how we would do whatever. And she's like, oh, I'm not supposed to hear about this, so I'm gonna just stay here and pretend I didn't hear anything. But then she hears Masumi talking about putting Izumi in a white dress and carrying her around in his arms, and she's like, I can't be having this, so I'm gonna go intervene. So she goes in and she's like, hey guys, what the fuck is going on? And they're like, oh, I guess we're busted, so we'll just tell you what we were talking about. So they explain that their White Day gift plan is called the One Day Princess Project, which is basically a day where for 24 hours they treat Izumi as a princess at the dorms. And Izumi is like, oh, I'm not used to being treated like that, so I don't know if I don't think I want you to do that. And so everyone's like, oh, okay, fine, but like we still want to give you a gift, so is there something else we can do instead? And she's like, oh yeah, I have a good idea. You guys can act at the theme park. So she tells them about that thing. They decide that the group that will be going, because they need 6 actors for this, there's a predetermined script and theme and everything with characters that they already made up, so they need 6 guys. The 6 guys are, of course, these guys, Tsumugi, Itaru, Masumi, Muku, Sakyo, and Tasuku. So that's the vibe, that's the plan. The Masumi card for this event is Absolute Freak City. And if I remember right, there's like another one from years later where he's like in the same kind of situation. Why does he keep doing that? So the theme is like Candy Kingdom, and they're all playing different like sweets themed characters in the Candy Kingdom, and the plot is that they're looking for the missing princess, right? So none of these guys are playing the princess, they're all just princes slash dukes or whatever. And like I said, the script and the characters are predetermined, so they can't change any of it. And so at first they're like, oh my god, this is kind of embarrassing, like we're playing candy princes at our big fucking age, but it's too late. It's too late. They decide the leads are going to be Tsumugi and Itaru. As they're discussing this, Kazunari mentions randomly that this amusement park has a super famous Ferris wheel that he's always wanted to go to because you can like, you know, take cool pics for the gram. And Izumi is like, oh yeah, I've heard about that, but I've never actually gone myself. Hopefully like we can, you know, check it out. So we get a little secret strategy meeting part 2 with which Muku, I believe, initiates with the other 5 members of the Candy Kingdom. And then they do a little bit of practicing with the script, and then afterwards Tasuku asks Itaru if they can do a bit more practicing, I think just with him and Tsumugi and Itaru, right? And Itaru is like, oh, I'm actually busy, like I can't. And so they're like, oh, he's like, there must be a game event or something going on. And he's like, wow, wouldn't that be like a little bit too shitty of me? But then he's like, I guess it is my fault that you guys think I'm just a useless nerd. But he's like, no, I actually have work to do for my job. And so he is like, but I'll make it up to you guys next time. Sorry. And he goes off to, whoa, my voice just cut out. That was weird. And he goes off to do his work for his job. People always forget that he has a job, but he does. He's very employed. He's like one of the most employed Mankai Company members, if you think about it. I don't think anyone else has a regular job. He's the only employed Mankai Company member, actually. Like full-time employed. Whoa, until Tsukage shows up, but he's a fucking freak. Later that night, Itaru is like half done with his work thing, so he goes out into the kitchen to get some midnight snacks, and he finds Tsumugi and Juza, who were also just on a midnight snack run, and Itaru ends up eating some sweets with Tsumugi. Juza goes to bed or something, and Tsumugi is like, oh, like, how's your work thing going, and blah, blah, blah. And Itaru says that he's like super jealous of Tsumugi because Tsumugi was able to quit his job to focus on acting full time, and he's like, I always complain about how much I hate working, but I've never been able to actually do something so drastic as quitting. And Tsumugi is like, oh, yeah, I guess, but I don't really, it wasn't really like that. We then cut to Itaru, I'm assuming the next day or something. He's at work turning in this assignment to his boss, who is like, wow, thank you so much for stepping up during this sudden, they had like some staff problems or something, like they reorganized one of their departments or some shit, so there was like weird work to do. So Itaru was like, I'll do it. And then his boss is like, you should take the day off for your hard work. Like, he says, you should go to the amusement park with your girlfriend or something. And Itaru says, oh, haha, I don't have a girlfriend, but thanks though. And then he goes outside and he finds Tsumugi, who is waiting for Tasuku because they were going to go check out the amusement park before the actual day of the performance, just to like suss out the vibe, see how big the stage is, really get into the nitty gritty here, as they do because they're the biggest nerds in the game. But Tasuku is running late, so he texts Itaru and Tsumugi and he's like, hey, sorry, I'm getting hung up at this, acting troupe that I'm helping out with. So Itaru, will you go to the amusement park with Tsumugi and check out the vibe? And Tsumugi is like, oh, like, Itaru, you don't have to do that. Like, you just got off work. Like, don't, it's fine. And Itaru is like, no, like, I owe you for last time. And like, I owe you for the sweets you gave me last night. So we'll go to the amusement park. No worries. So they go check out the amusement park. And I would like to point out that Itaru's boss 2 seconds ago told him to go to the amusement park with his girlfriend, and now Itaru is at the amusement park with Tsumugi. Interesting fact. So they go kind of suss out the vibe, but they spend too long there, and then they realize, oh, it's getting late, we should probably head back to the dorms. And so Itaru is like, I'll call a taxi. And Tsumugi's like, oh, we're like kind of far away, wouldn't that be really expensive? And Itaru's like, don't even worry, it's a free taxi. And Tsumugi's like, what? Okay, I guess. So they have some more time to kill before the free taxi arrives. So they're looking around and they're like, what could we do in the meantime, whatever. And they see the big Ferris wheel, and Itaru is like, oh, you want to get on the Ferris wheel? And Tsumugi is like, us two guys? And Itaru is like, yeah, I don't think so. Top 10 homophobic Tsumugi moments. They wander around a little bit more, and they do end up finding the stage that they're going to be performing on. So they're like, let's do some like etude practice or whatever. And so Itaru takes the lead, and he ends up doing like this whole shit where he's like, I have magic powers and I'm the king of the universe and we gotta find the cursed sword or whatever. And Tsumugi is like, just jumps right in and is like, oh my gosh, the cursed sword, whatever. And so they do this whole shit, and then Tasuku shows up By the way, the free taxi is just getting a ride home from Tasuku. So he shows up and he's like, well, how was the amusement park? What's the vibe? And they're like, yeah, vibe is good. We found the stage. Tsumugi tells Tasuku that like we were doing some etude practice, but the vibe completely changed because Itaru changed it. And Itaru's like, yeah, I sort of just went off script and started doing my own thing. And Tasuku was like, oh, well, it's you two. So it must have ended up being like a Chuni play. And Itaru was like, oh, I thought I was the only one who was into that stuff, but I guess Tsumugi also is. Chuni, by the way, as far as I know, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but it's, I think it's like middle school boy syndrome, basically like people who think they have magic powers or wish they had magic powers. And so they're, you know, the whole, like, I'm the king of the universe and the cursed sword shit. That's the vibe. Itaru has this, Tsumugi has this, Taichi has this, and so does Kumon, who you haven't met yet, probably, but you'll meet him later. From here, we jump right to the day of the performance. They get to the amusement park, and Izumi is like, okay, well, there's some free time, so you guys can go do whatever you want, and hang out, go on rides, whatever. And they're like, actually, you should come with us and we'll go on rides like an amusement park date. And she's like, what? And they're like, yeah, this is our second version of the secret plan. We're gonna take turns going on rides with you, and have like mini dates, and it's your present for a white day. And she's like, oh my gosh, but I still have to go like organize the thing. I have to like meet with the staff of the event and all that stuff. And Sakyo is like, I'll handle that. Go have fun with the boys. Come on. So Sakyo, being Izumi's husband, once again, the dad of the theater. And I'm not saying that just because he's old. I'm saying it because Izumi clearly is the mom of the theater and they're married. Obvious. Oh, Sakyo being a dad. So the official plan, they like chose randomly who would go on which ride, but they rigged it so Masumi could not end up with the Ferris wheel, which is really funny. They knew that they could not allow Masumi to be alone with Izumi on the Ferris wheel or something bad would happen. That's awful. Oh my gosh. He needs to be in fucking jail. So, you know, we get everybody going on their rides. Not too much of note. It's just like cute character interactions, but as far as like plot things I would explain in a YouTube video, not a lot going on. I did enjoy finding out that Izumi and Tasuku both love roller coasters, and also I thought it was funny, Masumi's section, he brings her to a haunted house and he purposefully just keeps guiding her around in circles to keep her there as long as possible, because the next person in line to go with Izumi is Sakyo. And as we have established, I believe, in the previous video, Masumi thinks that him and Sakyo are fighting over Izumi, so he has beef with Sakyo as often as he possibly can. However, this little shenanigan leads to there not being enough time after Sakyo is done for both Itaru and Tsumugi to go. So Itaru is like, well, Tsumugi, you have the special tickets for the Ferris wheel, because since the Ferris wheel is so popular, they have to pay extra money and buy special tickets to go on it. So he's like, I'll sit this one out, you guys go on the Ferris wheel, no worries, right? Top 10 Itaru dubs. So they get in line to go on the thing, right? But Tsumugi is in his costume, so he's wearing like a tux, right? And so the guy that is operating the Ferris wheel accidentally thinks that Tsumugi is gonna propose while they're on the ride, so he gives them a whole carriage to themselves, and Izumi does not notice this conversation or whatever, she doesn't hear it, so they get on the ride and she's like, wow, this is like a lot of room, why do we have the whole thing to ourselves? And Tsumugi's like, oh, I don't know, that's crazy. Of course, they get stuck at the top of the Ferris wheel. So thank God Masumi was not the one that was supposed to go on it with Izumi, because she would not make it out alive, I fear. While they're stuck, they realize that they are certainly going to be late getting back to the stage in time. So they just are like, well, there's nothing we can really do except try to figure out what the fastest route is back from here to there. So they're at the top of the thing looking at the whole park and being like, okay, if we run through here, we can get it. Maybe we should take a shortcut this way. And Tsumugi is like, wow, this really is a good view. And Izumi is like, yeah, like I wish I could see it at night when all the lights are on. So they decide that if there's time after the play, they will go back on the ride again and see all the lights and stuff. Back at the stage where they are getting ready to perform, everyone is like freaking out and they're like, oh my gosh, like where is she? Did she fucking die? Like, is everything okay? And Izumi and Tsumugi finally do get off the Ferris wheel. Tsumugi sends Itaru a text. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I mentioned it in my other clip where the audio was fucked. But when Tasuku texted Itaru to be like, will you go to the amusement park with Tsumugi, Itaru sent back a sticker of Kamakichi saluting, which he had commissioned from Kazunari. So when Tsumugi saw it, he was like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. So now, as they're running back from the Ferris wheel, Tsumugi sends Itaru another one of these commissioned stickers that is like Kamakichi flying, and it says like I'm off like the wind or whatever. So Itaru is like, okay, they're on the way, but we still need to make enough time because the performance is supposed to start, but they're not here, and so the audience is getting kind of restless. So they start doing a little improv, and of course Itaru goes completely off script, goes off the rails, starts doing chuuni shit. And so when Tsumugi and Izumi get there, Tsumugi just jumps into the chuuni shit, and he brings Izumi up on stage as the princess, and they have like a fight over the princess or something. The audience loves it so much that immediately after the performance, everyone goes to the shop and buys all of the merch that the play organizers had pre-made. So when Izumi goes to be like, oh my gosh, are you guys mad? Like, we fucked up, we went completely off script and changed the characters and everything. They're like, actually, it's totally fine because we sold out all the merch and everyone loved it, so whatever. So all is well in that regard. Itaru and Tsumugi then are talking about the play and whatever, and Tsumugi is like, you really looked like you were having fun, like, do you just like playing roles like that so much? And Itaru is like, I mean, it's partially that, but also I think I just really enjoyed acting with everybody, like it's fun. And so Tsumugi is like, oh well, you've become a theater nerd, and Itaru was like, well, I'm nothing compared to you, like you quit your job for this. And Tsumugi is like, it wasn't really like that, like I just knew that if I was full-time employed and trying to act, I would end up neglecting one of those two areas because I don't have the ability to focus fully on multiple things at once. So he actually tells Itaru that he thinks it's really cool that Itaru can passionately focus on his gaming and his job and his acting all at the same time, which is really cute. And also, I think a rare occurrence of Itaru getting recognition for like his passion as a gamer in a way that isn't just like a punchline of like, oh yeah, he's really passionate because he's a fucking loser, you know. As they're talking about this, Izumi comes back from talking to the event staff, and she tells them, they're not mad. We sold out all the merch, and she tells them that she actually got some free Ferris wheel tickets from the event organizers as a thank you gift for, selling out all the merch and everything. So Itaru and Tsumugi both go back into character as the like princes, and they're like, my princess, come on the Ferris wheel with me. So all three of them go on the Ferris wheel together and look at all the lights and everything. Yay. The epilogue for this one is the guys that did the play get home, and the people who weren't there are like, oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Izumi was you guys got to see Izumi acting like a princess and we didn't get to see it. That's so fucked up. And so they end up, the next day, they end up actually doing the One Day Princess project anyways, even though they weren't going to, because these guys were jealous and they wanted to see Izumi as a princess. So she wakes up and she's like, why is everyone fucking weird? And then she's like, oh. So if you want to see that shenanigan, you can go read that epilogue. Kind of cute, kind of awkward, kind of scary because Masumi is there. Terrifying. And that's the end of that. Hopefully the audio is actually fine this time. Okay, so it's time for main story act 5. This is this one starts with Spring Troop talking about some recent, I guess they've been doing like regional tours and doing reruns of Romy Julie. So they're like talking about that and being like, wow, we've come so far since then. And Izumi tells them that she's actually thinking of getting a new member for each troop this year, which would allow Suzuru to do some more different things with the scripts and just have more leeway. She said she already cleared this plan with both Sakyo and Yuzo, and I do find it kind of adorable that she's involving Yuzo in the decisions, even though he's not like technically part of the company. He used to be, so you gotta talk to him about this kind of shit. So she says that they're not gonna hold any auditions. They're just gonna scout people they already know. And they're adding like one member per, I mean, I already said one member per troop, but like one member per play as well. So it's like, they're not just scouting 4 people right now. They're scouting one guy for spring troop because the next play they have to do is the next spring troop play, and then so on and so forth with the rest of the troops later. So this act introduces one new guy, and then the next one introduces another new guy, etc. Ichiru says some shit about how like he doesn't want to have to share his room or whatever, so he's like, you should make it so whoever joins has to be a homeowner and like wouldn't stay at the dorms. And Izumi is like, girl, come on, like, hello. And randomly, Masumi keeps getting phone calls from unknown numbers and not answering them. Well, it's the same unknown number over and over again, and he's not answering them at all. After this, we sort of get a little episode worth of just kind of where everyone's at, what everyone's doing. Sakuya graduated high school in between last main story chapter and this one, and he still wakes Masumi up every morning to go to school, even though he doesn't himself go to school anymore. Hello? I'm knocking down the door, bruh. I'm barging in. I almost said I'm busting in, but that doesn't sound... We find out that Juza enrolled in the same university that Suzuru and Omi go to, and he is studying acting, and that Banri enrolled in the same university that Kazunari goes to. He's also studying acting, and just... Of course, these two are so. Like the fact that when they were in high school, they went to 2 different high schools, but they were like both known as the best fighter at their school, and then they ended up fighting because Bonri's a fucking freak loser. And now they're both at different colleges doing the same thing again. Pissing me off. Izumi then randomly decides to check their company blog, which I think has not been mentioned since the prologue, or like Act 1, I think. They made not the prologue, Act 1. Which, if you play the game, there's like blog posts you can see in the game, but as far as in the story timeline, it has not been mentioned since Act 1. But they have a blog still, and she checks it, and Citron is like, yeah, our blog is pretty poppin', but we are consistently number 2 behind Chica USA's Curiously Spicy blog. Now, I'm not sure if it's Chica USA or if it's like Chica USA, but I kind of think Chica USA is funny because it would be funny if Chikage was just a white dude. Anyway, okay, so spoilers, that's, forget I said that. You don't know who runs the curry blog, okay? Nobody knows. So it's a spicy food review blog with a lot of posts about curry, and so Izumi reads the blog and she's like, wow, this person really gets it. They really know shit. I want to be friends with whoever this is. Girl. My note, look at... I forgot about this whole shit. I'm gonna shit my pants. What does that say? I'm gonna shit my pants. Anyway, so she reads this curry blog and she's like, wow, this bitch knows things. And then she tells Citron to announce on their blog that they're looking for new members, which sort of defeats the entire purpose of only scouting people you know if you're like advertising that you're looking for people on your blog. But who gives a fuck, right? Continuity suck my fucking dick. We cut to the next day or later that day or something. Ichiru is at work with his coworker, aforementioned, and by aforementioned I mean in the last video, the 2017 video. The green hair glasses guy, that one. I don't like him very much. So this fucking guy is like, oh, I saw on your blog that you're looking for new members. And Itaru is like, you don't want to join, do you? And he's like, no, I actually do. And I would love to also stay in the dorms. And Itaru is like, fuck. But then he's like, actually, that might be a good idea because this guy is always away on business trips and stuff for the company, so I would pretty much have the room to myself anyway. Itaru does not, however, think about the fact that if he's always away on business trips, how is he supposed to act? Nobody seems to think about this. Hello? Anyway, Itaru then whispers something in this guy's ear. His name is Chikage, by the way. Chikage? I don't know how to pronounce it, but whatever. He doesn't deserve to have his name pronounced correctly. Itsuru tells Chikage, he's like, listen, I have a secret contract, and he like whispers the contract, and Chikage is like, is this a contract just for me or for like everybody? And Itsuru's like, no, it's just for you. So Chikage is like, all right, sounds good to me. Oh my god, burr. So we cut to Chikage doing a little audition, for Izumi. He of course passes because they wouldn't just invent a guy, have him do an audition, and then he doesn't fucking pass. He is pretty good at acting, but he allegedly has no acting experience. From here, we cut to the day that he officially joins the troupe, and so he's like moving in and whatever, and he gives a little speech to everyone about how he saw their first run of plays and he was really moved and now he wants to be an actor or whatever. He's a lying fucking sack of shit. If people start asking him questions about like what he's good at and what he likes to do and whatever, we find out that Chikage is good at magic, like sleight of hand magic tricks. Of course he is. I can't do this. And then Hisoka comes in and Chikage like shakes his hand, but Izumi notices that as Chikage is shaking Hisoka's hand, he seems to falter for a second. Chikage does, not Hisoka. So don't even worry about it. I have a note here that says, I will be shooting him in the fucking back of the head, bruh. So we then get this random fucking crazy conversation between Chikage and Hisoka in private, not in front of anybody else, of course. And Chikage just like lays all of his cards on the table. He basically goes up to Hisoka and he's like, so what do you think you're trying to pull? And Hisoka's like, what? And he's like, with all this pretending to fucking forget all your memories and shit. And Hisoka's like, what are you talking about? I don't know you. And Chikage is like, you fucking killed August, and now I'm here to get my revenge on you, December, my name is April, and go fuck yourself, or whatever. He's mad because he thought Hisoka and August both died, but now he realizes that Hisoka is alive and is just acting in a theater troupe, and so he's pissed. He's like, I'm here to get my fucking revenge. But he literally just straight up tells Hisoka that, and then Hisoka doesn't tell anybody about it. So all the rest of the events that unfold after this could have been prevented if Hisoka said something, like, ever, and he does not. Or, I mean, there's literally like 24 guys, 21, I guess at this point, but if you don't include both of them, 19 other guys that were standing like in the other room. Any one of them could have heard this and gone, what's all that about? And they just didn't. And so now we have to deal with the whole rest of this shit. So we get, after this, a sudden Hisoka flashback to when he was a child. So we're getting deep lore, okay? He is on the streets, freezing to death, homeless, raggedy ass clothes, Atsushi from Bungo Stray Dogs ass, orphan ass bitch, okay? He claims that he has always lived like this, I guess. I don't know how you could just always live like this if you're a child. Like, someone has to feed you, at least until a certain point, but whatever. These two other kids come up to him and they're like, one of these two kids is like, you should come with us and we'll introduce you to the organization. And the other kid is like, no, this guy looks like he's fucking sucks. Why would you want to bring him back with us? And so they're like arguing, and Hisoka is like, I don't want to go with you. Who the fuck are you? And so they're like, okay, and they leave. These two kids, of course, are Chikage and August. They keep returning, like, every day until Hisoka finally agrees to go with them. Why does he agree to go with them? Well, because August brought some gingerbread and gave it to Hisoka, and Hisoka was like, oh, I want more gingerbread, so I'll go with you guys. And August is like, okay, well, from today on, we're family. We're starting a family, right? And he was like, gingerbread is something that you eat with your family around Christmas time. So let's eat gingerbread together as a family. Bruh. We then cut back to the present where we're at Chikage's first spring troop practice. Izumi has Yuzo come in to like check out his vibe, and Yuzo tells her that he seems like he's good at acting, but he's maintaining distance with the rest of the members, which will not go well in the future. And he tells Suzuru to make Chikage the lead for the next play because it will put him through the ringer and like basically whip him into shape faster, but also the audience will remember him better if he's plays a lead right away instead of being like a background character. Everybody agrees to this, including Chikage, who seems strangely chill and like not stressed about any of this responsibility. Later, Suzuru decides he's going to like interview Chikage one-on-one to get to know him better so he can get a grasp on what kind of character he could play well. And we find out that Chikage likes spicy food and curry. After this interview, Suzuru is unable to glean a single thing about Chikage's like inner personality, his inner world. So he goes to Izumi and he's like, girl, it's not looking good. I don't really have any ideas of what kind of character Chikage could play. So Izumi is like, we should call a spring troop meeting about it. So they do. At this spring troop meeting, they ask Chikage, like, what kind of role do you want to play? And he's like, I don't know, I'm down to play whatever. And Izumi starts to worry that Chikage doesn't actually want to act that bad because he seems to have no, like, passion, I guess, like, no reason for anything. And he's just kind of, like, meh about everything. But Suzuru somehow comes up with a few ideas to start outlining the script, so he goes off to do that. And Izumi asks to talk to Chikage alone. Chikage, that's a crazy one. I like pronounce his name slightly differently every time. So the rest of Spring Troop leaves the room and everyone is like, wait, Masumi, shouldn't you be like freaking out and like being jealous and overprotective right now? And he's like, they'll be fine. Insane thing to say. Izumi asks Chikage, like, do you actually want to act or what's the deal? And he's like, yeah, of course I do, like, meh. And she's like, okay, well, that's good, I guess. And so he goes to leave, and when he turns around, she sees something like on his shirt or something, so she like goes to grab like a little fleck off his shirt, and he turns around, like grabs her and turns around and like looks at her all crazy for a second. He's like, could you not touch me? I don't like girls. What? So Masumi was right, but like, was he just getting gay vibes from Chikage and he was like, he's fine? Or was he getting sexist vibes from Chikage? I don't really understand what's going on here. And so then Chikage leaves and Izumi's like, oh, if he doesn't like women, how am I supposed to be able to like speak to him? That's not great, but I guess I'll have to figure it out. Kill him. I don't like, what do you mean you're gonna have to figure it out? Get him out of there. Fire him, kill him, hit him with your car. I can't do this. Then that's like the end of one of the episodes and we go on to the next little episode. This begins the Masumi arc of this thing. We'll pick up on the Chikage arc later, but the Masumi arc begins with this guy named, I don't know how to pronounce this, Shuga or Suga, whatever. He shows up and he's like, I'm Masumi's dad's secretary. I need to talk to Masumi. So Izumi's like, okay, I'll go grab him. So she goes and gets him, and then she stays for the conversation, right? And Suga tells Masumi that his parents are getting divorced, and Masumi is like, okay, like, I'm not surprised, and I literally don't fucking care. And Suga is like, well, but also your dad is gonna have full custody of you, and he's making you move to America, which means you have to quit the troop. Bruh. As we recall, Masumi's parents are like super rich business people or whatever, so they can just move to America whenever they want, I guess, but so that's not great. This is the guy that was calling Masumi a bunch before, and Masumi was ignoring the calls. And since Masumi ignored all of the calls, that means that the date which Masumi has to move out on is actually pretty soon. He only has a week. So that's not good. That's not fucking good. So Izumi is like, isn't that sort of insane? Like Masumi doesn't even get to have a say at all. Like you're not considering his feelings. And Suga is like, well, like, you know, that's just my boss's orders, whatever. And Sakuya shows up with the rest of Spring Troop and he's like, we're not gonna let Masumi go so easily. Like, that's my fucking friend, right? And Suga is like, who the fuck are you guys? And they're like, we're his troop mates. We're his family, right? Period. And Suga is like, well, you have nothing on actual, like, blood relatives. Like, you might think you're family, but Masumi's actually fucking related to his dad, so get shit on. Literally insane that this fucking employee is like, yeah, well, nothing runs deeper than blood ties. And Masumi's dad isn't even actually there to deliver this news himself. He has to do his complaining about blood ties and whatever through his fucking secretary. Literally insane bullshit. So we cut to Izumi discussing this situation with Sakyo to figure out what to do. Of course, they are husband and wife, so she has to ask him for advice in these situations. So she explains that not only did he come and deliver this news, he also explained that, well, I don't know if Suga explained this or if like Masumi just figured this out, but the house that Masumi was living in all by himself has been sold. The bank account that Masumi was getting his living expenses from has been frozen, and he has already been unenrolled from his school. So Sakyo is like, oh great, so even if he does manage to run away from that guy, Suga, he's still not going to be able to continue living in Japan because he won't have any money or any address or whatever. Which of course he lives at the dorms, but like, I think it's funny that Sakyo gets mad when people call him a dad or like talk about you're being fatherly or whatever. Because I think some of the troop guys have in the past called him the dad of Mankai or the dad of Autumn Troop or whatever, and he's always like, who you fucking calling a dad? Which, I mean, is funny for other reasons later on as well, but also funny when he's acting like this. Like he's trying to figure out how to get Masumi to be happy. My god. Jesus Christ. It makes me so ill, like, Izumi and Sakyo being the Mankai parents, and just how, I talked about this in the first video, but this specific theater means so much to Sakyo, even before it means so much to everyone else, you know? Like, obviously not to say that it means more to him than everyone else and he's like the one who cares the most, but it's like, it's just the way that he's just so, and it's not just the theater, but like now it's the people who are in the theater as well, because now they've become part of the true part of the theater, and so it's just, he'll do anything to protect his theater, you know, and it makes me so ill. So Izumi goes to Masumi's room to talk to him after this, and he is looking rough. But she asked him about his parents anyway, and he explains that they were never home for more than like 2 nights at a time because they were always traveling for work. And even when they were home, they were always on the phone with business people and they never really paid attention to him. So he used to try really hard at school with like academics and sports and stuff because he thought maybe if he did well enough, his parents would care. And they never did. He recalls a time in elementary school where all of the kids wrote essays about their parents, and then there was like a parents' day that the parents were supposed to come and the kids would read the essays and stuff. And so Masumi asked his dad like 1,000,000 times to come to the parents' day because he had written a good essay and he wanted his dad to hear it. And his dad, after, you know, Masumi asked 1,000,000 times, just said like, listen to your parents, that's the only thing we expect you to do. And so Masumi just, from that point on, just did whatever they said, and otherwise just did his own thing and was like, I guess they're never gonna give a fuck about me in my life. So Izumi asks Masumi if he actually wants to move away or not, and Masumi says that the only reason he was able to do any of the things he's done so far is because his parents were financially supporting him and allowing him to do whatever he wanted. So he's like grateful for that in a way, but also he knows that he can't win against his dad because he's still 17, he's still a kid. So he can't live on his own yet, and it's like he kind of just can't. And his dad is really powerful and rich, so he's like, I can't do anything about it. And Izumi is like, God, he seems like he's in so much pain, but he still won't actually just tell me what he wants. Bruh. I can't even see far enough to see what I look like, but I am tearing up currently. So Masumi keeps saying like, it's fine, like whatever. And Izumi is like, okay, but is it really though? Like, aren't you lying? You know? And he says some shit about like, I'll still think of you even while we're apart and I'll come back someday and whatever. And she's like, yeah, but I mean, it's not even just about me, is it? Like, you want to stand on stage with everyone too, don't you? And he snaps and he's like, of course I want to stand on stage. Of course I want to stay with everyone, but what else can I do? I've already made so much trouble and whatever. He's like, I can't make any more trouble for you guys now. Izumi, of course, tries to be like, no, it's okay. Like, you're not causing trouble, like whatever. And Masumi is like, no, like, I remember this time when I was in elementary school, this kid was messing around with me on the playground and I broke my arm and I thought it was fine and my teacher thought it was fine because the kid was just messing around. He didn't mean to hurt me. But my dad got so fucking mad that he took the teacher and that kid's entire family to court. And both the teacher and the kid ended up having to change schools. And so Masumi's like, my dad will stop at nothing to get what he wants and he's very extreme. And I can't have anything like that happening to the troupe just because I don't want to leave or whatever. Bruh. The fact that he's being so, like, selfless in this moment, not that it's, like, it's not necessarily, like, out of character, but it's just, like, a rare occurrence, you know what I mean? And just the more explicit proof that he really loves everyone and loves acting and whatever, which, again, of course, all the characters love everyone and love acting, but it's just, like, Masumi leaves and Izumi is left just kind of being like, oh my god, like what can I even do? Like he just sort of gave up already and we aren't his family, so like by blood, so we really don't have any legal right to step in. So like what do I even fucking do? We might just have to lose Masumi, I guess. And then Tsumugi pulls up and he's like, I have something to tell you about Masumi's family. And then the episode ends and it's like, dun dun dun. It's like an epic cliffhanger. I kind of forgot that the year 2 main story is absolute fucking cinema. Like the first year is like absolute cinema, but it's like goofs, you know, goofs and gaffs and like a little bit of slash serious. But year 2 is like everybody's getting kidnapped and dying. You know, I said kidnapped in reference to Masumi, like making a joke of like, you know, his dad is trying to kidnap him, but so, okay. So, Tsumugi tells Izumi that Masumi should still have a grandma living in Japan somewhere, unless she died. And he knows this because of, oh, what event was it that they talked about this? Ooh. Midsummer Sparkle Memory? Me remembering the facts. Yeah, they talked about Masumi's grandma, remember? So Tsumugi shows up and he's like, I actually know about this. So, he tells Izumi that Masumi's grandma's name is Hatsu, and Izumi is like, okay, I'm gonna go find her. I'll go fucking find her. And so she's like, okay, Usui Hatsu, which is, Usui is Masumi's last name, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. But then Tsumugi is like, well, if she's not his paternal grandma, her last name might not even be that. Who knows what it might be? And then Itaru pulls up, and he's like, guess what? Itaru says that he did some Googling about Masumi's family. He looked it up on Gugu and he found out that Masumi's dad and his business are pretty famous online and just in general. So there's a lot of information out there. And he found this anonymous forum post about Masumi's family. And he says there was even information about Masumi himself, which made me feel sick. So I just thought that was important to mention, that Itaru felt ill when he saw that there's just information out there about children and whatever. Anyway, so he says that Hatsu is, in fact, Masumi's dad's mom, but they have pretty much entirely cut off relations, Hatsu and Masumi's dad, but she should still be living in Japan. So they're like, okay, we can probably find her then, right? If she's still here. And then Misumi happens to walk by and he's like, oh my gosh, guys, what's up? What are we doing, fam? And they tell him the situation and he's like, oh my gosh, I'll use my triangle network, no worries. As it turns out, Misumi's triangle network is just a bunch of old women in town that he's friends with. So basically he asks a bunch of his friends and they find her, and then he's like, all right, we got her address. And then we cut to Izumi in a taxi pulling up to Masumi grandma house. Izumi rings the doorbell, and as soon as she says her last name, Hatsu is like, oh my gosh, right, come in. What's up? What's up? And so Izumi goes in. Hatsu lives in a small, sort of cramped apartment, and Izumi is like, oh, this is like different than the vibe of like Masumi's rich family and whatever. And Hatsu is like, yeah, Misaki, which is Masumi's dad. She's like, yeah, Misaki gave me this fancy high-rise apartment one time, but it just didn't feel right to be living there. It's not my vibe. So I moved back in here. And when I told him I was going to do that, he got really mad at me and we haven't spoken since. But she says she was already on thin ice with him because she would nag him about how he was raising Masumi. So she says that after his business started popping off, he locked in too much, basically. Like, he started neglecting his friends and family and everything, and just in favor of making more money, doing more business, you know? And she's like, what he really needed is the warmth of his family, not more money and fancy houses. So Izumi tells Hatsu about the whole, making Masumi go to America situation, and explains that he's in an acting troupe now and everything. And Hatsu is like, oh my gosh, like, I had no idea he was acting and living in a dorm. I bet he has so much more fun there than he ever had back at his empty house, which makes me so ill. And then she says that she used to always worry about Masumi because he's emotionally clumsy and he never really had many friends. So she's really happy to hear that he has a bunch of friends now and people that care about him. Bruh. She also tells Izumi that she hasn't been able to contact Masumi in a long time because after Misaki stopped talking to her, he also stopped telling her where Masumi was living, so she had no way to visit him or anything. So Izumi is like, yeah, well, we can't do anything against Masumi's dad, who is blood related to him, since we are just whoever the fuck, But she's like, I can tell, even though he won't say it, that he wants to stay, and we all want him to stay, but we just can't do anything. And Hatsu is like, well, family isn't defined just by blood. It's a much deeper bond. I think you guys are the family he needs the most, and you should have some more confidence in yourselves, but I'll do whatever I can, right? So she's an absolute legend, and I love her so much. Bruh. Oh my gosh. I'm tearing up already, bro. It's time for absolute fucking cinema. Okay, so we cut to the next day. Izumi is back at the dorms and she's like thinking about, oh my gosh, like Masumi leaves tomorrow. What are we gonna do? I still haven't thought of anything to keep him here. Like, we're so fucked. And then Suzuru comes running into Izumi's room being like, bro, Masumi's gone. All of his shit is gone. He left early without telling us. Bruh. So they assume that he left early without telling anyone because he knew they would all try to stop him and it would be a really sad goodbye, and so he just wanted to avoid that and just tried to leave on his own. And so the rest of Spring Troop happens to wake up and like come over as Izumi is figuring this out. So Ichiru walks in and Izumi is like, oh my gosh, Ichiru, what time is the first flight to America this morning? And he looks it up and he's like, it should be at 11. And she's like, we still have time. Everybody get ready to go right now. So everybody realizes that Masumi is gone already. And they're like, fuck. So everyone starts like running around and getting their shit, like freaking out. Izumi goes to gather all the rest of the guys from all the other troops, and it's literally like a fucking Avengers Assemble moment. Like, every single guy is going. As they're about to leave, Chikage shows up. He was not at the dorms. He was off doing business or whatever he was doing. Sinister activities. So he gets back and Izumi is like, bro, hurry up, let's go. We gotta go to the airport. We gotta get Masumi at the airport. And he's like, oh, like, he barely knows me. I'm a new face around here. You guys should just go. And Izumi is like, no, everyone has to go because we're all Masumi's family. And this fucking stool, bro. Chikage is like, okay. So he locks in and they all pull up to the airport. But before they pull up to the airport, it's actually kind of funny. There's this little moment where Sakyo, well, it's not funny, it's just a fun fact. Little moment where Sakyo is like, okay, everyone, if you can't drive, get in the car with one of these people. And he lists off people, and one of them is him. And so this is how I found out that Sakyo can drive. I was wondering about it. I kind of figured he could drive because he just seems like he would drive. I don't know. He seems like the kind of guy that would know how to fucking drive. That's all. I just wanted to tell you guys that Sakyo can drive. So they get to the airport and they split up to go everywhere and look for Masumi, right? Everywhere. Hi, Rapier. Citron goes on the intercom and does like a missing child announcement, which is so funny. They of course end up finding him. Okay. So they all right. So they find him. Spring Troop finds him first. Oh my god, doing gay wrist with the fucking mic. Sorry. Spring Troop finds him first, and then they call everyone. And I think Izumi like texts everyone, and they're like, guys, we're at this gate. Go get here now. Fuck. And so the scene where everyone from all the other troops is like running up and seeing Masumi and being like, oh my god, thank goodness. Like, you didn't leave yet. Bruh, it's so like, oh, it had me crying so bad. Like, when I read this, I mean, I had already read this like 2 other times or something, but I was crying so hard. I was crying like when I read that scene in Stranger where Omi was driving ahead on his bike and Dream Nachi was saying like, don't turn around, go on ahead without me. This was equally emotionally devastating to me. People at the airport showing up and being like, thank God Masumi's still here. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so he's standing there with that fucking guy, Suga, whatever his name is, and Suga is like, Masumi's dad is gonna be here soon, and if you guys cause any more problems, I'm gonna call the airport security. And, you know, everyone's still showing up and being like, oh my god, thank God, Masumi, whatever, and Masumi's like, everybody came to get me? And Izumi's like, yeah, everybody came, and we met with your grandma, and whatever, and Masumi's like, you met grandma? And it's just like, so he's like genuinely shocked the trouble that everybody was going through to save him. It's so the magic of friendship, the power of friendship. Oh my god. Okay, it got so serious I switched my mic to the other hand. So Izumi is like, yeah, we went through all this trouble because like we love you so much. And like, she doesn't say we love you, but she says like, I talked to your grandma and she said that family is a deeper bond than just blood. And she says like, Izumi goes, let's all become a family. Which is a crazy thing to say specifically to Masumi, but it's like, whatever, I guess. And then she's like, you know, let's keep acting together, and everyone, yes. And then Masumi, who of course up until this point was trying to play it cool and pretend that he didn't care at all and wanted to go to America and whatever, at least in front of everyone but Izumi, he suddenly is like, I want to become a family with everybody. And Suga is like, what? Like, what the fuck? And then before Suga can say anything else, Masumi's dad shows up and he goes, looks like you're not quite ready to go to America yet. And then Hatsu shows up and she's like, I'll be taking that ticket. Wait, I literally have a mic. Mic drop. Me doing the mic drop thing without the mic in my hand. Boom, mic drop. Wait, I forgot to mention something pretty important actually. So when Masumi's dad shows up, he like walks up behind Masumi and Masumi turns around and he starts being like, I'm not gonna go. I don't want to go with like he's like trying to, for the first time in his life, trying to stand up to his dad, but before he even really has to, his dad is like, you're not ready to go to America. Like, it's so sick. Hatsu gives Masumi a little speech, and I'm just gonna read it word for word because she deserves it. She says, Masumi, I'm sorry you have such a selfish father. He was lonely. He didn't want to be completely alone after his divorce. That's why I'll go to America. He must not have known because you lived apart, but Masumi, you're no longer a child who waits alone for his parents to come home. After meeting Izumi, I called my child and talked to him. I told him that you found a place where you belong and that you're working hard towards your goal. He had no clue, so he whined quite a bit, but in the end, he understood. And then Masumi's dad is like, I didn't fucking whine. He's like, I wasn't whining. And Hatsu is like, yeah, you were, bitch. And then Masumi's dad, who I have already established his name, but I don't know, I just keep calling him Masumi's dad. But he basically is like, Masumi, after I divorced your mom, I realized that the reason I was working so hard in the first place is because I knew that I could, because my family was always there at the end of the day. But I realized that it probably made you guys lonely. And so I'm sorry. Actually, he doesn't say I'm sorry, but like, this is pretty much an apology, but he's like one of those guys that fucking sucks at apologizing, so he does not say the words I'm sorry. But anyways, he continues by being like, if you found something that you want to do, then that's fine, and if you're not lonely anymore, then that's fine. And so you should live how you want, but take care of yourself and get in touch once in a while and pick up your phone, please. And then he tells Izumi to take care of Masumi, and she's like, we definitely will, and also, if you're ever back in Japan, you should come watch Masumi perform. And then Suga is like, oh, I see. Even Mr. Big Boss guy is no match for his mom. And then Hatsu tells Masumi to take care of himself, and she tells Izumi to take care of him, and, you know, do your best, love you so much, and then they leave. As soon as they leave, Masumi turns to Izumi and he's like, oh my gosh, you proposed, I'm so happy. And she's like, I fucking what? And it's like, bitch, you can't just say some crazy shit like, let's become a family to Masumi and expect him to not take that completely the wrong way. But also, whatever, it worked, you know, so fine. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Brother, this is so fucking funny. Shikage is actually really hilarious. He's such like an evil little fucking freak. So Masumi keeps being weird and saying weird shit to Izumi, and Banri is like, oh my gosh, if they turn around and see you acting like this after they just said you can stay here, you're gonna be headed straight for America. And then Sakyo hits Masumi in the head or something, gives him a little bonk, and he's like, that is enough. Fucking relax. So the shenanigans are settled, and they're talking about, you know, we became a family, let's become a family, yada yada. And then Shikage turns to Hisoka and he's like, family, huh? He's like, family, huh? Wouldn't it be a shame if someone came along and ruined that whole fucking thing? It's just so fucking stupid. He says that in broad daylight in front of the entire fucking troop, and nobody hears him. Nobody fucking notices that shit. Oh my god. After this, we get another Hisoka flashback to when he was actually in the organization when he was younger. Just kind of to show like what the vibe was, what he was up to, you know. Well, not really what he was up to, just what the vibe was. He lived with August and Chikage, and Chikage was like very serious about everything and took everything. He was like locked the fuck in, and so he would always end up arguing with Hisoka, who was always sleeping. And then August would be like, oh, quit arguing, guys, here's some candy, eat some sweets to feel better. But of course, Chikage doesn't like sweets. He likes spicy food. So he would just give his candy to Hisoka, and Hisoka is like, this is the only time when he was a good person, which is so funny. And then the Hisoka flashback cuts to when August died. Well, it cuts to August bleeding out in Hisoka's arms. Yikes. August is telling Hisoka to run and like, you know, you can get away now if you leave, blah, 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 leave me behind, etc. And Hisoka is like, no, I'm gonna die here with you. I don't want to survive if you're not gonna survive. And then it cuts back to present day Hisoka eating marshmallows deep in thought. And Hamare is like, you're eating those marshmallows really slowly compared to normal. And Tasuku is like, how do you even know that? And Hamare is like, well, I have to keep track of how fast he eats the marshmallows for inventory management. So they're like, I don't know, maybe something's wrong with Hisoka or whatever, but before Hisoka can like tell them if anything's wrong, Suzuru shows up and he's like, guys, I can't think of goddamn anything for this fucking play because Chikage is like crazy. And he just won't, like, I can't get a sense of his real character. And so Sumugi is like, I don't know, maybe you could go, like, talk to him over tea or something, like, go to a cafe. And Suzuru is like, what? And Sumugi is like, well, Banri and I have gotten closer that way, so it works. Why? Like, what? Random ass information. I don't know if this was mentioned in one of their cards or something. It probably was. Anyway, they do this all the time, but we don't get to see the origin of it. Sumugi just mentions it here, which is, like, Okay, sure. So it cuts to Suzuru and Chikage at a cafe. They're making small talk, and Chikage is like not really answering any of the questions Suzuru's asking. So it ends up kind of being Chikage interviewing Suzuru instead, and he asks Suzuru why he's so like caring towards people and stuff. And Suzuru is like, oh, I mean, I guess it's because like I grew up with so many younger brothers, and so I just treat everyone younger than me like a younger brother. It's like in my nature, I guess. And Chikage is like, I knew a guy like you. He was always helping people, and then he got betrayed. And Suzuru's like, what the fuck? And Chikage makes up this whole story about like, yeah, I had this uncle who was in the police force, and he would also, in his free time, help people out by helping to clean their houses. But then one time, this lady that he knew asked him to clean their house, but then when he got there, she actually confessed to him, and but then her husband happened to see them, and so she was like, and the husband was like got him fired from his job, and so he got betrayed because being nice to people is weakness and bullshit and evil. And Suzuru was like, oh, that poor guy, that's so sad. And Shikage's like, yeah, I made that whole thing up, dude. So Suzuru was like, what the fuck, why would you do that? Why are you always lying about stuff? And Chikage's like, because truth is weakness. And Suzuru was like, what? And Chikage's like, lol, how's that for an answer? Incoming nuke. I cast non-magic missile. So when Chikage says this, Suzuru is looking at him and he's like, that expression gives me a sense of endless darkness. So he somehow manages to come up with an idea, for real, to write a play from that. From the endless darkness. What? We cut to whenever the hell later. Suzuru is finishing the script. He's been, of course, cooped up in his room, and Masumi tells everyone that he's been feeding Suzuru these like vitamin jelly drinks, and they're like, oh my gosh, like you've been taking care of him, that's so nice of you. And Masumi is like, well, he's part of the family too, right? And it's like, bruh, that's so cute, and I'm ill. Suzuru comes out of his room with the script and he dies, and Omi is like, well, I made him a meal that's easy on the stomach to recover from his time of barely eating anything. This whole troop, they're so. The script is based on, it's set in the world of The Wizard of Oz, but it's before the Dorothy incident. It's the story of Oz showing up and making a name for himself by lying and swindling people into thinking he's a wizard, right? The plot kind of revolves around him and his one most loyal follower, who is played by Sakuya. Oz, of course, played by Chikage. And so he has this one like super loyal follower who stays by his side and believes all of his bullshit for like way too long. The plot revolves around Oz basically having a change of heart because there's this kid that follows him, and believes in him no matter what. After this like troop meeting where they decided the roles and everything, Sakuya goes to Chikage and he's like, we should, since we're playing co-leads, we should like make sure we communicate every day or whatever. And Chikage is like, does this count? And he like flips a coin and he's like, guess what hand it's in? And Sakuya guesses and he's wrong. And then Sakuya is like, yeah, that counts. And Chikage is like, okay, good, bye then. So then we cut to one of their first few practices. Chikage's pretty good at acting, but he is bad at showing like the really intense emotions that are needed for the climactic scene where he has a change of heart and everything. So Izumi holds Chikage back after practice and is like, hey, like what's, are my instructions maybe not clear enough, or like what's the thing? And Chikage is like, well, I guess if I had to say something, it would be that I don't understand. What is my voice doing? It would be that I don't understand why this character has a change of heart here. And Izumi is like, okay, maybe just like think about it more. And he's like, all right, bye. And as he goes to leave, he drops this tiny vial on the ground, like out of his pocket. And Izumi goes to pick it up and he's like, don't fucking touch that. And she's like, okay. And then Sakuya comes in and is like, Chikage, we haven't done the daily coin toss. We gotta do the coin toss. And he's like, oh, Sakuya, you're always there to remind me about the coin toss. Yippee. And Izumi is like, And so she's like, well, I guess he does hate women, so he probably just treats me like that because I'm an woman. And she's like, I guess I won't mention it to anyone because it only affects me. That's fine. You guys have to learn how to say things. Oh my gosh. Izumi and Hisoka, figure it out, gang. Figure it out, gang. Then we randomly get a little scene of Banri coming to Itaru's room to game with him, and Chikage's not there, and he's like, where's Chikage? And Itaru is like, oh, why were you hoping to see him? And Banri's like, no, I'm just like not very good at dealing with him. But like, doesn't he live here? And Itaru's like, well, how do I put it? It's nothing. Just focus on the game. And Banri's like, okay, bro. And then we cut to another practice. This is the one that Yuzo comes to watch. Yuzo gives Chikage the exact same feedback that Izumi did, which is like, you suck at the climactic moment and showing those emotions. And Chikage just is like, thank you for your feedback. And everyone is like, oh my god, that had no effect on him at all. Like, that's crazy. So everyone disperses after practice, and Yuzo holds a little meeting with just Izumi, Suzuru, and Sakuya. And he's like, gang, this is not gonna go well unless something changes. So he gives them two options, basically. Either change the script or figure out a way to get Spring Troop closer again, because Chikage's walled off vibe is throwing everybody off. So they talk about this. Yuzo leaves. They talk about this, and they're like, okay, what should we do? Like, what's the plan? And Sakuya tells everyone that when Chikage looks at him while they're acting, it doesn't feel like he's looking at Sakuya. It feels like he's looking through Sakuya. So he's like, I don't know how to explain it other than it kind of feels like I'm acting with a doll. But then he's like, okay, I have a genius plan. We should all sleep on the stage like we did during Romy Julie. So they go explain this to Chikage, and he's like, okay, yeah, I'll join you guys. That sounds like a good plan. Then the time comes to sleep on the stage, and everyone is there besides Chikage, who texts Itaru and is like, yeah, sorry, there's some last minute work I have to do. I'm not gonna be able to make it. And everyone is like, he's fucking lying. Like, that's crazy. So they all start talking about him, and they're like, bruh, and Itaru shares the contract. The contract? He shares the secret contract that he made with Chikage when Chikage was joining. And so he explains there's 5 rules. The rules are: 1, no exposing Itaru as a gamer to the outside world, so like at work or whatever. 2, no getting in the way when Itaru's gaming. 3, no disturbing the precise wire placements and everything. 4, no touching the consoles or the PC. And 5, Chikage is not allowed in the room when Itaru is recording videos, which is primarily between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight on weekdays. So everyone is like, yeah, of course he's not fucking staying here, you dumbass, that's insane. And Itaru is like, no, I think he meant to do that from the start. Like, I've told him before that he doesn't have to go this far and he can sleep in the dorm and whatever. Because Itaru's like, he's never slept here. He just comes back from wherever it is that he goes, eats breakfast, and then goes to work early in the morning. He doesn't live here. And he's like, I've told him before that he doesn't have to go that far, but he just is like, no, it's better for me this way. And everyone is like, So Itaru has a theory that he just can't, like, relax when there's other people around, especially to sleep. And, but Citron is like, then why would he say he wanted to live in the dorms? And everyone is like, yeah, that's pretty sussy Amogus. I don't know what's going on there. So they hold another strategy meeting of how to get Chikage more comfortable around them. And they decide that the best thing to do is try to prank him. Why? I have no fucking idea. But the prank they decide on is that they're gonna put a fuck ton of spices in his next meal, like at dinner or whatever. And they decide on this because Suzuru heard from Omi that Chikage carries around his own, like, spice mixture and puts it in all of his food. So they're like, what if we, like, go crazy and do super spicy, and then we get to see his shocked expression and whatever. So they try that. Chikage does not react at all, puts more spices into the food, eats the entire thing, and then afterwards, he's like, can you guys not mess with my food? I don't like when people do that. What the fuck is wrong with him? Later, Spring Troop goes to him and is like they do one of their little skits, like when Itaru was leaving and they pretended to be a family and all that stuff to get him to stay. They kind of do that, and they put Chikage into the family, and they're like apologizing for fucking with his food. And he's like, oh, like, this is about dinner. I don't really care anymore. And they're like, oh, but we're sorries. And he's like, what? Okay. And they explain that they want to get closer to him, and he's like, yeah, but why? And Sakuya is like, well, because you're part of the family now. And Chikage is like, I just got here, like, you guys just met me. And Sakuya is like, well, yeah, and it might take some time, but you're still a member of the troupe, and like, we want to get to know you better. And also, it'll make the play better if we get to know you better. And Chikage is like, yeah, you're right, that's such a good idea. I hope we can get closer. Fucking lion-ass, freak-ass bitch. And then he leaves, and immediately he's like, family? What a joke. And he goes to Hisoka, and he's like, hurry up, remember your crime before it's too late. And Hisoka's like, I don't know if I'm gonna remember it all. I'm scared to fall asleep. So Hisoka, these flashbacks we've been getting, I think, are like dreams he's been having. So like when he falls asleep, he remembers a little bit of his past, and then he wakes up and he's like, fuck. And then he doesn't want to go back to sleep. But we do then get some more Hisoka flashbacks anyway. One of them arriving in Asia, or planning their trip to Asia, they, have a mission in Japan or whatever, so they have to come here. And August gives Chikage and Hisoka Asian names because their other names are just months. And so that's why that's their names. August doesn't give himself one, though, because he's not actually going to be like a main character in this mission. He's just like a backup guy kind of thing. And so, that's the kind of the vibe. And then we cut to another piece of the August fucking dying memory, where August is explaining that like their pursuers are coming. Their pursuers being like the guys that shot him, I'm assuming. And August is like, you have to go now, like you can still make it if you run. And Hisoka's like, no, like I'm gonna die here. And he drinks the potion, whatever that means. And then the memory ends there. Then we get another like winter troop moment where they're all talking about how Hisoka's been acting weird lately, and they're like, I don't know, hope he's okay. Izumi happens to hear this, so she's clued in on the situation as well now. And then it cuts to Chikage in his secret underground bunker doing some research on mankai company, and he finds information about how, what's his name? Yukio? Oh my gosh, I couldn't remember Izumi's dad's name. How Yukio went missing and the troop fell apart, so he's like, oh, good idea. If they lose their director again, then surely the troop would fall apart once more. So we cut to the incident. Chikage takes Izumi out on the town shopping, and he walks her around to like a billion shops. A whole bunch of people from the troop happen to see this, like Yuki and Muku see them, and Muku is like, oh my gosh, do you think they're on a date? And Yuki is like, I really don't think Izumi's taste in men is that bad, which is so funny. And then like Sakyo and Sakura see them, and Sakura is like, do you want me to go teach that guy a lesson? And Sakyo is like, you dumbass, that's the fucking new member of Spring Troop. And Sakura is like, oh, I thought that was Izumi's new boyfriend. So the implication here is that Sakura knows that Sakyo is in love with Izumi, and he is going to fight anyone that gets in the way, which is really fucking funny. But he hasn't fought Masumi, which I'm assuming is because he knows that Masumi is like he has no fucking chance. Anyway, so Chikage brings Izumi like all over the place, and she's so tired and it's been such a long day, and she's like, we should go eat at this curry place because I haven't eaten in a long time. And Chikage's like, oh, okay, fine, I guess, haha. And so they go into this curry place and they order, and then Izumi runs to the bathroom, and when she gets back, their food is there. So she's like digging in, but before Chikage starts eating, he takes a picture of his food in like a really specific way. And Izumi is like, oh my gosh, that's the exact way that the curry blogger Chika USA takes the fucking pictures, the spicy food blog. Boom. Chikage blogger reveal. Insane. So she's like, oh my gosh, you're from the curry blog. I read all of your posts, and I even went to one of the places that you recommended. And Chikage's like, no, that's not me. I just took this picture on a whim. And she's like, you wouldn't go through all that trouble on a whim. That's his signature style. I know that. And Chikage's like, okay, fine, you got me, whatever. So they start talking about local curry places and like spicy food restaurants, and Izumi notices that it seems like this is the first time Chikage is actually being genuine. But then she says something that like August once said or something, and Chikage is like, whoa, August moment. And then Izumi starts feeling really, really tired, and Chikage is like, you should know better than to leave someone with an opportunity to slip something into your food. And she's like, what? And then she falls asleep and wakes up in a dungeon. She wakes up in Chikage's secret lair, and she's like, where the fuck am I? And he's like, I'm keeping you here until the troop falls apart. And she's like, what? And he's like, I texted them through your phone and told them that we're going on a long business trip together, so they probably think we got married or something. And it's like, no, it's so clear that he's not close to these people, because they would never think that Izumi would do that. Like, there's no fucking way. So he explains that, and she's like, why? Like, what? She's asking him all these questions, and he just stops responding, and he's like on his laptop, not responding at all, doing whatever the fuck. And so she's sitting there thinking to herself for a while. She's like, I wonder if this has something to do with Hisoka and like how he was acting all funny. And she asks Chikage that. She's like, does this have something to do with Hisoka? And he's like, how did you know that? And she's like, because bitch, I know my shit. I pay attention to these guys. We're family, motherfucker. And then he's like, well, I guess I can explain this to you since you're never gonna see him again. And it's like, yeah. Okay. Chikage explains that they are, well, Hisoka used to be part of the same organization that Chikage is a part of, and he says that Hisoka actually betrayed them, and now he's pretending to have lost his memories so he can just live like a normal guy, which is something that Chikage cannot forgive. And he says that Hisoka is the reason that Chikage lost his only family. And Izumi is like thinking to herself, she's like, could he be talking about August? Because she remembers from that one time when Hisoka was like crying in the storage room and talking about August, but she's like, what? But she doesn't say anything about that. And we cut back to the guys at the dorms freaking the fuck out. They of course realize that something is definitely wrong, because there's no way that Izumi would just leave in the middle of a performance like that, let alone with Chikage. But they have to put that issue aside for now, because they need to figure out what they're gonna do about the upcoming play. So they're talking about like, what do we do, you know, blah blah blah. And Matsukawa suddenly is like, we have to just wait. And everyone's like, what? And he's like, this is exactly what happened when Yukio disappeared. It was right before a play, everyone was fighting about what to do, and it was driving people apart, and nobody could decide, so the performance ended up being a total disaster, and then everyone just got even more mad, and people started leaving one by one until there was nothing left. I will not let that happen again. We have to just wait. And if it gets as bad as it did back then, I'll take responsibility, and it'll be fine. And everyone is like, damn, he's kind of manly right now. And Sakyo is like, well said, we'll wait, and if it gets bad, I'll figure it out. So they start practicing again. Well, they continue practicing as normal, and they have a couple people come stand in, like Tenma and Tasuku, just in case they need someone else to fill in for Chikage. They learn the script and all the etc. So we cut back to Izumi in the secret lair. Izumi is worried about everybody else, but of course she can't contact them because she doesn't have her phone, and she cannot leave the fucking room. So she's like, damn, that sucks. But otherwise, I'm actually living pretty comfortably because I get to sleep, I get to bathe, Chikage gave me a change of clothes, and he gives me curry for 3 meals a day, which is pretty cool. She's insane. Just what? And she's just, you know, she has nothing to fucking do, so she's just sitting there thinking, and she keeps trying to small talk with Chikage, but he's not responding still. And she's like, I wonder if he really has no interest in the play at all. And so she starts reciting all the lines for everybody besides Oz, and she's like, Chikage, practice with me, like whatever. And he keeps not responding, and then she keeps going through like almost the entire play, and he's like, you suck at acting. And she's like, oh, so give me a better example then. And he's like, no. And then he goes back to not responding, and she continues reciting all the lines, and then she gets to one that she forgets, and he's like, oh, it's this. And she's like, wow, I can't believe you remembered that. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? Then we cut to a few days later, still in the dungeon. Izumi is like, honestly, I've gotten pretty comfortable living like this, but I'm worried about Chikage because it seems like he doesn't sleep. So Izumi to be literally drugged and abducted and be worried about the guy that fucking abducted her because he's not sleeping. Insane shit. So she's like, you should get some sleep. And he's like, no, I have a lot of work to do. My job is to gather information. August used to do this, but he's fucking dead. So Izumi is like, yeah, but like, you should get some sleep though. So she's like, I'm gonna go take a bath for a while. And so I'll be in there for a while. You should sleep. And he's like, no. And she's like, I'll be in there for a while. Then we cut back to Hisoka and Winter Troop. And he's like, you know, acting all weird still. And they're like, hey, does this have something to do with the whole situation? And he's like, yeah, so Before I lost my memory, Chikage was always around, but he hates me. And so that's why he took Izumi. And the Winter Troop guys are like, oh, he abducted her. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's so Winter Troop for them to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because any other troop would be like, the what, the who, the huh, that's fucked. But they're just like, oh yeah, I guess that text was kind of weird. Hisoka explains that he is afraid of falling asleep because he doesn't want to remember his crime. But at the same time, if he falls asleep, he might be able to remember where Chikage brought Hisoka. And Homare is like, just how heavy is this crime of yours? And then the rest of the Winter Troop guys are like, maybe it's just heavy enough for 5 people to carry together. And like, you can fall asleep, we'll be right here when you wake up, and we'll carry the weight of your past with you because we're gay. I will blow this place up. I will burn this place to the fucking ground. They're so. So Hisoka instantly falls asleep, and the rest of Winter Troop does decide to stay with him until he wakes up so he doesn't wake up alone. Bruh. So we get another Hisoka flashback, this time to before that mission that him and August were going on. Actually, I don't know when this flashback specifically was, but it was sometime before. It might have been way before this mission, not right before. Anyway, August gives Hisoka and Chikage these little potion vials, right? He has, I guess, made a potion / drug that instantly kills you. He gives them each one in case of emergency. So like, kind of like that thing that the CIA allegedly does where they have like cyanide pills in their mouth so they can die instead of being interrogated. It's like that. Then we get right before the mission, Chikage, it goes to Hisoka and he's like, if August dies because of you, I'm never gonna forgive you. And Hisoka's like, I know. And Chikage's like, it'll be fine, right? We're family, we're gonna eat gingerbread at Christmas together again, right? Why would he say that? Why would he fucking say that? That's crazy. Nuke at the club. And then we get another bit of that memory of August dying. Hisoka is like, no, I'm gonna drink the potion. And he drinks it and August is like, it's pointless. And then Hisoka wakes up, as of course he is sleeping, and all the Winter Troop guys are right there with him, just like they promised they would be. So Hisoka is like, okay, I know where Chikage has Izumi, but I have to go by myself. And Winter Troop is like, was Chikage like somebody important to you before? And Hisoka's like, yeah, that's why I have to go alone. And they're like, okay, but if you need anything, we're right here. And Homare says, even if you can't understand another person's feelings, you can try to put yourself in their shoes, right? I think you'll be just fine. Boy, you did not just call back to fucking Master Likes a Mystery. That's insane. Root Beer, are you fucking seeing this? He's crazy. My dog is barking upstairs. Can you hear that? I don't know. Then we cut back to Izumi in the dungeon. She's still reciting lines and Chikage is like, dude, you're distracting me from my job. And Izumi is like, yeah, well, I'll stop if you practice with me. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll do it just once. So they start doing like a run through of the play and he says one of his lines and Izumi is like, you should try to say that line more bluntly. And he redoes the line. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Wouldn't he be like, oh, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I said once and that's it. But this is evidence that he actually does like acting and he does want to be in Mankai Company. We're seeing through the cracks, boy, I'm on to you. So when he does this, he says the line more bluntly and then Izumi is like, in her head, she's like, just as I suspected. This version of Chikage is better at expressing emotions than the old version. Bruh. She's literally in a secret lair, kidnapped, held hostage. And she's like, oh my gosh, I wonder if he's like better at acting right now. Guys, do you get the vibe that he would be better at acting right now in the dungeon? Oh my god, wait, guys. So Chikage is like, what's even the point of this? Like, I'm not gonna be in the performance, so who cares? And she's like, you're gonna do the performance. And he's like, you can't make me. And she's like, I'll make you want to. And he's like, you can't do that. And she's like, I'll make you want to. And then he's like, you're an idiot. But then he kind of smiles and she's like, wait a second. Did he just smile? I don't think I've ever seen him smile like that before. But then he notices her noticing and he's like, that's the end of that then. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And he goes back to just doing laptop shit. Then Izumi just, starts thinking again. And she's like, I wonder if, he didn't used to be like this before the whole revenge plot sort of thing happened. She's like, maybe him and Hisoka used to actually get along and like he used to be more nice. But she's like, I hope they can make up so that he can regain that smile I just saw. She's so crazy. She's literally so crazy. And then we cut to she has fallen asleep and waken up however long later. And again, she's kind of thinking like, I wonder if he's fully committed to this revenge thing. Like maybe there's a crack somewhere, like I can exploit this, whatever. But then Hisoka shows up and he knocks on the door and he knocks the secret code. And so Chikage knows it's him and he lets him in and he's like, I can't believe you remembered the secret code. And Hisoka's like, how could I forget the secret code? And then Hisoka comes in and Chikage is like, now go on, explain your crime and then I will exact justice or whatever. And it's like, yeesh. But then Hisoka explains and he explains his whole memory of what happened with August, right? So we get the entire situation all put together here. So Hisoka and August were supposed to be on a relatively simple, just like gathering information kind of mission, right? But somebody on the inside leaked their plan. So the people they were stealing information from knew they were coming. And this resulted in August getting shot. Hisoka managed to get himself and August, who was bleeding out of the building they were in, but they got cornered at the edge of a cliff. So August started telling Hisoka, like, go, you can escape without me, go on without me, the classic fucking whatever. And Hisoka was like, no, I'll die here. I don't want to live on without you. So he drinks the potion. But August is like, that's not the kill yourself potion. That is a different potion. I switched it out. This one just makes you temporarily forget your memories. So Hisoka is like fading out, like falling asleep. And August is like, I didn't want either of you two to die because it was my fault that you were in the organization anyway. I invited you to it. So you should go live a life free of all of this danger and crime and just forget about all of it. Forget about me. Live a happy life without any of this. And Hisoka's like, what the fuck? He's like falling, and August uses the last bit of life that he has in him to push Hisoka off the cliff. And as Hisoka's falling off the cliff, he's like falling backwards and he's looking up and he sees the full moon. And so that image of the moon is seared into his mind at the same time as this like deep sense of regret for not being able to save August. And then he falls asleep for just a second and then he hits the water and he wakes back up and just starts frantically swimming just forward until he reaches the shore, passes out, and then when he wakes up, he doesn't remember a thing. And that's where we pick up on his story in whatever main story act that was that he was introduced in, where they find him sleeping outside. He had wandered from the beach to the dorms, and now he's a fucking actor. So Chikage is like, that's not true, you're fucking lying. And Hisoka's like, I'm not, that's what happened. And Chikage is like, you leaked the plan and you led August into a trap. And Hisoka's like, no, that's just a convenient cover-up story for whoever the actual traitor was. They're probably still in the organization. And Chikage's like, no, shut up, that's not true. And Hisoka's like, I'll prove it. Give me your suicide drug and I'll drink it right here in front of you. And Chikage's like, you'll die if you drink that. And he's like, no, I'll just lose all my memories. And Chikage's like, yeah, but what about this whole family you've built? You'll forget everything about them. And Hisoka's like, that's okay. I'll just make new memories. I know everyone would accept me. Fam, you can't say that. Oh my god. Okay. And so Hisoka grabs the bottle. Okay? The thing. The vial. This. You know this one? And he's about to drink it. Deadass. And Chikage is like, no! And he knocks the fucking thing out of Hisoka's hand, and it breaks on the floor. And Chikage's like, I'm not falling for that. Like, you're lying. Whatever. Which I would like to point out that this means Chikage doesn't want Hisoka to die because he thought that that was KYS potion, and he was like, no, I can't, I know. And he panicked, and he was like, well, fuck. Just wanted to point that out. Seems like important information. Like I said, the vial shatters on the floor. It's on the ground, okay? Chikage notices that it doesn't smell sweet, which it's supposed to, because the KYS drug August had mentioned that it was incredibly sweet. And he mentioned this to be like, Hisoka, don't accidentally drink it, okay? Don't think that it smells good and then you drink it because you'll die. But this drug don't be smelling sweet. So Chikage's like, wait a minute, no way. This bitch is telling the truth. And then Hisoka says, I tried putting myself in your shoes. I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. If I were you, I don't think I could have endured it. You lost both of your family members at the same time, and you didn't even have time to mourn. You were immediately made to loathe. Sometimes A3 is a banger, you know? Sometimes they'd be dropping bangers. So Chikage is like freaking out, and he's like, what do I do now? Like, I'm the one that ended up betraying you, and you're my only remaining family, and like, I can't, like, what? And so Hisoka is like, I'm not your only family anymore. You're in Mankai Company. I want you to act. so he's like, you're gonna live a new life with a new family from now on, just like August wished. And then Izumi, who has just been watching all of this happen and hasn't said anything, is like thinking to herself, and she's like, well, what Chikage did is not something that can be forgiven, but also I wouldn't want to let Hisoka's feelings and August's dying wish go to waste. So since we let Chikage in once, we won't drop him. He's fine. No, he's not. Just no, he isn't. Like, I love. But yeah, she's like, he's a changed man, like, it's fine. Which is true, sort of, but it's just like, I kind of love that about A3 though, like it's so unrealistic in these ways where you're like, what the fuck? But it happens to always be about stuff where it's like not, like it doesn't make me go actually nuts, you know what I mean? So then I'm like, yeah, I love Chikage, he's great. This is so fun, you know? But it's like, if this game had more of a serious tone most of the time, and then they were doing shit like this, you'd be like, that makes no goddamn sense. But since A3 is mostly kind of a lighthearted comedy genre, when they drop shit like this and then in the end it gets wrapped up with just like, whatever, man. It's like, it doesn't really like bother me that much, but it makes no sense. So it's funny to point out, but it's like, it's fire. In the concept of someone with Chikage's past just being an actor, it's just so funny. So we cut to them back at the dorms, and Izumi shows up and she's like, oh my gosh, guys, I was stuck in the locked room again. Isn't that so crazy? And everyone's like, right. And Sakyo specifically is like, you think I'm gonna believe that bullshit? And he turns to Hisoka and he's like, is that true? And Hisoka's like, yeah. And then Sakyo turns to Chikage and he's like, you will not get a second chance. Which is so, at least I think he's talking to Chikage here. I'm actually not even certain, but like that's what I think happened, and it's funny. And then we get a little Winter Troop moment where they're like, so we're like not supposed to mention any of that shit? Like, did we not bring that up? And they're like, yeah, I guess we probably shouldn't bring that up. So they just know that this happened, but they're like, also, I don't exactly know when it was revealed that the locked room is a real thing, because when that shit was happening in the main story act where like all of the magic shit was happening, Winter Troop never talked about it. Like they never told anyone. So I guess sometime between then and now, the secrets were revealed and everybody in Mankai Company knows about the locked room existing. I don't know, man. Then suddenly we're at the next spring troop practice. Chikage sucks now. He's really bad at acting. And Izumi is like, this is not good. Like, we're way too close to the actual opening day for him to be sucking this much ass. But after practice, Sakuya goes up to her and she's like, dude, it actually seemed like he was looking at me this time instead of looking through me. So Izumi is like, you know what? Actually, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Then we cut to the day of their opening performance. Chikage still kind of sucks, but everyone has gotten more comfortable around him, and so they're better at supporting him and making him look less bad. And before they go on stage, Itaru uses some like gamer chronically online lingo, and Chikage understands what he's saying, and Itaru is like, I knew it. You're a nerd too, aren't you? And I kind of just love this chronically online Chikage reveal. I think that's really funny. He's really funny. Like just the concept of this guy, I love him. The performance itself goes well, but Chikage is clearly nervous. The audience is okay with this though, because they're like, he's new and like it's cute watching the other spring troop guys support him on stage and whatever, so it goes well. But afterwards, Izumi gets the feeling that Chikage is like sort of gloomy about the way he acted, like on stage, the way he did when he was acting. So she tells Sakuya to keep an eye on him. And then late that night, Chikage gets up and he's in his shared room with Itsuru, and he goes to take his one singular suitcase, and Itsuru's like, where are you going? And Chikage's like, oh, I need to lend this to my nephew, he's going wherever. And Itsuru's like, okay. So Chikage leaves the room. Itsuru instantly texts Sakuya and is like, hey, lock in, we gotta get this guy's ass. So Sakuya rushes out and happens to get to Chikage right before he gets out the door, and Chikage gives him the same excuse about, oh, I gotta give this to my nephew. And Sakuya is like, you're lying, aren't you? And Chikage is like, you're one of the most gullible people here, but you still see through me when it counts, huh? And then he's like, listen, I did what you wanted, I acted on stage, what more do you want from me? Sakuya is like, let's do one last coin toss battle, and if I win, you have to do me a favor. And Chikage is like, you've never won any of the coin toss battles we've done. And Sakuya is like, okay, and? So Chikage flips the coin, and then he's like, all right, what hand is it in? And Sakuya's like, it's not in either hand. And Chikage's like, that's not an answer. And Sakuya's like, well, I don't think you're the kind of guy who would leave a game that he really doesn't want to lose up to a 50-50 chance. And Chikage's like, dog? Yeah, bruh. So of course Sakuya is correct, so he wins. And before Sakuya goes to tell Chikage what the favor is, Chikage's like, oh my god, like, spare me. You saw how I acted today. I was pathetic. If I keep going on like this, I'm just gonna ruin the whole troop's reputation, and everything you guys have built up this whole time is fucked. And Sakuya is like, it's not just about the performance. I get the feeling that you shouldn't be left alone right now. Like, you're clearly mourning something. I don't know what, but I think we should be there for you. And Chikage's like, so Chikage's like, why? Like, why do you care? And Saki is like, because you're part of the family. And Chikage is like, I have no right to be part of this family. I betrayed you guys. Taichi reference, hey, Taichi reference. But Sakuya is like, wrong. But Chikage says he'll keep his promise from losing the coin toss battle because he doesn't want to commit any more crimes against the troop. So Sakuya tells him that they should go sleep on the stage together. So they head to the stage. Sakuya gives Chikage the sort of spring troop history and how every performance they've done up until this point has had some sort of problem. And he's like, we've never had a time where it went smoothly from start to finish. That's why I think it'll be fine this time too. He's like, you used to be so good. So you're probably just having a hard time getting back to normal after whatever happened when you were gone. And Chikage is like, no, I think it's the other way around. I was betraying the wishes of someone I loved this whole time, and now I can't get back to the way I was before, and I'm just overwhelmed with emotions and self-loathing and disgust because of the way I was acting. I don't think there's any way I could play a poker-faced charlatan Oz at this point. And he's like, every time I try to play Oz, his feelings just keep flowing into my heart and I can't take it. It is kind of crazy that Suzuru wrote this performance for the evil, sinister Chikage, but now we have good Chikage who can't do it. That sucks. That sucks. And so Chikage is like, you guys worked so hard to build up this reputation, and like, I don't want to ruin the troop and ruin everything you've built. And Sakyo is like, Sakyo. And Sakuya is like, well, there's something more important than a successful performance. And he explains that his parents died when he was young and he moved around to random relatives ever since. And so he always wanted to be an actor because it gave him a sense of belonging to play a character that had a purpose within the world of the story. But he says that now that he's in Mankai Company, not only has that wish been fulfilled, but also he has a place to belong in real life as well. And he wants Chikage to know that feeling and to experience the joy and peace and emotional healing of having a place to belong and a place where you're accepted. So he says that, and then they go to sleep, and in the morning the rest of Spring Troop comes and finds them, and they're like, well, that's not fair, like they slept on the stage without us. So they're like, we should join them. And then the rest of the guys just go to sleep. It's morning, but they just go back to bed on the stage, I guess. And we get the best CG ever. It's crazy. Like, Masumi tucking himself in next to Sakuya, and like Itsuru and Citron cuddling up with Chikage, and Suzuru also being there. He put his head right by Citron's ass. He's in the fart zone, bro. He's in danger, dude. He's in danger. Izumi finds them later, and she sees everyone sleeping, and she's like, oh my gosh, like, Chikage fell asleep with other people around. That's so good. I'm so happy for him. Which is so cute, but also she's still so insane. So we cut from here right to the second to last performance. They have apparently been cramming in so much practicing between then and now that Chikage has actually surpassed where he was before when he was still evil. And so it's right before their second to last performance. Oops. It's right after their second to last performance, and Winter Troop comes in to like say good job and congrats and whatever, and they're chit-chatting a bit, and Izumi notices that Chikage seems to be taking it easy and being more himself and more relaxed, which is cool. Also, Chikage has that thing that Sakyo has where like when too many people are around and they start getting a little rowdy, he gets really tired. So just wanted to point that out because I relate so much. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. Also, I kind of think Sakyo and Chikage should kiss. Then we get the last performance. Right before the last performance, they have Chikage say some words because he is, of course, the leader for this thing. He was not leading shit, brother, but he's the leader, I guess. And what he says is basically like, I caused a lot of problems, but I don't like being in debt to people, so I'll pay you back by being good in the last performance. And then they go on, and we get the play rundown from Izumi's point of view, as per usual. Don't know what to say about that. You guys should go read it, though. And the final performance goes really well. Yay. We cut from there to their like post-performance party that they always have at the dorms. Chikage takes a second to apologize to everyone, and he starts his little speech by saying like, I'm sure you all figured this out already, but I'm the one who abducted Izumi. And Tenma is like, what? Oh my god. What? That's crazy. And everyone is like, are you fucking stupid? You didn't know that? He's the only one out of everybody who didn't realize that, so even Taichi knew. It just, Tenma was like, I don't know. So, they ask like why he fucking did that, and he makes up this whole shit about, well, I have this sister who's trying to marry into an Indian family, but the Indian guy's parents don't approve of the marriage unless she can make the ultimate curry that impresses them, and I tried really hard to make up a recipe for her, but I couldn't get anything good enough, so I abducted Izumi to help me make the ultimate curry. And Sakuya, Taichi, and Tenma are like, oh my god, what a moving story, like you could have just told us that. And everyone else is like, right, so like, what? Suzuru is like, are you even actually sorry? And Chikage's like, no, I am actually sorry. I just can't really tell you what actually happened and why I actually did that. He's just, man, bruh. So he says, I'm truly sorry and thank you. Today's performance marked the first happy day I've had in a long time. With gratitude to Mankai Company, from the bottom of my heart, cheers. And then everyone toasts and they're like, yippee, and then yay. Later, Izumi asks Chikage if he's actually okay with that weird explanation he gave, and Chikage explains that he can't really tell everyone what happened because the organization that he is still a part of thinks that Hisoka is dead, and if the organization finds out that he's not, it could be a really, really big problem and put pretty much everybody at the troop in danger if everybody at the troop knows about this. So it's in everyone's best interest that they don't know about this. So he's trying his best to conceal this whole thing in order to protect Mankai Company as best as he can, which is so sad. Sad in the happy way, though. Like, you know? And then we get a little scene of Masumi getting a phone call from his dad, who came to watch the show, but he didn't have enough time to stick around and say hi afterwards. So he just calls Masumi to be like, well, hey, so I went, and I was kind of nervous watching you. I guess that's what parents feel like when they're, I don't know what's up with this. I guess that's what parents feel like when they're watching their kid at like a school recital. Good job. And I'll bring grandma next time. He's so fucking awkward and hilarious. And then we get another Winter Troop moment where Hisoka is like, I regained my lost past, but I also remembered that I lost someone precious to me. And I recalled what Azuma said about how we all have a distance between each other. And he says, I don't mind the distance we have, but I want you guys to know my past. He says, it might be dangerous for you to know, But someday, if I can sort things out within me, I want to share them with you. Am I being selfish? And all of Winter Troop is like, no, dude, we love you so much. Come on, man. Be for real. We got you. Basically, that's what they say. And then it cuts to Chikage and Hisoka having a moment alone outside, sitting on a bench, looking up at the moon. They're talking about everything. And they're both kind of tearing up and crying. And Chikage says that he found out August had died while he was away, like on business or something, like on a different mission. And they told him that Hisoka and August both were dead. And they interrogated him and told him that Hisoka betrayed them. And he just instantly, he had no time to, like Hisoka said, he had no time to mourn. He went straight to plotting revenge, straight to hatred. But he says that performing with everybody on stage made him remember what it was like, just the three of them, when it was just him, August, and Hisoka. And he said he was able to finally, truly accept August's death on stage. And Hisoka says, let's keep on living together because we're each other's irreplaceable family. And Chikage says that he'll make sure the organization never hunts Hisoka down or harms anybody in the troop. Did y'all hear that? Y'all heard that. That was my jaw. I can't even freak out over Chikage without my bones breaking. So we cut to the next morning. Chikage helps Izumi with the dishes, and he's like, yeah, I'm thinking I might stick around. And Izumi's like, oh, I never really thought that you wouldn't. And he's like, girl, you're dumb as fuck. He tells her that she reminds him of August a bit, and she's like, oh, okay. And he's like, well, I couldn't fulfill my vow to protect him, so I guess I can protect you. And she's like, I thought you hated women though. And he's like, well, I thought women were all people who completely relied on men, like my mother. And Izumi is like, you're lying, right? And he's like, I don't know. And then there's a knock on the front door. It's Juza's little brother, Kumon. He's showed up. Wait, Kumon Image. Where is Kumon Image? Kumon Image. He has showed up with like all of his luggage and shit from their house, and everyone's like, what are you doing here? And Chikage goes and gets Juza, and Juza comes over and he's like, oh hey, what's all that stuff? And Kumon's like, I brought everything I'm gonna need. And they're like, for what? And he's like, I'm gonna join Autumn Troop. And everyone's like, and then it ends right there. So I was gonna try to record the whole video in that one black shirt, but it's way too hot. I can't do it. Anyway, welcome to Act 6. As you can see here on the board, I have updated the board. Oh my god, also, these fucking pictures, I printed them on just regular printer paper, but when you put a lot of ink on regular printer paper, it curls. You know, like this. And I did not remember that it does that, so I put all these up with the magnets before they had like curled together, and so now some of them look really fucking weird, but just, you know. Okay, this act is of course, the Summer Troop one, where we introduce the sixth and final Summer Troop member. Spoilers, Kumon doesn't end up joining Autumn Troop. Whoops. And it's really, I like forget this act a lot. Like in between last time that I read it and this one, I was like trying to read it and I was like, I don't remember what the hell happens at all besides like Kumon joins, but that's the only thing I remembered. And I think it's because the other three main story acts this year are absolutely fucking insane. And this one, in comparison, is just kind of like, it's still really good and kind of insane, but it's like more just like heartwarming and nice. I think it's a nice breath of fresh air. What the hell was I trying to say? Breath of fresh air. Breath of fresh air. Anyway, it's a nice break between some shit. Also, there's an event after this, so you get a break anyway, but like, so Kumon shows up and he's like, I'm joining Autumn Troop, and everyone is like, well, the next troop that needs a new member is Summer Troop. How does that sound? And Kumon's like, comedy is lame. I want to do action. I want to act with Juza, right? And Juza calls him an idiot and is like, a new actor doesn't get to be so picky with his roles. Like, you settle for whatever. And Juza is like, you can't act with a naive attitude like that. And Yuki is like, wow, Kumon kind of sounds like when Tenma joined. And Misumi quotes that line where Tenma was like, yeah, comedy doesn't suit my image. And Tenma is like, why do you remember that word for word? That's fucking crazy. Izumi is like, well, Kumon, maybe you could join practice for like a trial period and see how you do and whatever. And Juza is like, no, it's impossible for Kumon to join. Like, he can't do it. And Izumi is like, what is going on? Like, why is Juza being so adamant? He's never like this. Like, I wonder what the fuck is happening. Muku asks if Kumon would have time to act in between school and baseball practice. And Kumon is like, oh, I actually quit baseball. And Juza is like, really? And Kumon is like, yeah, that's why I wanted to start acting. And Juza is like, you can't act with that sort of weak resolve. It's like, you can't do it. And Tenma is like, well, we're doing regional tours and doing reruns of the first summer troupe play and the first autumn troupe play. So you should be like a backstage, like helper outer guy and see what you think of the actual like behind the scenes vibe and everything. And Kumon is like, oh my gosh, that means I would get to see Juza play Lansky again, his character from the first play. So he's like, oh my god, I'll do it. And Tenma is like, also you should watch the summer troupe play and get back to me on if comedy is actually so lame and whatever. And Juza is like, you guys don't have to go so out of your way to accommodate Kumon. And Bonri is like, well, it's okay, you sucked when you started too, right? And Juza is like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so they start arguing. Bonri calls Juza annoying, and Kumon is like, he's not annoying, silky hair. And everyone's like, was that an insult or like what? So Kumon is fucking hilarious. He does this every time he tries to insult Bonri. He also like says something nice about him, which is really funny. So the summer troupe guys and the autumn troupe guys and Izumi chat for a little bit to decide if they are gonna let Kumon help out or not, and they decide that they will. And then Juza reluctantly is like, okay, sure, fine. Then Izumi asks him, pulls him to the side and is like, hey, like, what's the deal? Like, is he not athletic enough or something? And Juza's like, no, he's athletic, he's just not suited for theater. And Izumi's like, what does that mean? And Juza's like, whatever, like, it's fine. So you're kind of left going, what's his fucking problem, right? What's the deal? Okay, so we cut to the day that everybody's leaving for their regional performances. They're actually like in a different city, so they have to take a train and then they're staying in a hotel. And Kumon is sharing a room with Tenma. So they get there, they get settled in, they're practicing. Kumon helps out with summer troupe practice, mostly just kind of watching, and then if they need anything, you know, whatever. But he realizes that the summer troupe is just as serious about the setup and the scenes and everything as autumn troupe is. So he's like, oh my god, like maybe I was kind of low-key wrong. And then later that night when they get back to their hotel room, he apologizes to Tenma for saying that comedy sucks or whatever. And he's like, I got kind of a different impression when I was watching practice today. And Tenma is like, it's still too early to be apologizing. Like, you're gonna want to get on all fours when you actually see the real performance, right? And Kumon is like, well, I still think that the autumn troupe play is cooler. And they talk about how like Juza's really good at action scenes and stuff. And Tenma's like, yeah, but he sucked when he started. And Kumon's like, what? And Tenma's like, yeah, he kind of was ass. And then Kumon's like, was everyone in summer troupe good right away? And Tenma's like, no, definitely not. And Kumon is like curious and wants to ask more about summer troupe's past and stuff. But Tenma's like, it's really late, we should go to bed. So they go to bed. So we cut to the first day of the actual reruns. Kumon helps with the setup, and then he watches the plays. So he watches the whole summer troupe play, and he's sitting by Izumi in the audience, and he's like, oh my gosh, like the lines are different than they were during practice. And Izumi is like, yeah, they wanted to see how much they could ad-lib during these performances. And Kumon is like, wow, that's so cool, they can just change so much on the spot. And Izumi notices that Kumon's eyes are sparkling, so she thinks maybe his opinion of comedy has changed. So we cut to after the show is over, backstage. Kumon goes to literally get on all fours and apologize to everyone, and Ten was like, whoa, I was like kidding, you don't have to actually get on all fours, that's crazy, get up. Random fun fact, but Sakyo always calls everyone by their last names, but since Juza and Kumon have the same last name, he calls Kumon Hyodo Jr. Isn't he so like... We cut back to them at the dorms. Kumon gives everybody a speech about like, he's like, I feel really embarrassed about showing up here without any knowledge of theater and how much work it actually takes to put on a performance and saying I want to join Autumn Troop so naively, but watching everybody act and be so serious made me really want to join for real and so I can act with everyone. And he tells Izumi that she should give him some sort of like test to make sure he's qualified enough or whatever. I would like to point out that it went from I want to join Autumn Troop so I can act with Juza to I want to join so I can act with everyone. I don't know why I just made that face. Nice. So Juza is like, you should make the test really hard. And so Izumi is like, okay, and she comes up with the idea of doing a 10-minute long one-man act that Kumon has to write and act in himself. And that Tenma will be the one like helping him out with practice. And also that he has to sit in on, well, not sit in, but like join summer troop practice while he's doing this. And he'll be rooming with Misumi. And everyone is like, wait a second, isn't Misumi's room full of like weird bullshit? So they go to Misumi's room. And Kumon is like, oh my god, wait, this place is so cool. It's full of triangles. And Misumi's like, oh my god, you like triangles too? They're so cool, right? And Kumon is like, yeah, they're so cool because they're sharp, like Juza. And Misumi's like, oh my god, you're right. Juza is a triangle. And everyone's kind of watching this going, what the fuck is happening right now? And Muku goes, yeah, now that I think about it, Kumon was into some weird stuff. Which is so funny coming from Muku. Coming from anyone, but coming from Muku, like, girl, you're reading all those shoujo mangas. Wouldn't that sort of qualify as weird stuff? At least in the eyes of someone who's trying to be the straight man in this bit right now. So we cut to the first summer troop practice that Kumon joins in on. They have him try to say the same line 4 times with different emotions, and he just basically says it the same way every time. But then Tenma gives him some pointers, and then he does improve a little bit. Also, Tenma just giving somebody pointers like a normal person, character growth. Then later that night at dinner, Tenma's manager Igawa shows up and he's like, oh my god, I have big news, which is that Tenma has been offered an audition. I don't know how you say that, offered an audition or like invited to an audition, I don't know, for this big movie that his dad is going to be starring in. And it's also by a director that Tenma really admires, and it's like one of his dreams to be in one of this guy's movies. So he's like, holy shit, oh my god, we gotta figure this out, right? Tenma checks with Igawa to make sure that this movie, if he gets the role, wouldn't interfere with his summer troop practice, and it wouldn't. So he decides he's gonna accept the audition offer and go try out for the part, but he would have to go to Paris for a little while. It wouldn't interfere with anything, but like he'd be overseas. And Chikage, upon hearing this, is like, if you're going to Paris, I should check with my subordinates over there and have them looked after you. I can't fucking speak. And have them look after you because actors are often targeted, you know? And Tenma is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who is this fucking guy? Silly Chikage moments. Then we cut to a Muku and Juza discussion. Muku tells Juza that Kumon was really giving it his all during practice and he seemed fine. And Juza is like, well, maybe he'll be okay this time. And Muku is like, aren't you gonna tell people about Kumon's condition? And Juza is like, no, he made this decision on his own, so this is his fight. And like, the best we can do is support him in his own thing. True. We cut from here to Kumon's last practice before his official like audition where he's doing his 10-minute long one-man act, and he's doing pretty well, but he seems kind of sick. And so Tenma notices and he's like, let's just stop practice here because there's no point if you overwork yourself and end up sick. So Kumon is like, okay, haha, and he goes back to his room, and then Muku comes to talk to him and is like, hey, like, be honest, like, how are you feeling right now? And Kumon's like, well, I really want to get closer to everyone and keep acting in the troupe and whatever, but I am getting anxious because I was thinking about how nice everyone's been to me and how much effort everyone's been putting in to like accommodate me and whatever, and so if I fail, then I've like wasted everyone's feelings and wasted everyone's time. And so he's like, I got the usual feeling. So this is the big reveal that Kumon just has absolutely debilitating anxiety, which is so relatable. Obviously. I think probably anyone watching this video can relate to that because I just have the feeling we're all mentally ill. So Muku gives Kumon like, what's the opposite of a pep talk? Like basically he calms him down enough that Kumon can go to sleep, and then Muku goes to the rest of Summer Troop to ask a favor, and like when he's walking to get everyone else, he's like, well, Juza said I couldn't tell anyone else, but this is kind of like an emergency or whatever, right? I just rubbed my nose and it is clearly so red. Oh my gosh. I look like the kid from the damn Kleenex commercial because I itch my nose crazy style. Okay, anyway. So the favor that Muku asked was for everyone to do a little skit, a little ad lib to calm Kumon down right before his audition the next morning. So we cut to that. They do this act where like everyone in summer troupe pretends to be a teenage girl. And so it's funny because they're all boys and teenage girls are annoying and stupid. Kumon does calm down a bit and it gets him in better spirits to do his thingy. So we get to watch Kumon's one-man act, which is about Juza saving him with a magic sword, saving him from a dragon, which he's like I can't do it a little bit sometimes, you know what I mean? Like it's like, anyway. Kumon of course passes the audition and Izumi notices that Juza actually seems kind of relieved that Kumon passed, so she's like, what is going on? Like, he didn't want him to join, but now he seems relieved and like whatever. There must be some specific situation going on. Afterwards, Izumi asks Kumon if he has any words for the troupe, and he says, I still suck at acting and don't know anything, but I'll do my best, so please take care of me. I was really nervous for today's audition, so I didn't know if things would turn out okay, but thanks to everyone in Summer Troupe, I managed to perform as usual. Tenma and the rest of Summer Troupe really took good care of me during practice, and I had so much fun that I want to join Summer Troupe. Of course he says this in his like Kumon voice. I can't yell like that, so I just read it kind of normal, but he's like all excited and hyped and whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Kumon stuff. So of course everyone is like, oh my gosh, yippee, like Kumon joining Summer Troupe, and he does. Did you guys know this video technically qualifies as quiche penimus? Quirky niche peak media analysis. I've had people refer to these videos as video essays. I don't think of them as essays because in my head, essays have like a thesis. I'm just saying shit. Really, does it even count as analysis? I'm not sure. But I think if people say, wow, I love your video essays, I'm gonna say, no babe, this is quiche penimus. This is not an essay, this is quiche penimus. Anyway, back to the situation at hand. The next episode starts with a random fight between a bunch of middle schoolers, right? And Kumon also is in middle school. He happens to walk by while this middle school kid is getting picked on and a fight is about to break out, whatever. And he's like watching, right? And this kid that's getting bullied / fought is like, yeah, screw off. And then Kumon is like, oh my gosh, you fended off all those guys. You're so cool. You're so strong and cool. And this kid just is like, and he leaves. And then Kumon gets home and he's like, guys, oh my gosh, I just saw this cool kid and he was like getting like fighted, but then he was like, get out of here. And it was so cool. And Sakyo is like, what did this kid look like? Perchance. And Kumon is like, oh, he kind of looked like this. And Sakyo is like, oh, that fucking idiot. What is he even up to these days? And so, does Sakyo have a son? Sakyo having a kid reveal? Anyway, so Kumon keeps talking about this fight, and he's like doing Kumon shit. He's like hype as fuck, right? So he's like jumping around. Something falls out of his pocket. What is it? What is that? It's this fucking thing. I think it's a keychain, but it's called the Cursed Sword Destroyer. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but wow, this guy fucking sucks. He doesn't even know how to pronounce Cursed Sword Destroyer. Anyway, so Kumon gets all embarrassed and he's like, oh my gosh, my cursed sword is on the ground. Oh my gosh. And Muku is like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you still had that. And so Bonri's like, what is that? And Muku starts explaining it, and he's like, the Cursed Sword Destroyer is a cursed sword. It makes whoever owns it the strongest human in the entire world, and it gives them all these powers, except it drains away their life force. And so Kumon is like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing, and he runs away. And then Bonri's like, oh, so he's like a Chuny but secret. That's interesting. We've unlocked a new type of character. Silly moments, top 10 silly moments. We have a new guy for Chuny gang. Yay! I think the vibe between this clip and the last one, like this, not clip, but this recording session, I think it's gonna be incredibly fucking obvious that it's not the same day. Like, not only is my hair longer, but my vibe is so different. Last time I was recording, I was like, okay, so then Kumon does this. I was so tired. I couldn't even read last time I was recording. And now I'm literally jumping around. So This is a crazy video. I think I'm going insane. We then cut to the next summer troop practice. Izumi is talking about, she's like, we should start thinking about the theme for the next play. And everyone's like, well, maybe Kumon should play the lead because that's what Shikage did for the spring troop play. And so Kumon's like, oh, that's a lot of responsibility. I'll think about it. And then we cut to him and Juza talking together in the bath. Kumon asks if Juza is mad that he joined the troop, and Juza is like, well, there's nothing I can do about it now, but since you joined, you should try to see it through to the end. And like, that would make me happy, but you shouldn't push yourself too far. And so then Kumon goes back to everyone and he's like, okay, I'll play the lead, I'll do it. So they decide it should be a baseball themed comedy play. Comedy, of course, obviously, it's fucking summer troop. But they're like, this should be easy for Kumon because he dead ass played baseball. So it won't be at like a huge challenge, right? But Kumon is kind of like, but then he's like, yeah, okay, that seems like a good idea. So everyone's like, okay. After this, we cut to Suzuru getting started on the script. Juza comes in and he's like, hey, can I ask you a favor about the script? And Suzuru's like, okay. We don't get to see what the favor is yet, but we cut to a Juza flashback of him going outside when Kumon was practicing his swings while Kumon was still on the baseball team. And so he's asking Kumon, like, when's your next game? And Kumon's like, oh my gosh, I'll definitely like lock in and our team is going to be so good. I'll definitely take you to the Koshien, right? Again, don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but the Koshien is the Japanese high school national baseball championship, right? The purpose of this flashback, I think, assuming I'm not dumb as shit, is to basically get us to be kind of going like, wait, so Kumon loves baseball. And like he did up until like the end. So why did he quit? Like what happened? If he's not injured and he still likes baseball, what's going on, right? So we cut to the day that Suzuru finishes the script. He brings it out to summer troop and then he dies, as per usual. They give it a read. Everyone's excited about it, except Muku and Kumon, who are like, dude, this seems kind of familiar. But they don't mention it. And Kumon's like, okay, let's start practicing hard. I want to make this play a success, right? So the play is about a high school baseball team that has to rebuild from 0 members, and they're trying to win the Koshien, okay? Kumon, playing the lead, is playing the lead of the team, but his character is weak under pressure and therefore can't perform well during the games. After this, we cut to Izumi, who randomly stumbles upon Tenma, who is practicing for his big movie audition, right? She asks him how it's going, and he explains that this director is someone he's looked up to since... Okay. That fucking actually ouched big time. Okay. He explains that this director is someone he's looked up to since he was a kid, right? And being in one of this director's movies is an essential step as far as surpassing his dad's acting abilities, right? Which is his life's goal, right? Sort of, basically. And so Izumi is like, well, I hope it goes well, whatever. And she's thinking in her brain about how she's a little nervous, a little worried about him because the stakes seem so high, and usually that kind of sets you up for like, if you don't get the part, you're gonna freak the fuck out, you know? We cut from here to the day of the audition, right? Tenma's on his way out the door, and Summer Troop is sending him off with well wishes and various triangular items, and they can tell that he's nervous. So while he's gone, they're waiting for him and they're like, wow, he's so gonna get the part. He's Tenma. He wins everything. He's awesome. And then he gets home and he seems like he's in a good mood. So everyone's like, oh my God, congrats. And he's like, oh, I didn't get the part. It went to somebody else. And they're like, what? And then he's like, well, I'm gonna go change. So he goes and everyone's like, he seemed like he was fine though. Why is he fine if he didn't get the part? Like, what the fuck? So Izumi goes to talk to him and he's like, everyone's worried about me, aren't they? And she's like, well, yeah, I mean, we thought you were gonna get the part. Like, what happened? And he's like, well, I did everything the same as usual, but the results made sense to me. So I guess I don't feel dissatisfied with the situation. And he explains that he knew he wasn't gonna get the part the second he started because the guy before him, or like one of the people before him, was just way better. Tenma says that he was just trying to pull it off with like technique and skill, but this other guy actually took the time to like dive deep into the character and add depth and more personality to him. And Tenma realized that he was too focused on being in one of this director's movies that he forgot what makes a good movie and a good performance, right? So he's like, I don't feel bad that I didn't get the part at all because I didn't deserve the part, which is really cool and just, you know, a great way to think about it. Like, he has a big ego, but also he can take a loss if the results make sense to him, which is cool. Also, he explains that the fact that he didn't get the part makes him realize that he has that much higher yet to aim. And he can aim that much higher to surpass his dad and everything too. So that's also cool. Seeing your competition and going, wait, I could be that good someday if I practiced more. It's just a really cool, he's just a really good sport. I don't know, he's kind of sick. He's kind of sick. Next, we randomly cut to Kazunari and Omi making a photo album of Summer Troop, specifically Tenma, because Kazunari's gonna give this to his younger sister, who is a big Tenma fan, but she's really shy, so she's never come to a summer troop play to say hi or anything. She's also, I'm pretty sure, she's like a child, like she's like 10 or something, like, I think. Just so, not that that's, I'm just saying, so you know the vibe. It's like a cute kid being a Tenma fan, which is cute. So then we cut to him at his sister's birthday at his house. So it's him, his sister, his parents. And they're talking to him about, you know, how's things, what's going on. And his parents are kind of like, oh, by the way, have you like thought about what you're going to do after you graduate? Like what's in your future? Like you have so many options. You could be an actor, you could be a designer, you could be an artist, you could be whatever. And Kazunari's like, oh, I forgot I have to choose, right? Then it cuts randomly to Yuki having finished the costumes. So they try them on, they slay, etc. Then we get more summer troop practice montage. We get a bunch of moments of Kazunari acting kind of like out of it, kind of wacky, just basically to show that he's been lost in thought about making a decision about his future. After one of these practice sessions, Muku goes to talk to Izumi and he's like, I think Kazunari's having a hard time. And he tells her that he also hasn't made any progress on the flyer, like he normally makes the flyers for the plays, right? No progress there, but the costumes are already done and they're getting kind of close to playtime, so that he's like, fuck, what do we do? So Izumi is like, I'm gonna go talk to him. So she goes, and Kazunari is like, man, everyone's worried about me, huh? Don't know if it's just how I paraphrased this, or if it is the exact same line, but I think it's kind of cool that Tenma and Kazunari have the same reaction. They can both tell when summer troop guys are all worried about them, and they know instantly, if Izumi comes to talk to me about something, all the guys already know, and they're worried, which is just cute. Kazunari explains that he's worried about his future, and he's like, I don't know how to choose. He's interested in a lot of things, and he wants to study them all and learn more about them like the true nerd he is, but at the same time, he's worried that since he's such a people pleaser, and he spends so much time trying to impress and make everyone around him happy and all that, that he thinks maybe his whole life is basically a lie, and he doesn't actually have any interest in any of these things. And Izumi is like, well, I don't really get the impression that there's nothing you want to do. I kind of get the impression that you want to do everything at once, because otherwise you wouldn't be telling me about how you want to study everything and master things and all this and that. And so she's like, if you have all these interests in so many different things and you don't want to choose one, then maybe you shouldn't. And like, she says something about like, you can't draw a line directly between now and the future, because one day now just becomes the future and you don't necessarily know where that even is. And so you can just do whatever you want, and then all of a sudden it will become the future someday. And like, she's kind of spitting bars right there. And so she's basically just like, yeah, just do whatever you want and then see what happens. And like, I kind of needed to hear that. I don't know. I feel like I'm Kazunari's age right now. I'm fucking 22, probably 26 by the time this shit comes out. And I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, dog. So thank you, Izumi. So Kazunari is like, that's a genius idea. I think I was turning when I said that. So Kazunari is like, that's a genius idea. I could be a UMC. And Izumi's like, what? And he's like, an ultra multi-creator. I just invented it. I'll be a UMC. That's so genius. Thank you. And she's like, for sure. Yeah, that's what I said. Dude, you're right. Exactly. So he's like, yeah, brother. Hell yeah. And she's like, yeah, oh, brother, yeah. And so he's fine now. And Izumi is like, wow, glad things worked out. And also, Glad to see Kazunari and Tenma thinking about their futures like this. They've really grown up since I met them, and they were just little scrunt-ass little weirdos. I forgot about this next. Okay, so that was like the end of an episode, right? The next episode starts. I instantly take 5d20 psychic damage. Bruh. Okay. So, Kazunari calls his dad, who is the one that brought up, like, what are you going to do in the future? And he's like, I'm going to tell you my decision. And his dad's like, okay. So he's like, I'm going to be a UMC. I'm going to do everything at the same time. And Kazunari's dad is like, you know, back when you were in middle school and all you wanted to do was study, I figured you would have a steady career when you were older, and that gave me a sense of comfort. And Kazunari goes to be like, oh, I'm sorry. But his dad cuts him off and continues by saying, however, it is pretty fun to imagine the things you could do if you're paving your own path. He says, you should do what you want to do, and we'll be looking forward to seeing it. Crowed. Top 10 crowed. This is definitely not even top 10 crowed, but it's crowed. And, you know, supportive parents? Crowed. But you know what else crowed? Not supportive parents, okay? So we cut directly from here to the headquarters of the Yakuza group that Sakyo's part of, right? Brother, shit is going down in this house. Sakyo is not present for this, okay? But Sakuda is there. Ichiro is there, who I think I've mentioned, but he's the ensemble cast guy that's also part of the Jinsenkai, right? And the chairman is there, and this kid named Azumi, right? This kid. I haven't... Look at that. The fucking picture is so curved, bro. It looks like a damn pirate ship sail. But that is he. Okay? Same kid that Kumon saw getting in fights, right? Anyway, the chairman is his dad. He's yelling at his dad. He's like, fuck you, I'm out of here, right? The chairman is like, fuck you too, you little bitch. And Sakura and Ichiro are trying to calm Azumi down and being like, no, don't run away, it's fine. And the chairman is like, no, he can fucking leave. This cowardly son with a woman's hobby is no son of mine. He doesn't belong in this house, whatever. And Azumi's like, I'm never coming back here. And he leaves, right? Bruh, he storms out. Me when I storm out. Bruh. Sakura goes after him outside and he's like, dude, where are you gonna go? You're straight up 14, you got nowhere to go. Where you fucking gonna go? And Azumi is like, I don't know. Like, you should help me out. I don't know where to go. Where should I go? I'll stay with you. And Sakura's like, my house is a fucking like 5 by 5 foot room, dude. You can't, there's nowhere to stay. And Sakura's like, wait a second. I have an idea. What if you make up with Sakyo? Dun dun dun. So that sets the stage. I almost just completely knocked over the whiteboard. Did you see that? Okay. So that sets the stage for the entire, for that whole shit, right? I forgot, I don't know why I just didn't really remember most of this fucking act, because I forgot about the Tenma arc, I forgot about the Kazunari arc, I forgot about this. I thought that most of this Azumi stuff was like in the next one, like isolated, you know? Because like all the Chikage stuff is in the Spring Troop one, all the Kumon stuff is in the Summer Troop one. I thought the Azumi stuff was in the Autumn Troop one, but it's not. Because he's involved in the Summer Troop stuff, and I forgot. So I'm reading, that's another thing, when it takes me so long to read everything and take notes and aka write my script, I go to read this and I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. And then the whole video is just me going, I didn't remember this at all, but here's what happened. Bruh. But also that's the point, I'm trying to make this jank, it's not supposed to sound professional. Low camera quality, broken fucking microphone, bullshit, just bullshit, it's supposed to be bullshit, okay? So Azumi shows up at the dorms with Sakura, and Sakyo's like, what the fuck is this kid doing here? They immediately start arguing. Azumi and Sakyo, right? They start arguing in sort of a Bonri and Juza type fashion, like just bickering, and everyone's like, wait, this kid is arguing with Sakyo, nobody does that, Sakyo's terrifying, he's crazy, right? And so everyone's like, whoa, this is crazy. And Azumi's like, I'm not staying with this fucking asshole. And Sakura is like, dude, you have nowhere else to go, please, you have to stay here. And he's like, okay, fine. And Izumi's like, wait, so he listens to Sakura, but he doesn't listen to Sakyo? That's so interesting, which is so funny. Because usually, obviously, it's the other way around. Sakura's like the pipsqueak in comparison to Sakyo, right? So Sakyo goes to Izumi and he's like, I'll keep an eye on him, like, I won't let him bother anyone. He'll leave eventually, it's fine, just let him stay here, please. And Izumi's like, okay. Sure. And then Kumon tells everyone, like, oh, that's the kid that from the fight the other day that I was telling you guys about, the super strong, cool kid. And Sakura is like, yeah, he's the chairman's son. And everyone is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, who is this kid? We cut to Azumi getting settled into his room with Sakyo, because remember, Sakyo has a room to himself, right? Sort of, except when Sakura is there. But, you know, so Azumi's staying in Sakyo's room. So they're getting settled in. Sakura isn't there, it's just the two of them. Sakyo says some shit about, like, you're already this age and you're still making problems for your dad, aren't you embarrassed? And Azumi's like, shut up, you don't get to say that to me. Like, you're the only guy who gets to run around and do whatever he wants. And Sakyo just is like, and he shuts off the lights and they go to bed. And Sakyo, as he's falling asleep, is thinking about, like, I don't know what happened between us. Like, he used to be so attached to me up until just a little while ago. Like, what the fuck happened? From here, we cut right back to Summer Troop practicing again. And Kumon says something about, like, he feels bad that his skill level is so low compared to everyone else, even though he's playing the lead and whatever. And everyone, of course, is like, no, it's fine, you'll be great, you'll do great. And Tenma says maybe get back into the headspace that you were in when you were playing baseball. Like, think back to when you were playing baseball and it might help, right? And then Kazunari's like, oh, that's right. I got some baseball tickets to a game this weekend from a friend of mine. And so everyone's like, we should all go to the baseball game, right? So we cut to the baseball game. Kumon is in the stands, absolutely riled. He's like hype as fuck. So Izumi's noticing this and she's like, well, so if he still loves baseball to this extent, what's his problem, right? Like, what happened? And then they get back to the dorms, and Kumon is like, wait, there's enough people at the dorms, right? We should split into teams and play baseball. And Izumi's like, okay, so he can still play baseball. What's going on? Like, what? Like, wait. Does it look like I'm jorking it when I do this? I was like shaking my hand like this, but down here, and it's kind of, ew. I just realized I was jorking it. Okay. Oh my god. In front of Rabir and Sakyo and Taemin. Oh, there's another Taemin behind them. This video is all over the place. Help! Okay. So they're splitting off into teams. There's of course a couple people who don't actually want to play sports because they just don't want to. And so they have Azumi join. And he's like, well, I prefer soccer. And then he's really good at baseball, right? Okay. So, first of all, this fucking guy. But second of all, this is Azumi Kumon bonding. Exhibit A. Actually, this is probably Exhibit B, because Kumon talked to him after that fight, but that wasn't really bonding, because Azumi just was like, okay, bro, bye. But anyway, so, okay. Another thing I wanted to mention that's kind of funny is that Chikage was like, oh, I don't know the rules of baseball, how does this work? And Itaru was the one that explained the rules of baseball. Was Chikage probably lying about not knowing the rules of baseball? Yeah, obviously. But the fact that Itaru was the one that explained to me, is really funny. Itaru knowing the rules of a sport, #Gatmo. #Gatmo. Also, I just think, I always forget that Chikage is like funny as fuck. Like he's, like he likes to lie all the time and whatever, but like at first when he's lying and being like an evil bitch, he's like doing it for a sinister purpose, because he's like, I'm kidnapping your director and you're gonna fall apart without her and whatever. But after that, he just keeps lying for fun. Also, I mean, even during that, the lies he comes up with are really funny. Like the fact that he was like, oh, my fucking sister has to make the ultimate curry or her Indian boyfriend's family won't. Who thinks of that? That's hilarious. But then the whole pretending to be bad at fucking baseball, I didn't write all the details of this down, but if I remember right, just off the top of my head, he literally had Itaru explain the rules of baseball, which, I mean, come on, he knows them. And then he goes up, it's his turn to hit the ball, right? He fucking hits the ball really well, like home run, right? So everyone's like, whoa, he's really good at this. And then he's like just standing there. And they're like, dude, you're supposed to run. And he's like, oh shit, right, that's crazy. He's so funny, dude. He's fucking hilarious. And whenever I think about him, I'm just like, oh yeah, he's just like mad serious and like a little bitch and he's annoying. And I hate that guy, he's evil. And then I remember he's mad funny and I'm like, oh, I can't hate him anymore, he's funny as shit. Fuck. And then I remember that he bullies Itaru and then I'm like, god damn, he's fucking funny as hell. Fuck. So, meanwhile, Kumon is doing very well at baseball, and so Tenma offhandedly is kind of like, oh, I thought it was something about baseball specifically that was holding Kumon back, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. And Izumi hears this and she's like, okay, so you noticed that too? And so they're kind of like, what's going on? They're putting together the pieces that we as the audience already sort of know. But they're like, what's happening, right? During this game, Juza asks Muku for a copy of the Summer Troop script, and Muku's like, for what? And Juza's like, just consider it insurance. And it's like, what? This comes back later, of course, but for now it's kind of just like, huh? After the game is over, everyone kind of leaves. Kumon and Muku are the only ones left on the baseball field, which I forgot to mention. They're not at the dorms, they're like, they're at a nearby baseball field, like by the school or something, by one of the schools. I don't know. But they're out in public, right? So they're standing on this baseball field, Kumon and Muku, and some of Kumon's old baseball teammates happen to see them. And they're like, what are you fucking doing out here, you asshole? Like, just playing baseball so casually with your new friends after you ran away from the team? And Kumon's like, At this point, it is becoming incredibly clear to us as the audience that this play that Summer Troop is doing is based on Kumon's actual real-life experience and the reason he actually quit baseball. Juza, you are fucking insane. Tell Suzaru Kumon's entire lore and then be like, write a play about it, and he'll perform it in front of everybody. What the actual fuck is that shit? That's insane. After these guys leave, Muku asks Kumon why he quit the team, because he doesn't know, right? He's like, so what actually happened? And we get a flashback, a Kumon flashback, to when he was first on the baseball team, right? The high school baseball team. He made friends with this kid named Yamaguchi, right? And Kumon was the best guy on the team. So Yamaguchi was always like, wow, like I thought our team was gonna suck, but now that you're here, you're the best guy we have. There's no way we can lose. And like saying all this stuff that would sound really nice, but to someone like Kumon who has really bad anxiety from pressure, it actually ends up just raising the stakes and making him feel a lot worse when it comes down to it. So their first game of the season, Kumon was sick and he couldn't go. They lost. So Yamaguchi came to his house afterwards and was like, hey, like we lost, but it's fine and whatever. And Kumon's like, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, it's okay. You were sick. Like, it's fine. Like, we'll definitely win next time though, right? And Kumon's like, yeah, for sure. Uh-oh. We cut to Kumon practicing with Tenma. Kumon is improving, and Tenma points this out, and Kumon is like, wow, I think it's because I relate to the main character quite a bit. Haha, hee hee. Then, Igawa comes in, Tenma's manager. I think every time I say his name, I'm like, remember that's Tenma's manager, by the way? You guys probably know who that is by this point. I don't think I need to keep saying that. But anyway, he comes in, and he tells Tenma that he has actually been offered a part in that movie. It's a small part, not the part he auditioned for, but the actor that was supposed to play this little role suddenly fell ill, so they're offering Tenma the part. And also, Igawa has a message from Tenma's dad about this. Basically, he says, the director might say you're perfect for the part, but there's plenty of actors at your level. Don't worry about it, and just focus on theater, right? Because Tenma would actually have to miss a week of practice for the play to film this movie. Upon hearing this message, a few of the Summer Troop members are like, damn, that was rude as fuck. Like, he's saying you're not special and there's like so many people that are like you. Izumi is like, I think he was trying to say that he knows Tenma treasures theater and so he shouldn't worry about like trying to tell him not to be conflicted about the two things and just choose theater. And Tenma says, that's so him. But he's like, don't worry guys, I'm not gonna abandon you, like I won't do the movie. So he tells Igawa like, you know, reject the offer. And then Tenma and Igawa leave. And everyone is like, so he should do the movie, right? Like he should do the movie. And they're all like, yeah, he should probably do the movie. So Kumon and Muku are like, oh my God, he probably just thinks we suck. And like, he knows that he wouldn't be able to leave us alone for a week and it would be a disaster because we're so terrible. And Yuki is like, guys, shut the fuck, stop being so mentally ill. He just wants to do his best for the play. Oh my God, duh. They figure Tenma is just reasonably conflicted because he treasures both things, you know? And so in that moment, he just chose theater. Which is fire, but also, he probably should do the movie, right? So, we cut to Tenma and Yuki in their room later. Yuki goes to Tenma and is like, are you scared? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, loser? You a coward? You're too scared to do the movie? And Tenma's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the hell? And so they start yelling at each other. And of course, this is Yuki's way of trying to say, like, you should do the movie and we would support you if you did. But he's I was gonna make some joke about him being gay or whatever. it's, you know, I don't think I even really need to say it. So they're yelling at each other. It gets so loud that everyone from summer troop comes over and they're like, guys, what is going on? But as soon as they realize what they're yelling about, they're like, oh, okay. And so then they have a conversation with Tenma being like, listen, it's a good opportunity. You should do the movie. You know, we'll hold down the fort. You can trust us. We'll support you while you're gone, etc. Right? Izumi is like, anything that you learn from doing this movie, you can also apply to the play. So you should do it, right? I think it's really funny that she uses this on Tenma and Tasuku all the time, and it's successful pretty much every single time. She can do this to pretty much anyone at this point, and it will usually work, but those two are the most simple when it comes to that. It's very funny. So we cut to Tenma packing his shit up and flying to Paris to film the movie, right? Everyone gives him like their own little gifts to like good luck gifts, you know? And he's like, "Aw, guys, like, aw. And Yuki is like, we'll make sure to become so good while you're gone that it actually seems like a totally different troop when you get back. Your socks are gonna be miles away. Blown straight off. Smooth off." And Tenma, instead of being like, is just like, "I'll look forward to it." Oh, why he say it like that? Whoa, he's crazy. We cut to Tenma and Igawa in Paris, right? Tenma is lost as fuck. He doesn't know where anything is. Igawa is like, "Thank God I came with you because you would be gone forever if I didn't." Tenma mentions that he is worried, not worried, but he's like hoping everyone is doing fine with the play, right? And he's like, "I'm counting on you over there, Yuki." Bruh. He doesn't say this, of course, to Yuki because Yuki ain't there. But he just says that, like kind of, you know how like in movies people will say shit like just kind of almost to the sky? Like, "I'm counting on you over there." That's the vibe here. That's what he'd be doing in this moment. Right now. Okay? We cut back to Summer Troop. They have decided that since Tenma is gone and he's the leader, they're gonna take turns being leaders on different days, right? But they're having trouble locking in. It's population of lock-in city currently 0. Okay? Yuki is noticing this and he's starting to get kind of worried because he's like, we're making pretty slow progress and like there's no way we're gonna be able to blow Tenma's socks smooth off if we're acting like this. He ends up getting a phone call from Tenma late one night while he's, you know, in bed, basically. I don't know if he's in bed. Where is he? Let's fact check that statement I just made. Where the fuck is it? Why can I never find anything? I know it's on here. What the hell? Oh, it's because he's back here. Yeah, he's in the practice room at night. Can you see this? No. I'll put it on screen anyway, but anyways, Jesus Christ. So we get a CG here. It's really cute. Yuki's on the floor in the practice room. It's dark out. Tenma's on the street in Paris. It's not dark out. Time zones. Whoa. So Tenma's checking in. He's like, "How's it going, gang?" And Yuki checks in on Tenma as well. They have a strangely normal and heartfelt conversation. Tenma, I think if I remember right, Tenma says something kind of nice and cute, and Yuki's like, "Ew," and he hangs up. Classic. But after he hangs up, he's like, "We can't keep going like this. Like, we have to lock in for Tenma's sake, right? Because if he comes back and it's a train wreck, bad." So Yuki goes for a little stroll outside. He finds Kumon in the courtyard or the yard or some shit. He's outside practicing his swings, right? For baseball. And Yuki is like, "Man, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night." And Kumon's like, "Well, I've been thinking about a lot of things. I feel like I'm bad at this, bad at acting." And he's like, "I think with baseball, it's easy to practice because you can focus on one thing and just practice. You can practice your swings, you can practice catching, you can practice throwing, you can practice running, one individual thing at a time, right? But with acting, it's harder to do that." And Yuki goes, "No, wait a minute. That's genius. That's genius." So the next time they practice, the next day at practice, Yuki, it's his turn to be the leader. So he goes in and he's like, "Guys, here's my strat, okay? Recall before Tenma left, the last piece of advice he gave you, and just focus on that. Like, we're only gonna focus on one thing." And he's like, "I was putting too much pressure on myself and everyone to get better at everything all at once while Tenma was gone, but that's not really possible without Tenma being here to guide us. So we're gonna focus on one thing each at a time, okay?" Bruh. And I would just like to point out here that instead of Yuki trying to be like, "Okay, what's my biggest nitpick about everybody here and I can give them advice," he just goes, default back to Tenma's advice. Good shit. Also, he is putting a lot of time and energy and thought into getting better as a troop before Tenma comes back to surprise him. So, Cut right to Tenma getting back. They do a run through for him and he's like, oh my gosh, you guys did so good while I was gone, yippee. And Yuki's like, damn right we did, period. Izumi notes that Kumon is getting pretty good, so they're like, the next step is to get him comfortable in front of an audience, right? Uh-oh. So they decide to go do a street act. Kumon gets really nervous and he sucks. And everyone else has to cover for him and kind of improv around the situation. And then afterwards, everyone's like, dude, are you okay? Like, we're worried about you. And he's like, oh my gosh, no, I'm fine. I just got a little nervous. Haha, like, no worries at all. Like, I'm literally chill. And Muku is like, uh-oh. Kumon then, privately, realizes that his fever is coming back and he gets another flashback to when he was still in baseball, okay? The flashback is of one of the several times that Kumon got sick before a game and couldn't go. His teammates are now starting to think that he's faking it and they're getting fed up with him and they're like, this guy fucking sucks, right? Meanwhile, Kumon's been going to the doctor and they run a whole bunch of tests that all come back negative. Nothing is wrong with him, allegedly, right? Relatable. This is an awful position to be in. So the doctor tells Kumon that it's probably a psychological issue and the heavy stress is causing disturbances in his autonomic nervous system. I should know how to pronounce autonomic because I have POTS, but I don't actually know how to pronounce that. Also, I'm deciding Kumon has POTS. Would all of his tests have come back negative if he had POTS? Probably not. But shut up. POTS is a disturbance in your autonomic nervous system, okay? So, adding him to the list of people in A3 that I have given POTS in my head. The list of 2. Him and Itaru. Okay, this doctor then continues by telling Kumon that he should take a break from the I almost said the basketball club. What? Yo, Kumon is fucking ballin'. Stupid man thing, I'm fucking ballin'. So, the baseball club. Okay, so Kumon goes to tell his coach, right? We cut within the flashback to Kumon telling his coach that he has to quit, at least temporarily, okay? And his coach is basically like, you're a pussy-ass bitch. And, like, you're too emotionally frail, and, like, running away isn't gonna solve your problems. You have to face them. You have to blah, 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 whatever, right? But he literally has a health problem. He's not just like, oh, I'm so scared. Oh, bye. He's, like, fucked up. So this coach is being an asshole. But that is very common of sports coaches. So this is canon events. Real-life canon events has happened to many a child, okay? Including mine own self. Oh my god, it's about to get gay in here. I forgot about this. I forget about everything. I don't remember a goddamn thing. Okay, present Kumon, who's remembering all of this stuff, is sitting by the baseball field, which I believe is where they were doing their street act. They keep going and performing on the baseball field, and then the actual baseball kids show up and they're like, Kumon, kill yourself, right? So Yamaguchi shows up, the kid that Kumon used to be besties with on the baseball team, and Kumon's like basically having a panic attack, or literally having a panic attack, on the baseball field. Yamaguchi starts yelling at him about, oh, you fucking ran away from baseball and now you're doing this stupid play, like whatever. He basically thinks Kumon is making fun of them. Like he left baseball and now he's like doing a play about how cringe baseball is or something, right? And Kumon is just like, and then Azumi shows up and he's like, you get the fuck back. You get away from my friend Kumon. Fuck you, right? Whoa. So Azumi scares off Yamaguchi and then he turns to Kumon and he's like, why are you getting bullied? Like, your brother is scary as fuck. Like, if you told him about this, you'd never get picked on again. And Kumon is like, well, I don't want to look weak in front of Juza. And Azumi is like, I guess we all have people like that, huh? Who? Tell the class, who? Huh? Sakyo? Maybe. Can you guys hear that bullshit going on outside? What the actual fuck is that sound? I understand that, like, semis drive by, I live on a highway, but like, why does that happen sometimes? Like they just, it's like they were going and then stopping and then going and then stopping, and every single time their whole fucking engine and the like exhaust pipe goes blah, blah, and it's like, dude, they're doing it again. What is this? Is that the sound it makes when a semi has to turn a corner? Why does it sound like a plane taking off and then landing and then taking off and then landing? Bruh. So Kumon and Azumi walk back to the dorms together and Kumon talks about how he wants to prove to Juza by making this play a success that he's strong and he can do it. But this is actually, he doesn't realize, having a counterintuitive effect on his mental health because he's making the stakes, again, so high in his head of like, I have to prove to Juza that I can do this. And if I can't, then that means I'm weak and frail and a piece of shit, right? Not reality, and that's why he's so sick. So anyway, they get back to the dorms. Azumi goes to Muku and is like, hey, like, Kumon is really kind of going through it, but he's trying to make sure everyone thinks that he's fine, but he's like pretty struggling and not doing great, which is really important. I think that Azumi is already starting to care about the troop other than just Sakyo, who he hates allegedly. Ooh. Azumi also tells Muku about this kid in a baseball uniform who showed up and was picking on Kumon and all that shit. And so Muku goes to Izumi and he's like, okay, can I get a ticket to the performance to give to someone? And she's like, yeah, for sure. And he's like, I'm not sure if he'll come or not though, but I'm gonna try. Clearly talking about Yamaguchi, who he knows because he was Kumon's bestie back in the day, right? So we're setting up that little plot point. We cut from here to the week before the performance, right? Kumon is not doing good. He has a fever, but he's lying and telling people that he's fine. Misumi, his roommate, notices that he's not fine, and he goes to Kumon and he's like, hey man, like, you're not okay, are you? And Kumon is like, please don't tell anyone, like, promise. And Misumi's like, okay, I won't tell anyone, but I am gonna tell Muku because you promised him, right? And so he goes to Muku, and Muku comes in, and he's like, oh my god, Kumon, like, are you okay? And it's at night by this time, so Misumi and Muku are comforting Kumon, calming him down enough that he can fall asleep. As soon as he falls asleep, Misumi is like, Muku, I get it, but you have to tell Tenma and Izumi about this. And Muku is like, okay, but I have to tell Juza first. So we cut to Muku and Juza discussion. Juza thinks that it's his fault for letting Kumon join the troop in the first place. And Muku is like, no, it's not your fault. And everyone is here to support him. Like, we can do this. We just have to get him to be fine, right? Like, show him the power of friendship. Muku is like, we should both go tell Izumi and Tenma together, okay? So that's what they do. Juza and Muku tell Izumi and Tenma that ever since elementary school, Kumon has been getting fevers from stress, especially when he is in like an important position, you know, like lead pitcher on a baseball team or main actor in a play, right? So they give kind of a rundown of like some of his history with it, and they explain that it got a lot worse when he was in middle school, but then when he got to high school, he decided to join the high school baseball team anyway, but it just kept getting worse, so he ended up having to quit because it was causing heart problems. Potts moment. But he didn't tell any of his teammates the reason, so they're all still mad at him. Bruh. Tenma and Izumi, upon hearing all this, are like, okay, so this is the plot of the play, right? Or am I fucking crazy? And Juza's like, no, yeah, I asked Suzuru to write the whole script according to his actual life because I thought it would help him overcome his anxiety on stage. You're crazy. But he's like, I'm sorry, I realized that was a bad idea and I acted selfishly. And Izumi's like, no, it's okay, like your heart was in the right place, like you were just trying to look out for him or whatever. It's like, okay, true, but that's fucking crazy. If somebody against my will was trying to make me perform a play about my trauma in front of, bruh, or like my medical history, performing a play about my medical history on stage in front of, crazy scenario. It's just now hitting me the full extent of the craziness of this moment. Oh my god, bruh. Okay. I forgot about this next part as well. Oh my goodness. Okay. So Tenma is like, I've had that kind of anxiety before as well, and it comes from a place of like wanting so badly to succeed, right? And for everything to go perfect. And he's like, Juza, you could have told us about this. Like, come on. And Juza's like, well, I didn't want you guys to baby him, like to pay extra attention to him and make sure he was whatever, because that also puts a burden on him and makes him more anxious. But I realized that also probably was a bad idea and I could have told you and I'm sorry. And then he says that he has memorized all of Kumon's lines, so if at any point Kumon can't go on, he'll do it instead. And he's like, this is me taking responsibility for my action of deceiving you all and not telling you about this in the first place. And everyone's like, ooh, and then Bonri shows up and he's like, well, he's probably been here the whole time. They might be in Juza's room, I don't know. He pulls up and he's like, Juza, you dumbass, you can't perform in a comedy play, you suck. And Juza's like, bruh. And then Bonri goes, but I can. Whoa. Bruh. So that's crazy. Bonri's like, I also memorized all of Kumon's lines because you were practicing so much, and so now I just know them, and I'm better than you, and I can do comedy better than you can, and fuck you, bitch, but I'll do it if you need me to. And so then Juza like pipes up like he's about to say something, and Bonri's like, oh, what, you're gonna insist you have to do it, and blah, blah, blah. And Juza just goes, dude, thank you. I owe you one. Everyone in the room shocked. Gagged. This is top 10 gay moments. Top 10 gay moments. I should actually make every time I say top 10 something, I should go back through and make videos of all those top 10 moments. I should make top 10 A3 gay moments. How would I slim it down to 10? I don't know. There's like a million of them. Every single thing that anyone says in this game is a top 10 gay moment. So, the next morning, when Kumon wakes up, the rest of Summer Troop, go into his room. And they do their little silly improv thing again where they're all teenage girls, right? And so Kumon's like, hee hee, I haw the, and then Tenma is like, you know, when I started, when Summer Troop was invented, when Summer Troop 2 technically was invented, I had a problem from my childhood as well. And it caused me to make a huge mistake on stage in front of everybody. And Kumon is like, oh my god, the Tenma made a mistake? That's crazy. You never do that. Oh my god. And Tenma is like, right. But thanks to all these guys here next to me, all these Summer Troop guys, I was able to overcome it. And we would do the same thing for you in a heartbeat. Bruh. Real tears. And so Summer Troop kind of gives Kumon a little rundown of how each play they'd done up until this point, at least one of the troop members was like going the fuck through it in some way, and everyone else helped them overcome whatever their problem was, and they pulled it off. And Tenma is like, now it's your turn, and we'll support you, and we got this. Then we cut to, my god, we cut to the dress rehearsal, okay? And Autumn Troop comes by to give them, you know, like a good luck, good luck, you know, exactly like that. Can you imagine Sakyo doing that? I can imagine Sakyo doing that. There's a terrifying Sakyo image from a couple years ago, the one where he's like, oh my god. Okay, anyway, Azumi comes in because he's like an honorary Autumn Troop guy, I guess, because he's staying with Sakyo. I don't know, but he comes in and he sees their makeup and he's like, ew, get that shit, take that off now. And so they're like, what? And he's like, so we find out that Azumi is actually an aspiring hair and makeup artist. How convenient. We were missing one of those. We need that. Oh my gosh. This is why his dad was freaking the fuck out, you know, in that scene from before. His dad found his makeup supplies and freaked out, and he was like, you're no little sissy gay boy is living in my house, and he like smashed the whole makeup set, and Azumi was like, bitch, I'm leaving, and he left. And so yikes. So they let Azumi do the makeup, and it's really good, and they're like, oh my gosh, wait, whoa. And Tenma is like, you should stick around and help us with the future plays, and Azumi is like, well, I don't mind, but none of you are allowed to complain about how I do things. And Tenma is like, oh, you sound like a certain someone. Yuki. Yeah, the dress rehearsal goes well, and then afterwards, Kumon talks to Azumi, and he's like, dude, like, you should be a makeup artist when you're older, like, you're so good at this, are you gonna do that? Like, that should be the plan, right? Because you got mad skills. And Azumi's like, no, I definitely can't do that because of the family that I come from, and it's, you know, and Kumon is like, oh shit, right. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Oops. So Azumi from there is like, what about you? How's your acting going? What's the vibe? And Kumon is like, well, I'm feeling okay physically. I'm just a little bit worried about my ability to keep up with ad-libs, right? And Azumi's like, what? And Kumon is like, well, Summer Troop does a lot of ad-libbing and I'm just not very good at it. So Azumi's like, oh, okay, I see. Well, good luck. Then we randomly cut to Muku going to the baseball field early in the morning to try to give a ticket to Yamaguchi, who keeps being like, no. And we find out that Muku has actually been coming like every morning for a little while trying to give him a ticket, and he keeps refusing, and Muku just keeps being like, I'm gonna keep coming back as many times as it takes. Which reminded me of the Captain Sky event story where they were going to Misumi's house, talking to his brother, and being like, let me in. And then eventually he was like, oh my god, okay, what? Then we cut to Kumon talking to Izumi, and he's like, hey, like, do you have any tips for how to get better at ad-libs? And Izumi's like, I mean, like, you can practice etudes and improv and stuff, but like, it's not really a requirement. You don't have to do that until you're more comfortable with acting in general. And from there, Kumon gets so anxious about his ability to keep up with ad-libs that his anxiety fever comes back. Classic. I could tell, as someone who sort of deals with this as well, from the moment he said, I'm just a little worried about ad-libs, that this was gonna be a new thing. Because that's exactly what I do. I go, well, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I am a little bit worried about this. And then 2 days later, it's all I can think about, and I'm freaking the fuck out, right? So Kumon now is in bed with his fever, and Juza is there taking care of him, and Kumon is like, you were right. I should have never joined the troop, and like, I just wanted to be strong and cool like you, but I guess a weak guy like me has no right to be doing that. And Juza, he says, you don't need a right to dream or stand on stage. To hell with that. I wouldn't have been allowed here either if that was a thing. Don't give up, just focus on getting your fever down. Slay. He's awesome. So Kumon gets some rest. Juza goes to talk to Izumi, Tenma, and Banri, and apparently fucking everyone else is also there because they keep butting into the conversation, so whatever. It's kind of one of those things where like you're in a room and just there's other guys in the room because it's the dorms, okay? There's always just other guys when it's plot convenient, just around. So they're about to make the call to have Kumon not do the play, right? And Juza comes in and he's like, no, like, can we wait? Like, just let him stay until the very end. And so you expect this to kind of be like, everyone is like, oh my God, you're right. We'll let him stand. And then Kumon somehow is miraculously fine. And then he goes up and everyone's like, oh, yippee, happy ending, right? But instead, Izumi is like, no, I have to make the call for both the play and for Kumon's health. He is not allowed to go up unless his fever goes down. Like, we can't have anything terrible happening. No. She's like, I'm sorry, I understand your feelings, but just as the director, I have to make this call. He can't. She does, however, say that since there is a little bit of time still before the actual performances, that there might be a way to get his fever down. And Yuki, who also is here, is like, I don't understand why it got so bad again, he was fine. And then Azumi, who also is here, is like, oh, you know, now that I think about it, he was talking to me about being worried that he can't do ad-libs very well. So Tenma, who we knew was here, actually, is like, can I ask you guys a favor? Bruh. This is the bruh. This is the bruh. So the favor is the next morning, or I don't know what the fuck time it is, but whatever. We cut to Summer Troop plus Izumi, Juza, and Banri doing the teenage girls thing again in Kumon's room. Okay. Nuke at the club. They have Juza's teenage girl character, whatever, confess romantic feelings to Kumon. Why would you do that, bruh? What the fuck? So, bruh. But of course he sucks at acting like a teenage girl, so Kumon just bursts out laughing and he's like, oh my God, like, you're so stiff and like, you're terrible at comedy acting. And Tenma is like, see, you can still make people laugh even if you're bad at acting, which is so fucking funny. Like, that's such a funny thing to say, insane thing to say, but such a Tenma thing to say. Reminding me of how Tenma's dad was like, don't worry about it. There's plenty of people who are just as good as you are. The same kind of shit. So Kumon gets some actual rest, gets some sleep, wakes up the next morning covered in triangles from Misumi, and notably without a fever. Yes. Big win for Kumon Nation and Summer Troop Nation. We cut right to the final performance where Azumi is doing Kumon's makeup, and for good luck, he says, I'll use my magic cheek brush. Dude. First of all, gay. Second of all, the magic cheek brush. Bruh. We'll get there, of course, but there is an absolutely insane lore reason that Azumi is into makeup and hair. And also, the origins of the magic cheek brush are crazy. And so just remember this moment, that he used it. The first time we see the magic cheek brush mentioned is when he uses it on Kumon. He's using oh, okay. I thought when I read this the first time that it was just a random cheek brush, and he was like, he knew that Kumon had like the Chuni thing, so he was like, this cheek brush actually is magic and it's good luck, and he knew that it would like placebo effect do something in Kumon's brain. No, actually. Totally wrong. I mean, probably partially still right, but like, bruh. So just keep that in the noggin, okay? Ooh, I'm about to cry. Ooh, okay. Oh my gosh, crying over the Summer Troop chapter is actually so crazy considering the way that the other chapters are. Dude, the writing in A3 is so good that like they can they can make you cry over shit that's not even like super crazy in comparison to some of the others. This game is so good. Okay. Anyway, so the thing that I'm crying about, right? The final performance, Azumi does the makeup. Kumon is still kind of pale and whatever, but he's like feeling better. Also, oh my god, the context of Kumon being sick and pale, and Azumi's doing his makeup to make him look less pale and less sick. Fuck, dude, that's crazy. Okay, anyway, so the homework. Kumon, because he is the lead of the play, was technically the leader for this thing. So they have him do that thing that they do, where they talk about they circle up before the play and they do the thing, right? He says a few words. The words that he says are, when I was a kid, I made a promise to Juza that I would take him to the Koshien one day. And when I had to quit baseball, I thought that dream was dead. But now, here on stage with you all, it is still alive. And then he just says, let's do this. Ooh! The final performance goes well. Kumon fights through his minor fever and even jumps in on an ad-lib pretty smoothly, right? Character growth. Skill level up, okay? Afterwards, we get another one of those summer troop CGs where everyone's like circled up on stage just fucking crying. Well, okay, Muku and Kumon are crying. The rest of them are just smiling, but whatever. After the performance, of course, Yamaguchi shows up. And Kumon is like, yo, what the butt? What is he doing here? And Yamaguchi is like, your annoying cousin bothered me 1 million times, and now I'm here. But he's like, listen. He tells Kumon that he's still mad that Kumon didn't tell him about this before, because if he did, things would have been very different. But watching this play reminded him that it was really fun playing baseball with Kumon back in the day, and that Kumon is very good at what he does. Yamaguchi remembers being blown away by his skills at baseball, so he's like, you know, I'm still mad, but as long as you can keep playing baseball on stage, that's good, right? He then tells Kumon that he should come to watch some of the baseball team's games sometime. And Kumon is like, oh my god, really? I can come? And Yamaguchi's like, well, we can't go back to being teammates, but we can go back to being friends, right? Slay. The boys are back together. We cut to the post-performance celebration. Kumon finds Azumi outside eating by himself, and he's like, dude, what the hell are you doing out here? And Azumi is like, well, I'm not actually part of the troupe, so I don't need to be inside. Also, I don't like when it's loud. Real. Kumon talks about how great it is to have teammates that have his back and support him and everything, and then he asks Azumi if he's going to officially join the troupe. And Azumi is like, what do you mean officially? I'm not even temporarily part of the troupe. What the fuck are you talking about? And Kumon's like, well, but you're a makeup artist, and Azuma was looking forward to your makeup for the next winter troupe performance. And Azumi is like, acting's not my style. And Kumon's like, well, if you think about it, you wouldn't have to go back to your house if you joined the troupe. And Azumi is like, okay, I'll think about it. Bruh, Kumon getting in that manipulator era. After this conversation, Azumi gets a phone call from one of his friends, who I did not mention before this because I forgot that it actually is very important later. But Azumi's been getting phone calls and giving phone calls to this friend of his for a while, right? This friend of his seems to be having a little bit of trouble at home, and also Azumi has been having trouble at home, so yippee. Also, this friend of his seems to be an aspiring actor. So Azumi gets a phone call and they're catching up, and then he's like, oh, by the way, what if I told you I was gonna join an acting troupe? Like, I might beat you to it after all, or whatever. Not after all, but he says like, turns out I might beat you to it or something. And this kid is like, oh my gosh, who the fuck is this kid? Well, let's find out. What troupe is he joining? Well, the answer might seem obvious, but you never know. The last scene of this main story act / chapter, I don't know, is the Shinsenkai chairman calling Sakura, and he's like, where's Azumi? And Sakura is like, haha, I think he feels bad now, and so he's focusing on his studies. He's like, he's fine. And the chairman is like, yeah, right. Tell me where he is right now. Scary. Oh my god. And it just ends right there. Oh my god, scary. What's gonna happen? Stay tuned to find out. Oh, I should have double checked this. No, I think it's because I'm seeing white bitch behind the... No, I think this is right. Okay. If I'm wrong, that's embarrassing, lol. Okay. So, we made it through Kumon debut. Now we get a nice little event in between, okay? In between Kumon debut and, well, Azumi debut, I guess, but he's already debuted. Anyway, this is Petals, Flutter, You Slumber, and I will mention, I don't normally mention the scouts that come with the events. Because, like, I think I've explained this, but I'm going to explain it again in case I have not. The way events work in A3, usually, I'm also not sure if this is like a universal thing either. There's like so many different types of events. Some of them are just weird. Anyway, there will be the event going that you play, and there's 3 cards you can get from getting event points. And then there's 3 more cards in the gacha pool, which is the scout, right? I never mentioned these except for this one, because this one is very important and special, okay? And I'm glad that I was printing out all these pictures, because if I didn't, I would not have actually known that this magical, beautiful scout, historical scout, is linked to this event. So I just need to show you this, okay? The scouts always have different names than the events, right? This, as you can see, is not in English, right? But this event took place in the first 2 years, which up until like the last like 3 events of the second year, all of that stuff has an official English translation that was on the English server, okay? So the name, the official English translated name of the scout that's connected to this event is In the White Birch Forest, okay? Now, the font that they chose for this name the White Bitch Forest. Azuma is in the White Bitch Forest. So iconic. I was not around for this at all, but I know about it. White Bitch Forest, come on. In the White Bitch Forest. Why did they do that? I don't know. Anyway, so this event starts with all the guys from Spring Troop and Winter Troop randomly out in the courtyard, having a like cherry blossom viewing lunch kind of thing. And they're all talking about like, wow, this is so nice. Like we should do this somewhere with a better view or something instead of like our courtyard with a singular tree or whatever it is. And Azuma's like, yeah, I was kind of thinking about that too. And then Izumi comes in and she's like, sees everybody in the courtyard. She's like, oh my gosh, this is so pretty. Let's take a picture. And then she goes, oh wait, that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is we're getting ready for the Spring Troop and Winter Troop, what are they called? Training camp? Because you know how they do those? You know how they do those training camps? What were the ones last year? There was the one where Autumn Troop and Winter Troop went to that hot spring with the ping pong, the table tennis table, remember? And then what was the other one? I don't remember it. Oh, they went camping. Spring Troop and Summer Troop went camping. Oh my god, of course I remember that one because that was the one where Suzaru and Kazunari are gay. Of course. Okay. So this year they're switching up the troops and instead of spring and summer and autumn and winter, it's spring and winter, summer and autumn, okay? So Izumi comes in, tells them, you know, we're doing the camps again. And Ichiru is like, but where are we going? And is there signal this time? And she's like, oh, actually, we haven't decided yet, so please let us know if you guys have any good ideas. Azuma asks if he can be the organizer for this one, and she's like, yeah, sure, because you know how, like, in that one, you know, Citron and Muku were kind of leading the charge? Azuma wants to basically do that for this one, okay? So Izumi is like, yeah, sure, you can plan the trip, but make sure that it is cheap enough to be approved by Sakyo, right? Sounds like a tall order, okay? Especially for somebody like Azuma who just is like, big money guy, big money, big up kind of guy. So we cut to after Azuma has made the whole plan, approved it with Sakyo, he has Kazunari make the, you know, the pamphlets explaining to everyone what the plan is. He passes them out. It's a luxury resort, luxury cottage resort. Everyone's like, how did you get this approved through Sakyo? And he's like, oh, I made a different pamphlet and I gave it to him. And so Suzaru's like, so you scammed him. And Azuma's like, well, it's fine if he doesn't find out, right? And, like, we're still gonna be practicing, so it's like, we're still doing the thing. It's fine. No worries. He's crazy. So the pamphlet has, like, a schedule of, like, what they're gonna be doing each day and at what time and all this shit, right? So there's a thing labeled fun time at the end with a star next to it. People are like, what is this? And Azuma's like, oh, you'll see. Cut to them at the camp. I mean, it's a resort, but Tasuku is the one who designed the actual training menu for this trip. So of course the first thing they're doing is fucking running. Everyone kind of notices that Masumi seems tired, and so they kind of start being like, like, is he okay? Like, what's the deal? But nobody asks yet. It's whatever. After this, they eat together, and when the food comes out, because of course they're eating at the luxury restaurant inside the resort, right? The food comes out, Izumi takes a picture of it, And then Citron is like, oh, there's some free time in the schedule. My friend recently told me about a game you can play with 11 people. So he's like, it's a game you play outside. And so they go outside and he explains the rules. It's red light, green light. So everyone's like, where did you hear about this? This is like baby shit. And he's like, well, my friend from the meat market told me about it. She said it's been popular in primary school recently and you got to keep up with the trends. So everyone's like, yo, he literally heard about this from a preschooler. That's crazy. But Tasuku, the genius that he is, he's like, now wait. What if we play red light, green light, but when you have to freeze, stop moving, red light, some would say. You have to stop in a pose that conveys some sort of thing happening, like a snapshot of a charade, and everyone else has to guess what your thing is. And if you either move or if nobody can guess your shit, you lose. And whoever loses, the two biggest losers, tonight's two biggest losers, have to clean up after practice later. Okay? They do this whole game. The losers end up being Masumi and Hisoka. Makes sense. Hisoka's sleepy and so is Masumi right now. Then the owner of the resort comes out and has a question for them. Turns out he's an old acquaintance of Azuma's because Azuma just fucking knows everybody. Okay? And he's like, would you guys be willing to do a performance for like some of the guests later? And they're like, oh my gosh, of course, sure, right. So they get working on what are we gonna do, right? And they decide that they're gonna do like a comedy about a poor family with 11 people in it, okay? Nice, okay, cool. Izumi goes to confirm this plan with the guy who owns the place, okay? After she leaves, Masumi gets dizzy and almost faints, and everyone's like, yo, dude, like, are you good? And Suzuru tells everyone that he hasn't been sleeping very much recently, and Masumi's like, I don't know, I just haven't been able to. And everyone's like, oh, is he worried about something Izumi related? And he's like, no, things are going well between us. And Chikage is like, he says that like they're actually dating. Really funny. You gotta be a certain level of delusional for Chikage to be the one clocking your shit. My knee just cracked. What am I doing, dude? I can't sit, I can't stand. Fucking. So Masumi's like, guys, seriously, I'm fine. I'm gonna go clean up the shit, right? Because remember, he has to clean up the thing. I said this literally 2 minutes ago. Okay, pay attention. So he leaves. Voice crack. So he leaves, and then everyone is like, we should probably try to find ways to like make sure he can sleep, right? So they're all coming up with these things. Hisoka leaves right after Masumi because he's like, oh, I'm supposed to also clean up the thing. So he goes and he finds Masumi asleep in the practice room, or not the practice room, wherever it was that they were practicing, I don't know. He finds Masumi asleep and he's like, dude. And Masumi wakes up and he scrambles to find his phone, and then he checks it and he's like, oh, thank goodness. And then he looks at Hisoka and he goes, did I say anything weird in my sleep? What the fuck is going on? So Hisoka's like, no. And then he's like, the weather's supposed to be nice tomorrow. I'll make sure to find a nice spot and you and me can take a nap together. Masumi is like, well, I don't mind napping with you, but I just can't sleep. Okay, they finish cleaning up, they go back inside. Everyone starts giving Masumi different things to try to get him to sleep, like different techniques of stuff. Like, for example, somebody gives him this, like, tea that's supposed to... Doesn't work, right? None of it works. He's still awake. Hisoka starts to be like, maybe none of this is gonna have any effect at all because it's not about the sleeping, it's about whatever's on his phone. But he doesn't say anything. He's like, okay, we'll figure this out. That night, Masumi still basically does not sleep. Next day, time for the cottage performance. The performance for the cottage guests, the resort guests, okay? They forgot that all of the other people staying at this resort are rich as fuck. So their plan of doing a thing where they're all poor family, hee hee ha ha, none of the jokes are landing because rich people do not know anything about being poor. So they're like, uh-oh. And Suzuru, the person who masterminded this plan, or at least like wrote the rough outline of the script or whatever he did, he's like, yo, this is not good. I cannot have my shit flopping like this. So he runs out in the middle of the act and he's like, guys, I won the lottery. And so then it becomes this family acting like rich people, and it ends up going fine. The audience thinks it's funny. Crisis averted. Afterwards, Masumi's still being weird. So Hisoka is like, follow me. I got a nap spot. I'll cure your insomnia, right? They get to the nap spot. The nap spot is outside by some cherry blossom trees, right? Not cherry blossom trees, cherry trees? I don't know. The way I just said made my teeth vibrate. Huh? So Hisoka is like, I'm going to sleep, and like we should take a nap, right? Masumi is like, well, I can't sleep. And Hisoka is like, well, okay, you can just be on your phone then, but I'm gonna sleep still because I'm sleepy. So he falls asleep. Then Masumi is sitting there and he's like, dude, now all I can hear is Hisoka's gentle breathing and the birds and stuff. He then falls asleep, right? Because of this meditative atmosphere. The rest of the guys come out, find them both asleep, and they're like, oh, so you guys found this place early, huh? And they're like, what? They wake up and they're like, what are you talking about? So it turns out the fun time star next to it, okay, on the thing was they're gonna have a cherry blossom viewing party with the whole squad, okay? They have like a picnic blanket and all these fancy lunch boxes and all this stuff, right? What was I saying? Ooh. Ooh. So Azuma is like, yeah, this place, not many people know about this place, so this was the plan. We were gonna have a flower viewing party here, right? Izumi takes a picture. Chikage and Homare are like, oh, that's a good picture. And she goes, oh, finally, I've taken a good enough picture. She posts it on her Instagram. Masumi, who was actually still asleep, wakes up, grabs his phone. He goes, and he is the first person to like Izumi's first Instagram post. Everyone is like, what the hell was that? And Izumi explains that Kazunari told her to get Instagram, so she did. But up until now, she hasn't been able to take a good enough picture that's worthy of posting. So the reason that Masumi was not sleeping is because he didn't want Izumi's first like to be stolen by Kazunari. Bruh. After this, they set up the thing, okay, the party, the lunch boxes and all that stuff. Izumi takes a commemorative photo, also posts this one. Hisoka wakes up from now having been back asleep. He goes, can everyone see Insta posts? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, so isn't Sakyo gonna see it? And she goes, and everyone's like, and then she gets a video call from Kazunari. He's like, oh my gosh, director, like I saw your Instagram post. Such a shame that I was the second like to Masumi both times. That's so sad. Sakyo shows up in the background. He's like that in the background of Kazunari's video call. He's like, what's going on? He says, Kazunari, give me your phone. Kazunari goes, oh, okay. Hands over the phone. Sakyo's like, what's all this then? And Izumi's like, oh my god, we just got these lunch boxes by chance. It was a gift, like we didn't buy them. And Sakyo's like, what about that local brew you got back there? That shouldn't be from the area you said you were going to. And Azuma's like, oh shit. Sakyo and I were drinking some of this alcohol the other day and I explained to him where it's from. Oops. Then Chikage chimes in and he's like, oh, Sakyo's pretty observant, huh? So everyone's like, I guess we can't really make any more excuses. So Sakyo is like, when you guys get back, you better turn in all your receipts. And then he goes, Azuma, Chikage, don't use strange methods to scam people. And Chikage goes, got it. And then Sakyo is like, well, take care on your way back then. And he hangs up. Oh my god. Hilarious. Now that is the end of the event. Now, I will say this story is not over. There are consequences for this action. I will say, though, that the consequences do not necessarily fall on any of the people involved, but you'll have to wait and see to find out what the fuck I'm talking about. Yep. Took me, by the way, 2 entire hours to tell the Kumon debut story. This section, 23 minutes and 5 seconds. Bruh. And it's gonna be shorter when I trim it, but like, hello? Just a second ago, I went to start recording this and I looked up at my camera, my phone, and it was already recording, but I didn't hit the button. Ghost. Welcome to Main Story Act 7. So, this one, listen, the timeline is a little weird, okay? One of the developers or writers or something once said in an interview or online or somewhere, somebody involved has at one point said, you're just not supposed to think about it that hard, allegedly. So, I'm just gonna not think about it that hard. But the reason this is confusing is because that event that I just read, the White Bitch Forest, takes place between the Kumon Act and this one, but this one picks up exactly where the Summer Troop one left off, the Kumon thing, okay? So I think there actually isn't anything between them, but there is, okay? So it starts with the squad talking about who they're gonna scout for the new Autumn Troop member, right? Because now that Summer Troop is done with their show, they gotta start thinking ahead to the Autumn Troop one. Azumi is about to say something when Sakoda comes barging in, and he's like, dude, it's bad news. Your dad is freaking the fuck out. He wants to know where you are. I told him you're at Shifudo's place. Shifudo is that kid I was talking about at the end of the Summer Troop thing that is friends with Azumi and keeps calling him on the phone, right? So This is bad. This is bad. I feel so bad for that kid. Why is he involved? I mean, I'm sure I'll find out someday. I don't really know. But like, why? Oh, okay. Also, we find out here that they've been friends since childhood. Azumi and Shift. Shifudo. I'm gonna call him Shift, okay? So, Sakyo is like, you're causing all this trouble, just go home. And Azumi's like, no, I'm gonna join Autumn Troop. And Sakyo was like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, you're not. And they start fighting, right? Like, physically fucking fighting. And everyone's watching them and they're like, whoa, this kind of looks like an action movie, but also, holy fucking shit, somebody's gonna get hurt, right? So, Omi steps in, breaks up the fight easy peasy because he's goated like that. And Sakyo is like, you're not joining Autumn Troop, like, you have no interest in acting, that's not even your dream. And Azumi is like, you have no right to talk to me about dreams, you won't even support me, and you're the only guy who gets to run around doing whatever he wants. So Kumon butts in and he's like, what if we give him a test like you guys gave me, right, to see if he can do it. At this exact moment, Yuzo walks in. From where? I don't fucking know. He comes in, he goes, how about this? You do a 10-minute long portrait about a memory from your boyhood, your childhood, and you have to do it on stage with my new guys that I'm training in, and you have to get first place in the audience vote. Everyone's like, whoa, holy jeez, that's like a lot, right? That's crazy. That's hard. And Yuzo is like, well, did I not just hear Azumi saying that he wants to be better than Sakyo? That's a high bar to clear. And Azumi's like, I'll do it. And I'll do it way better than Sakyo ever did. And Sakyo's like, okay, yeah, sure. Because he thinks this is completely impossible for Azumi to ever pull off, right? Obviously, he's gonna pull it off. We know that. This is pretty obvious. He's on the face of the thing. He's in Autumn Troop, come on. But at this point, we have to suspend our disbelief and be like, he's not gonna be able to do it. Oh my gosh, Azumi's doomed. What are we gonna do, right? Because before this, of course, Sakyo was kind of being Juza in the way that he was like adamantly against Azumi joining the troop, but just for different reasons, right? But he was really acting like when Kumon showed up and Juzo was like, no. Same kind of vibe, okay? Izumi agrees to this and she tells Azumi that he should join Autumn Troop practice starting today. And in her head, she's like, I'm a little bit worried about his home situation also, but I can't really butt in on that, so this is all I can really do for now. Cut to Azumi's first practice with Autumn Troop. Sakyo is giving him pointers, and Omi is like, aw, so you are gonna help him out, huh? Sakyo immediately stops helping him. That is so fucking funny. Omi, get his ass. Get that fucking guy. After this practice, Banri goes to Izumi and he's like, well, he's good, but it seems like right now his only motivation is rebelling against Sakyo, which might become a problem if we can't get him to truly love theater just for the sake of it. And Izumi, in her head, is like, that's really funny coming from this fucking guy whose only purpose was beating Juza when he joined. Come on, man. But her actual response out loud is like, you're right. And I think since you're the leader of Autumn Troop, you should look after him and help him. Kind of like Tenma did with Kumon. So Banri's like, oh my gosh, okay, fine. Oh my god, I'll do it. Whatever, fine. From here, we cut to Azumi out in the middle of the night. Well, not the middle of the night, but like it's later in the day. He's practicing by himself in the courtyard. Omi brings him a scone. And when he brings him a scone, he's like, oh yeah, I was like bringing everybody scones that I made, but I actually don't know if you even like sweet things. Like, do you like these or not? And Azumi is like, he's like being all weird, right? And then he says, when you do stuff like this, it kind of bothers me, so you don't have to. And Omi's like, oh, sorry, I guess I'm too much of a busybody, right? Nope, actually, there's tragic backstory, but we'll get to that. Cut to the next practice. Cut to after the next practice, actually. Izumi asks Azumi how his... Azumi, it's gonna really trip me up. Asks Azumi how his portrait is going. Azumi says, it's going well, I think, or something to those lines, right? Later, at their, like, budgeting strategy meeting, Izumi's talking to Sakyo. She mentions, like, I'm excited to see Azumi's portrait, right? He says he's probably just gonna make some shit up like Banri did and get yelled at by Yuzo, but I'll know right away if he made it up. And Izumi is like, oh, do you know about Azumi's childhood? And Sakyo's like, do I know about Azumi? Yeah, I basically raised the kid. So, turns out, Sakyo was basically Azumi's full-time caretaker because the chairman was too busy. Azumi's actual dad was too busy, right? Well, what about Azumi's mom, you might be wondering? Hold on, okay? Wait, we'll get there. Sakyo then says that the reason Azumi hates him is entirely his fault, as in Sakyo's fault. And Izumi is like, girl, what? Like, what the... So she's thinking... not saying, but in her head she's like, I wonder what the fuck is going on right now. Like, what is this beef, right? Later, Banri finds Azumi practicing his portrait, right? Banri's like, let me see what you got. Azumi does a run through. Banri goes, that sucked. He's like, that fucking sucked. Azumi's like, dude. And Banri's like, you made that up, didn't you? And Azumi's like, And Banri goes, so it is really that obvious, huh? And Azumi's like, what? Us, as the audience, the readers, we know that Banri is talking about his own self when he did that before. And he was all, how could you even tell? You don't even know me like that. It's obvious. And now he knows that it is fucking obvious. Hilarious. Character growth moments. Top 10 character growth moments. So he tells Azumi, clear some time in your schedule tomorrow. I'll help you make a better one. And Azumi's like, you don't have to do all that. And Banri's like, well, if you're okay with Sakyo laughing at you, then that's fine. And Azumi's like, I'll be there. Of course you'll be there, bitch. Come on. Oh my god, I don't want to read this. Holy shit. I forgot about this entire fucking thing. Okay. So that was the end of an episode. The next episode is Banri's boyhood collage. Surprise, we're doing Autumn Troop portraits again. So the layout of this main story act is kind of similar, really similar, to the first one. So it's like a few chapters of story and then a portrait, and then a few chapters and then a portrait, right? So just, it's a little confusing the way that I'm telling it because I'm trying to just tell it in like chronological order and it's kind of weird. But that's, A3 is just like that, you know? They just kind of jump all over the place and it's fucking strange. Whatever. So this portrait, we read the portrait as Banri's telling it, but it's actually before he's telling it. So it's confusing, but just, I'll tell you in the order it happened and I'll just try to explain it in a way that makes sense. I'm sorry. So Banri's boyhood collage is about a time when he was younger and he ran away from home. He explains that ever since he was a kid, he was always really good at everything. And at first, people praised him a lot and all that stuff, but then people just got bored of it and it became, oh, he got another 100 on his paper, oh, he won the fucking thing, oh, he whatever. It was like expected of him. So nobody was excited, nobody cared. This caused him to get very depressed. He doesn't phrase it like that, but the way he phrases it is like, life lost its color. He's very depressed, okay? So he decides he's running away from home. He just starts walking. He doesn't care where he's going. He just picks a direction, starts fucking going. Because he's like, just anywhere but here, right? He walks all day until the sun sets, and then he calls a taxi home. And when he realizes how close he actually still is to his house, he's like, maybe the world is actually pretty small. And as he's like, cinematically looking out the window of the taxi and pondering, he thinks that maybe someday in the future, someone will come along that's better than him at something. That gives him hope for the future. I would like to point out. And so the concept, alright. He obviously does not acknowledge that this ended up being Juza in this story, but obviously it is. The guy that came along that's better than him is Juza, who whooped his fucking ass in their first and only fight, right? The concept of Juza basically being Banri's reason to live. Dude, I mean, obviously now he has acting, he has everybody else, but like the concept, they're so... Okay, so we cut to before Banri tells this story, when he's meeting up with Azumi to help him with his script, right? They're talking, Banri's like, if I were you, I would do like a fraction of a memory or something. And Azumi's like, yeah, but I don't have any dramatic stories to use. And Banri's like, it doesn't have to be a dramatic story. The audience just wants an authentic story. Azumi is like, well, okay, like, what the fuck? And Banri's like, well, don't you have anything, you know, like about your parents or something, or like memories from childhood? Azumi's like, if it's from my childhood, Sakyo knows all of it, and I don't want to perform it in front of him. And Banri's like, what about your parents then? Azumi's like, that's even worse. And so Banri's like, well, then you're gonna have to just think of something else. And then he goes, you know, now that I think about it, I ran away from home one time when I was a kid. That's when he tells Azumi the story that we just read, okay? That I just said out loud, but in the context of the game, you're reading it, right? Stay with me. So he tells that story. He's like, I ran away from home once too, kind of like you're doing right now, but shorter, right? And Azumi's like, oh, I did that once too. And Banri's like, maybe you could tell that story then, go with that. Also, Azumi has explained to Banri at this point that Sakyo was his caretaker, so we're getting kind of, everyone knows that Sakyo is basically Azumi's dad. The slow reveal, so Izumi knows, Banri knows. It's not really important who knows, but I'm just making note of it because it happened. Banri then fills Azumi in on some Autumn Troop history. He's talking mostly about how Sakyo has always been looking out for the troop and everything, and the ways specifically that Sakyo has helped with stuff, which is, bruh. And Azumi is like, what is this, a history lesson? And Bonri's like, I just thought I should tell the new guy. And Azumi's like, what are you talking about? I'm not even in yet. I have to pass the test. And Bonri's like, I just have a feeling. Bitch. And then fucking Azumi is like, dude, you just made me scrap my entire performance 3 days before the show. What do you mean you have a feeling? And Bonri goes, well, that's no big deal. I would finish mine in a day. I hate him so much. I hate him. I would like to say this is kind of weird timing because in my actual real life, I've been, well, okay, as you guys know, if you've looked at my channel, I do aerial silks, right? The studio that I go to does a student showcase once in the fall, once in the spring. It is currently the spring, and it's a 6-week thing. So you have 6 classes once a week, and then a dress rehearsal, and then the showcase performance, right? I just yesterday did the 6th week. So all I have left is the dress rehearsal, and then the actual day of. At that class, I changed my song and completely scrapped the entire thing and made a new one. Because it's been not going good. Otherwise, I was not going to even perform. Like, I thought I wasn't going to even do it. And then I came to class and I locked the fuck in. So I'm kind of having a weird moment right now. That this chapter I happen to be reading specifically today is like coinciding with life a little bit. Just a little bit. That's the fun thing about interacting with media, is that little tiny pieces of it will be shit that's actually happening to you in some sort of weird way, and you're like, wow, this is profound. And it's just like a random coincidence, but you're like, wow, oh my god, whoa. Anyway, after Bonri leaves, Azumi is like, well, I don't actually remember that day all too well. I guess I should call him. Okay, who's him? Shift. But they don't say that until later. We randomly, in between this scene and like the next thing, get a little chit chat moment of Bonri and Tsumugi, where Bonri is telling Tsumugi like, yeah, Azumi's doing well. I think he's going to be a good fit for Autumn Troop and all this stuff. And Tsumugi's like, wow, you're being so leader right now. That's crazy. And Bonri's like, bro, shut up, bro. Then we get the Azumi Shift phone call. Again, he doesn't say that he's talking to Shift, but it's incredibly fucking obvious that he is. So Shift is like, dude, the fucking Yakuza is at my house. Because, as you recall, Sakura fucking told the chairman that Azumi was at Shift's house, and now they're fucking raiding Shift's house, bruh. What the hell? So Azumi is like, oh yeah, that's crazy, just make something up. Also, do you remember that time we ran away together when we were kids? And Shift is like, oh my gosh, yeah, I do remember that. So they have this whole reminiscing session while the Yakuza is breaking down Shift's fucking door. Crazy, what the fuck? This phone call ends with Shift being like, okay, I gotta go help with dinner. What do you mean help with dinner? You're like being raided right now. What the fuck is going on? Anyway. So he goes to help with dinner, he hangs up. Azumi is like, damn, he has such a good relationship with his family, and my relationship with my family fucking sucks. Sorry, dude. I don't know what to tell you. We cut right from here to the big day. Azumi's big performance with Yuzo's guys, right? We get a little moment of the people in the crowd, namely Autumn Troop and Izumi, right? Izumi is like, wow, this place is packed. I hope Azumi's gonna be okay in front of an audience. Sakyo goes, he'll be fine. He was never once nervous at any of his recitals for school. And Bonri goes, oh, so you went to those? And Sakyo's like, shut up. Bruh, so he went to those? Oh, I forgot to mention this earlier, but when Azumi was explaining to Bonri that Sakyo was basically his dad growing up, he was like, yeah, I mean, he's literally in the Yakuza, but he would always go on and on about, like, having good manners and getting good grades and all that shit, which I just love, and I love to talk about Sakyo, and so I did need to bring that up, even though I forgot to earlier. Then we go backstage with Azumi. Kumon and Muku come in to do like a little improv thing to get Azumi feeling better, even though Azumi's like not actually nervous, but they figured he would be, so they're like doing their little thing. And after they finish, Azumi is like, you guys are so stupid, bro. And then he gets called up to go on, and he's like, okay, bye. So he goes. His boyhood collage / portrait is about a time when he was 5, which was pre-Sakyo era, when he ran away from home, okay? So this story is about when him and Shift ran away when they were kids. They became friends because both of them have a dead parent. Oof. So Azumi's mom is not alive and has been dead for a long time, since before Azumi was 5, or around the time Azumi was 5. That's sucks. So he explains that they had watched this movie where a bunch of boys go on an adventure together, right? The movie he's describing is Stand By Me, which he doesn't say the title of it, but when I was reading this, I was like, that sounds a lot like Stand By Me. So I looked it up, and apparently Stand By Me was actually pretty popular in Japan. Maybe still is, I don't know. But just, I thought that was kind of a fun fact. I don't know, I wouldn't have expected that movie specifically to be popular in Japan. Not that it's the only white people movie that's popular in Japan, but I was like, okay, cool, slay. So they watch this movie about kids going on an adventure, and Shift is like, oh my god, we should do that. We're little boys, we can go on an adventure, right? Azumi is like, that seems like a lot of work, seems like kind of a pain, but I guess I'll go with you, right? So they set out on their adventure. They pack a whole bunch of shit, everything they think they'll need. All of it is complete bullshit. They go. Shift ends up getting injured. They didn't pack a band-aid. They continue on. They run into a whole bunch of other setbacks, and then eventually it starts downpouring. So at this point, they just look at each other, and they're like, all right. They silently admit defeat and turn back around and go all the way home. They end up getting yelled at, of course. Both of them ended up sick. Shift actually ended up in the hospital, but now it's just a fond memory they look back on as teens. Azumi's 14, by the way. Did I mention that? Yeah, I did, because I mentioned he's a middle schooler. Right. Azumi continues this story by saying that now, 10 years from then, he's running away from home again. But this time, it's different, because he's alone. But he can't give up, because this time, it's about something that he needs to protect. Right? Bruh. Yo, tears in my fucking eyes. Okay. Azumi concludes the story by saying, when I look back on my 5-year-old self during that time, I think I was seriously uncool. And maybe 10 years from now, I'll look back on myself and think that I'm seriously uncool now. But right now, in this moment, I know that I'm serious. And then, as soon as he finishes, cuts to, Yuzo, Izumi, Sakyo in the crowd. And Yuzo and Sakyo immediately know that Azumi is gonna get first place. Izumi, of course, also knows this. She watches Sakyo's reaction and notices that he actually seems a bit relieved. He's actually so Juza, it's kind of crazy. I'm gonna stop there, lol. I need to eat something. Okay. I redid these because they looked kind of weird. I thought it was like, it would be more cute to like put them at like an offset angle, but then I was looking back at the clip, the footage I just did, and I was like, this kind of just looks jank, so I just put them back like this. Anyway, so we cut back to the dorms after Azumi's audition, and everyone is like, oh my god, congrats, like you did it, yay. And Sakura pulls up and he's like, I'll be your first fan. And then Azumi's like, but aren't you Sakyo's first fan? And he's like, oh, yeah. And then Sakyo's like, so who's it gonna be? Like, are you my biggest fan or are you Azumi's biggest fan? And then Azumi's like, yeah. And Sakura's like, oh my god, I don't know how to choose. He's like freaking the fuck out, and they're like, they just keep fucking with him. It's not good. It's really bad, actually. He does not deserve this. Sakura, my king. Never do this to him, ever. Izumi then tells Azumi that he needs parental permission to stay at the dorm since he's a child, and Azumi's like, well, that's definitely not happening because my dad's insane. And Sakyo is like, well, I'm basically his guardian, so I guess I can like approve it or whatever. And Izumi's like, oh, okay, I guess that's fine. This obviously is gonna be a problem later. Obviously, it's gonna go perfectly fine and nothing bad is gonna happen at all, and it's just, his dad isn't even gonna ever find out or care. Clearly. Then some of the members from the other troops start talking to Azumi, like trying to get to know him and stuff, because he's officially part of the thing now. This begins with Tasuku being like, you were good when we played baseball, you should join the soccer club, which I think is Omi, Suzuru, and Tasuku, which is kind of iconic. They do a soccer play later at some point. I haven't read it yet, so I don't really know, but I've seen the cards, so they play soccer, After this, Yuki and Azuma start talking to him about skincare, and Azumi is like, yeah, I do like reviews for makeup and skincare products and I post them on this website. And Yuki and Azuma are like, oh my god, that's like a website that professionals use. Like, only people who know their shit are allowed to post reviews on that website. You're crazy with it. Kazunari is like, wait, so that means you do your own makeup, like on your own face? And Azumi's like, well, yeah, it's not like I have models. So then everyone is like, oh my god, I wonder like what Azumi looks like when he has makeup on. I want to see it. And Azumi is like, no. And then he says he'll do Izumi's makeup when he gets his new makeup set. And Izumi's like, oh my god, it's an honor, but also you had to buy a whole new makeup set, or like you got new stuff. And he's like, yeah, because someone destroyed it. He is, of course, alluding to his dad, but nobody knows that yet, so it's kind of just like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But now everybody is aware that there was an incident. Obviously, everyone knew there was an incident of some kind when Azumi showed up and was like, I'm running away from home. But still, okay, more clues to the incident. I feel like there's something in my hair and there's not. My hair is too fucking long. Later that night, back in their dorm, Sakyo asks Azumi when he's gonna tell his dad that he's in the troupe now, and he's like, oh, I'll tell him eventually. And Sakyo's like, well, it's gonna be a big shock to him if you wait, so you should just tell him sooner than later, you know? And Azumi's like, shut the fuck up, like, you don't get to say that shit to me. And then he tells Sakyo not to talk to him at all outside of practice. Yikes. There is just bullshit going on. Like, every hair on my body is like, what if I was fucked? Sakyo then has a flashback to one time when Azumi was, like, younger, right? He was, like, yay big. It's a flashback of Azumi being like, I'm gonna tell you about my secret dream, but you can't tell anyone, okay? But we don't get to see what Azumi actually says. Obviously, you kind of assume he's telling Sakyo that he wants to be a makeup artist and this and that, but we don't get to see that until later. At the next autumn troupe practice, Azumi has notably improved. Sakyo is still nitpicking every single thing he does, and Azumi is still complaining about it, but taking Sakyo's advice anyways, which is cute. Suzuru then comes in to talk about what they should do for the theme of the play, and Azumi says that he wants to do something that would allow him to do tons of makeup, right? And the squad is like, also, you should maybe play the lead, because that's, oh my gosh, I just itched my ear and it looked like I was doing the like news reporter, like live on the scene thing. It's crazy out here. Anyway, so what was I saying? The squad tells Azumi that he should play the lead because they've been having all the rookies do that so far. And Azumi's like, yeah, okay. Like, he does not care at all, which is so funny compared to, like, the other two that were like, oh, like, I don't know, eh. I guess Chikage just was like, yeah, sure. So, okay, maybe it's only funny in comparison to Kumon. Whatever. The troupe and Suzuru throw around a bunch of ideas as far as, like, what you could do that would involve a lot of makeup, and they end up deciding on zombies, which is really fucking fire. Later, Azumi goes to Suzuru individually and asks him to make Sakyo play the villain in this play because he thinks it would be easier for him to act if he didn't have to pretend that he liked Sakyo. And Suzuru is like, okay, I'll think about it, but no promises. Then we randomly get Taichi calling an autumn troupe emergency meeting. He explains that his little sister, who is in preschool, her class has an art appreciation day every year where an acting troupe comes to perform for preschoolers, but the troupe that was supposed to do it this time randomly can't go. So somebody needs to go do it because Taichi's little sister loves Art Appreciation Day and it's her last year in preschool, so this is going to be her last one, and she would be so sad if nobody was there to act, right? And so Taichi's like, we gotta go save the day. Like, we gotta do it. And Autumn Troop is like, us? Autumn Troop? Preschoolers? I don't think, do you know who you're talking to? I don't. So they're like, maybe another troop could do it, like Summer Troop or something, Spring Troop even. And Taichi's like, no, I told my sister I would bring Autumn Troop so I could show off with my friends. And they're like, dude, look at us. Look at it. No. But Taichi's like, it's okay because we have a secret weapon we can use. So we cut right to them at the preschool wearing these animal mascot costumes so nobody can see their faces, right? Diabolical. So they do a cute little, animals act for the preschoolers and the kids really love it. And then afterwards they're like running up to the guys and like climbing on them and shit. And one of the preschoolers pulls off the mask that Taichi is wearing, or like it's like a mascot head, but they pull it off and then they're like, oh my gosh, it's so-and-so's big brother, like I wonder who the other ones are. So they start pulling on Juza's one and everyone is like, don't fucking do that, don't pull on that one, no, don't. It was so funny. I think Sakyo was standing right next to Juza and he was like, protect that mask with your life, and Juza was like, understood. My god, the poor guy, he can't even be around preschoolers without people being like, you're gonna scare them away. He just has big eyebrows. That's kind of the whole, he just has big eyebrows and he kind of looks like this. What's so scary about that? So the thing goes well, the preschoolers love it. The teacher gives them a bunch of sweets as a thank you for coming in last minute and acting and, saving Art Appreciation Day. And then the teacher makes an offhand comment about how they were going to get rid of those animal costumes because they're so old and like whatever, nobody uses them anymore. And Izumi's like, oh my gosh, but they're still like functioning. Like you could still use them for something. You're getting rid of them? That's crazy. And the teacher's like, you can have them if you want them. And Izumi's like, oh my gosh, yay, free mascot costumes. I'll totally take them. But they're really heavy and annoying to carry. So Izumi just makes everyone put them back on and walk home in them. So Izumi is dressed normal, walking with 6 guys in mascot costume, like 6 giant animals. What? What? I'm just imagining that, okay. To be fair, they do live on Voluto Way, and like probably they were walking home and everyone was like, oh yeah, street act or something. It's probably not that crazy to see shit like this going on in Voluto, I guess. But it's funny as fuck, okay? They get home, they take the suits off, and everybody is like, I'm never fucking walking in these again. That was horrible and awful, and they're so hot and fucking terrible. I can't believe you made us do that. Bonri tosses the fucking suits over to Taichi and Azumi, and he's like, youngest members, go put these away, out of my sight. And Taichi is like, oh my gosh, that's so unfair. What is this hierarchical society? The pecking order, this is what they speak of? I can't believe this. So they go put them in the storage room. And while they're in the storage room, Taichi is talking to Azumi and he's like, oh, by the way, I really liked your portrait. It reminded me of a time that I ran away from home too when I was a kid. Ha, you thought that Bonri and Azumi were going to be the only two with a boyhood collage? Think again. Think again, bro. Taichi's story about running away from home is when his neighbor girl that he had a crush on, Yuki, famously, moved away, and he got really sad, so he was like eavesdropping on his parents' conversation to figure out where she moved to, and he, you know, figured out the kind of the area, and so he saved up his allowance money, bought a train ticket all by himself, got on the train, went there, but when he got off the train, he realized he had no idea where she actually lived. So he's just like standing there by the train station crying because he has no idea where the fuck he is or how to find anybody. And some lady randomly comes by and is like, oh my god, are you okay? Like, where are your parents? So they call his parents, they come pick him up, and they're like pissed off, obviously, because he just fucking left their house. But also, they're like, okay, like, what was your plan? Like, you were gonna go to her house crying like that? She would have laughed in your face. Okay, true. We know Yuki probably would have laughed at him, but also, damn, what the fuck? So Yuki's like, oh my god, yeah, I'm just a little squirk ass bitch and I'm stupid and dumb and ugly. And his dad is like, no, like, once you're at the point where you can meet her proudly, then go do it, right? So Taichi's like, oh my gosh, genius. I'll go make a bunch of friends at school and become popular and cool, and then I can go meet her again, and she'll like fall in love with me instantly or whatever. So this means that the whole reason Taichi's complex about popularity and whatever is even a thing is because he likes Yuki so much. And he just hasn't given up on that since he was like 5 or something. Which is funny because Yuki famously does not give a fuck how popular people are, because the first thing he did when he met Tenma was be like, you fucking suck. While everyone else was being like, oh my god, it's Tenma, the famous guy. So this whole shit, it's all for nothing. Kind of. Also, doesn't that sort of mean that Yuki is somehow at fault? Not at fault, but like, Yuki is the cause of the whole Taichi turning evil situation? Like in an alternate universe where Taichi and Yuki just didn't happen to be neighbors when they were little kids, Taichi would have never joined Godza probably in the first place, but even if he did, he never would have, like, Rennie wouldn't have been able to blackmail him into joining Mankai Company and being a fucking fucking sussy among us. What is this timeline? Okay. Which also means, hold on, okay. I'm connecting the dots. So this also means that in some sort of crazy way, Taichi's quest to get Yuki to like him somehow managed to lead him to destroying the one thing Yuki loves the most. This is life lessons. This is important shit. Don't do that. Moral of the story, don't do that. It's actually insane that Taichi ended up destroying Yuki's costumes because of this, because of that, because of this, because of that, and it's Yuki's fault, kind of. What the fuck? So Taichi tells Azumi this whole story, and then Azumi is like, wait, so what happened with the girl? Like, did you ever go meet her? And Taichi's like, no, I still haven't met her because I was trying to become someone I could be proud of, but I took the wrong path and became evil. And Azumi's like, what? And Taichi's like, oh yeah, I guess I should probably tell you about this insane shit that I did when I joined Autumn Troop. So he tells Azumi the whole Sussy Amogus lore, and he's like, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. And what, like, I can't let everyone's forgiveness go to waste. And Azumi's like, it doesn't really seem like everyone's mad at you though. Like, I don't think there's any hard feelings. And Taichi's like, yeah, exactly. Which is why I can't let everyone's feelings go to waste. Like, they forgave me, and that's so valuable and important, and so I will regret it for the rest of my life. And Azumi's like, Okay. And then Taichi is like, wait, speaking of crushes, like, middle schoolers grow up fast these days. Have you had your first kiss yet? Or like whatever. And Azumi's like, oh my God, ew. That is for after marriage. First you have to meet each other's parents, and then you can date, and then you get engaged, and then you get married, and then you can hold hands. And Taichi's like, whoa, you are like surprisingly, wait a minute. Did Sakyo teach you that? And Azumi's like, shut up, let's just go, let's just leave. And Taichi's like, so that's where we learn of the Azumi situation. He's nuts, I guess. He's weird. He's a weird little 14-year-old. Silly. That's like one of his core traits, I think. Like whenever I think of him, that's one of the things I think of is like, yeah, he's like weird about stuff. Then we got to Sakura randomly showing up at the dorms with a bike helmet on, and everybody's like, who the fuck is that? He takes the helmet off. He's like, guys, it's me. I got a really cool bike from my fucking boss. Let's go look at it. And everyone's like, oh, he got a motorcycle? It's a moped scooter. He's so funny. He's like, I got a moped scooter, but it's a really epic bike. After this, they find Suzaru jammed behind a door, and he's passed out with the finished script, and Bonri is like, oh, I see. His strategy is evolving. He prevented himself from falling on the floor by jamming himself behind this door frame. That's crazy. Suzaru did write Sakyo's part to be the villain. However, the villain is also Azumi's dad. This play is actually so good. Bruh. Like, just, ooh. So then we get Yuki and Azumi talking about some costuming stuff. They're brainstorming ideas already. And Azumi says that he will help Yuki in the budget debates against Sakyo, which is funny. And then Kazunari randomly shows up and he's like, guys, my school is throwing a fashion show that Bonri's gonna model in, and they need some extra help with, like, you know, costumes and makeup and stuff. Would you guys be interested in helping? And Yuki and Azumi are like, yeah, of course. Also, why is Bonri just, fuck you. You don't get to just be a model. I hate you. I hate him. Of course, he's just modeling in a fucking fashion show. I know it's a college fashion show and it's not like anything super crazy, but dude, of course he's modeling in it. Fuck that guy. We cut from here right to the fashion show. The show goes well. Everybody, it's like kind of hectic and chaotic, but Yuki and Azumi lock the fuck in. I guess Bonri locks in too, but fuck that guy. After the show, the makeup artist that Azumi was working with, the like actual like professional makeup artist that was there, offers Azumi a job, a part-time job as their assistant when he graduates middle school. And he says no for some reason. But they give him a business card anyway in case he changes his mind, and then they leave, and Yuki is like, dude, that was a crazy opportunity, what the fuck? And Azumi's like, yeah, I know. Interesting. Later, Kazunari brings Azumi some, like, festival food, because this fashion show was part of, like, a culture festival or something at their school, I don't know. But he brings Azumi some festival food, and they eat together as a thank you for, like, helping with the show, right? And Kazunari is like, why did you turn down that job, by the way? And Azumi's like, well, because my fucking dad is the chairman of the goddamn Yakuza group. I can't just be a makeup artist, you know, even if I wanted to. But I'm also not entirely sure that's even what I actually want to do. Like, I don't want to succeed my family, which is why I ran away. But I'm not 100% sure I want to be a makeup artist either. Like, I don't know. And Kazunari's like, well, I understand that giving up your family for makeup or giving up makeup for your family are both very important and heavy decisions. And I was having a similar problem recently, and I realized that you can just not choose. And Azumi's like, what? And Kazunari's like, you can do both. And then Kazunari leaves, and Azumi's just sitting there like, I could fucking do both? And he's like, whoa. And then as he's sitting there thinking, these rough students show up. I forgot about this part. Wait, no, I didn't, but I did. So these rough students are two kids that were picking on Kumon before. Yeah, the kids that were picking on Kumon before, and then Azumi showed up and was like, bro, get the fuck out of here, I'm gonna kick your ass, and then they ran, right? They have returned to get revenge on Azumi. They went to the next town over and they found some like Yakuza high school kid, and they thought, you know, we'll go kick this kid's ass, right? So Azumi's like squaring up to fight this guy because he knows he can just kick this guy's ass. But Juza happens to show up and he's like, yo, relax. And then the fucking two other kids that aren't the Yakuza high schooler are like, oh my god, is that Juza fucking Hyodo? And the Yakuza kid is like, who the fuck is that? And they're like, dude, he's a legend around here. He's never lost a fight. We need to leave. So they run off and the Yakuza kid is like, okay, and he follows them. And then Azumi is like, okay, so you're a legend, huh? And Juza's like, I guess. And Azumi's like, why did you stop me? And Juza's like, because you shouldn't be fighting people. It can cause problems for the troupe. Like, now that you're in the acting troupe, imagine how much trouble it would cause if somebody saw you fighting someone and then it like leaked on the internet or something. Like, that would be terrible. And Azumi's like, are you telling me to just get beat up? And Juza's like, no, I'm telling you to find any other way to scatter those fools. And he tells Azumi that he has a lot of experience with this because random people have been picking fights on him since he was a kid just because of the way he looked, right? And then he's like, by the way, speaking of this, your portrait reminded me of something. And then we get Juza's boyhood collage. Juza's boyhood collage is about a time when he was in elementary school and some older kid tried to pick a fight with him and Juza was ignoring him. But then the kid was like, I'm gonna go after your little brother first. Like, are you too pussy to fight me or whatever? And of course, by the way, this kid is just picking a fight with Juza because Juza looks scary or something. Like, he looks tough, but he's not. I mean, he's tough, but he's not like a troublemaker fighter kid. Not at this point, anyway. So the kid is like, I'm gonna go after your fucking brother or whatever. And then Juza is like, bitch, that's not gonna fly. So he turns around to hit the kid. And the kid, who happens to be standing at the top of a fucking staircase, takes a step back, falls down the stairs, and breaks a bone. And then the fucking teachers and the principal and whatever believe that Juza pushed him because that's what the kid says, and Juza looks like he would be a troublemaker, so the teachers just are like, yeah, I guess he fucking pushed that kid down the stairs and broke his bone. So when Juza is in the principal's office with his mom, she like grabs his hand, and Juza can tell that she's shaking because she's so angry. So Juza's like, oh my god, like, I hurt my mom. Like, she's really pissed off because of something I did, which is awful. So he runs away from home that night. He just runs to wherever the fuck. And he ends up by a riverbank, and he sits there and just is like, what if I just never live with anyone ever again? Like, if I'm just all by myself, then I can't accidentally hurt people anymore, and I'll be a better person or whatever. I won't accidentally hurt my mom. And then he stays there until the sun starts to set, when he hears Kumon and his mom calling to him from a bridge that's like above where he's sitting at the riverbank. He's like actually kind of relieved, even though he was just thinking about, you know, running away and never talking to anyone ever again. And he realizes that the riverbank he ran to is where him and Kumon would play catch all the time. So that's why Kumon knew where he would be, because he's like, this is the fucking riverbank where we play catch, right? So Juza's like, oh my gosh, maybe my subconscious mind was trying to make sure I ended up somewhere where people would find me the whole time. So they walk home, and Juza kind of explains the situation, and his mom is like, I wasn't mad at you. I was mad at everyone else for not believing you when you said you didn't do it. Ooh, good parenting. Oh my god. Juza's mom, big slay. So he apologizes for running away and whatever, and in that moment he decides that he wants to try to change and be someone better who isn't going to accidentally hurt people anymore. And that's the end of his story. So after he tells Azumi this, he's like, I still want to be a different person, but now that I have acting and theater and I have everyone at Mankai Company, things seem to be changing for the better. And he says that he continues to act because maybe it will lead him to being who he wants to be truly in the future, which is fire as fuck. So Azumi is like, well, you're lucky. You're a good fighter and you're a good actor. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who want to be like you, which is cool and cute and nice. And then Azumi is like, I also would like to be someone else if I could. And Juza is like, well, maybe if you keep acting and whatever, then someday you'll be able to be somebody else. Or you'll be able to be who you want to be, right? This next part is the beginning of the incident. I call everything the incident. How many incidents is there? All of them. 1 million billion incidents, but it's the incident. In the last act, I was remembering like, oh, that's right. The Azumi storyline starts in the Summer Troop act. And then in this one, I'm remembering that the Citron storyline starts in the Autumn Troop act. Now you might be thinking, why is there a Citron storyline if the fucking next act is Winter Troop? Well, shut up, okay? Citron storyline leads into the Winter Troop thing, but I forgot it started now, and it starts now. I have so much mental illness about this Citron shit, but we'll get there, okay? So we cut to fucking Suzuru randomly returning to the dorms from a trip back to his family home, where he's showing Citron this little thingamajig that he got from his older brother, who had just returned from a trip to a country called Zara Kingdom. This is a fictional country in the Middle East that A3 invented. Listen, I'm no scholar, but I do think it's a little bit crazy that they were like, we want to have a guy who's from the Middle East, but we're not going to use an actual real fucking country from the Middle East. We're going to just make one up. But in the other fucking shit, it's like, we're going to Paris. Like, other real countries exist. Like, in the other events, they just are like, we're flying to Paris, yay, or whatever. Or they mention, like, other real countries. You couldn't have just researched a real country in the Middle East? Like, I don't know. And I did, in my last video, give basically the Dante warning for Citron. Like, it's not great. And this is part of why they made up a whole fake fucking country. Anyway, so Suzuru's showing Citron this thing and he's like, it looks like something you would have. And Citron is like, yeah, that's a souvenir from my country. Chikage is like, I was there once actually, and it was not good. It's an absolute monarchy and the place is kind of in a state of political unrest, but it seems like recently things have gotten worse. Like, I've heard rumors that it's not good over there. And Suzuru is like, yeah, my brother was telling me that there's going to be a coronation ceremony for the next king soon. So Izumi is like, oh, Citron, are you planning on going back, like, for the coronation ceremony? And Citron's like, yeah, probably. Bitch. Ooh, brother. After this diabolical foreshadowing incident, we cut right to another fucking autumn troop practice. Don't give me whiplash like that. I need time to process the happenings. So Yuzo is at this practice and of course he watches the run through and gives them feedback, and the feedback that he gives is like, well, you guys are doing good, but the overall vibe of this play is incredibly depressing. Like, everybody just fucking dies. And so Izumi is like, I guess we could like add some ad-libs and jokes and stuff. So they try practicing some ad-libs, but Azumi sucks at it. And Izumi is like, okay, he could obviously get better at this if he applied himself, but he just doesn't seem that interested in acting still. Like, he just wants to rebel against Sakyo. So later, Bonri comes up to Izumi and is like, okay, I was trying to think of things to get Azumi more interested in acting, and I mentioned this to Kazunari, and he told me about this thing called Zombie Run Night. Now, when I tried to say Zombie Run Night in my notes, well, type Zombie Run Night in my notes, I wrote Zombie Rin, and then I just Rin jump scare in my fucking script. Oh my goodness, I can't escape. Anyway, so we cut to Zombie Rin Night. Zombie Rin Night is basically where they're at an amusement park, okay? A bunch of people dress up as zombies, and participating guests, who are designated by an eyeball necklace they buy and wear, get chased around by the zombies, right? Like a big game of tag. If you get tagged by a zombie, you go to the jail cell. When you're in the jail cell, you cannot get out unless someone that is not a zombie comes and frees you, okay? Kinda sounds fun as fuck. The entire summer troop and entire autumn troop are attending this event. Bonri is going to be a zombie, and Azumi is supposed to be doing the makeup, but when he starts doing Bonri's makeup, Bonri is like, you should be a zombie today too. Like, they won't miss one makeup artist or whatever, and I'll show you what it's like to have fun acting. So that's what happens. We get a little moment with Summer Troop before the chasing tag game thing starts, where Tenma is like, this is so stupid, I'm not participating in this, like, we're just here to watch, I don't have to do it. And Yuki's like, oh, so you're scared? And he's like, no, but I can learn about acting just as well if I'm not actually running from a zombie, so it's fine. And Yuki's like, yeah, you're right. Now, why would he say that? Wouldn't he usually continue arguing? Well, interesting fun fact. Yuki got an extra necklace and he put it on Tenma when Tenma was not looking. So there's a fucking eyeball necklace hanging off the back of Tenma's neck that Tenma does not know is there. So when the zombies come out, Tenma starts getting chased around and he's freaking the fuck out. Like, you're not supposed to chase me, I don't have a necklace on. The zombies are like, get fucked, loser, and he is the first one tagged and the first one to go to jail. From there, we cut to everyone but Sakyo and Misumi in the jail cell. They're all kind of talking about how they got caught and what the zombie looked like that caught them, and they realize that Bonri is the one who caught every single one of them. So his mission out the gate was just to catch all the guys that he knew. And Juza, upon realizing that he got caught by Bonri, is like, that fucker, he came after me while I was eating my churros. Ooh, top 10 Juza moments. He's so cute. So then we cut to Sakyo, who is running away from zombies. Bonri comes up, almost catches him, but then gets distracted because Misumi comes by. So Bonri goes running after Misumi. Sakyo barely escapes, and then Azumi shows up and he's like lurking in the fucking shadows and he's like, I know who you are. I know of your crimes. You buy cheap items for the dorms and you dilute the shampoo and the juice with water. And Sakyo, who does not realize that Azumi is a zombie at this point, is like, where are you? Who are you? What the fuck is going on? And then he gets tagged by Azumi and sent to jail. And Misumi gets put in jail before he can let everybody else out. Not because Banri caught him, but because Banri put triangular shaped items in the fucking jail cell and Misumi just went in there himself. And everyone is like, that is dirty fucking nasty shit, Banri, you're fucked up. Which is so funny. He is a little bitch. He's a little freak. Just, dude. So after Zombie Run Night is finished, Azumi tells Banri that he did in fact have fun because he got to bully and harass Sakyo. And Banri is like, okay, that's a really impure motive, but it's good enough for now. You should take that attitude with you to practice. Which is really funny coming from the guy whose only motive when he joined was to beat Juza. But I guess after this, everybody regroups after, Banri and Azumi have de-zombified, and Omi notices that Azumi scraped his hand a little bit and it's bleeding, so he's like, oh, you should go wash it off, like, here, I have a band-aid, and Azumi's like, no, it's fine, and Omi's like, well, but if you don't wash it, it could get infected, and Azumi's like, listen, I don't fucking need it, and Omi's like, shit, okay, and then Kumon and Sakyo are like, that was weird. So they ask Azumi like what the deal is, like if he has beef with Omi or something, and Azumi's like, it's nothing, it's fine. What the hell, dude? What the fuck? At the next autumn troop practice, Azumi has gotten better at ad-libs, but he is now visibly awkward around Omi and everybody else realizes, and Omi is also being awkward, so afterwards Izumi is like, okay, well that's not good. We should probably figure this out. And then we cut to a conversation between Juza, Suzuru, and Omi, where Omi brings up that Azumi's being weird around him and he does not know what he did, so he's like, if I did something I want to apologize, but I don't know. And Juza's like, maybe I'll ask Kumon to talk to Azumi about it, because it seems like they have gotten close. This is genius moves. Juza is a fucking genius. So we cut to the Azumi and Kumon conversation. Kumon asks Azumi why he's been avoiding Omi, and Azumi is like, well, I'm not really avoiding him, it's just kind of like... And then we cut right to Azumi talking to Omi. So Kumon has like dragged Azumi to just talk this out with Omi himself, right? And we don't get to see the shit that Azumi says to Kumon because Azumi just repeats it to Omi right here, so it's just kind of like, whatever. We get like a tiny little scene just to see that Kumon helped, basically, right? So Azumi gets dragged to talk to Omi, and Omi is like, oh, hey, sorry, I asked Juza for help, and then he went to Kumon, but like, sorry to get all in your business. So Omi says, before Azumi says anything, he's like, sorry, like, I have a habit of being too much of a busybody, and like, I know it can be kind of annoying, if I'm always trying to help with things or whatever, so you can just tell me not to, and I'll try to learn when to not do stuff. And Azumi's like, no, it's not that. He says, it's not bothering me, it's just that the way you act is kind of like a mother. And he's like, I know it's a weird thing to say about a guy, but you bake sweets and you care about our wounds and stuff. And it just kind of reminds me of a mom. But my mom died when I was really young, and so I guess I just kind of feel nervous around you because I'm not used to that sort of vibe. And Omi is like, actually, I lost my mom when I was kind of young too, so I understand what you mean. And Azumi's like, well, if you didn't have a mom, then why do you act like a mom? And Omi's like, well, I guess I just was longing for my own mom, so I sort of started acting like a mom, or like the idealized version of what I think a mom should be, which is so fire. I don't know if that's a thing that happens in real life, or if they just made that up. Like, if that's a brand of mental illness that people actually have in real life, I'm sure it is. Everything can happen. Anything is possible. Omi then says he's glad that he's not bothering Azumi because he thought he had like done something wrong. And Azumi's like, no, it's okay. And then they have this sort of awkwardly silent moment. And then Azumi's like, well, Kumon told me to talk to you, but there's not really anything else to talk about. And Omi's like, actually, we do have one other thing in common that I haven't told you about. What do you think it is? That's right. Omi ran away from home once when he was a kid. Time for the Omi boyhood collage. Yep. Omi's running away from home story is about when he was younger and his mom died. His dad fell into a deep depression and was only able to keep up basically with his job, but wasn't really doing anything at home, and his two younger brothers were too young to know how to do anything. So Omi realized that he had to sort of lock in and start helping out around the house and cooking and stuff, because otherwise his family was just going to completely fucking fall apart, right? So he got in the habit of doing this, but then his brothers started complaining about like, oh, I wish we had mom's cooking and whatever. And Omi just was like, oh my fucking God, like, I get it, but I can't, like, nobody appreciates all the hard fucking work that I'm doing. And my dad still barely gives a fuck about us and like, whatever, like, I can't do this. So the next day after he got done with school, he went and got groceries like he normally would and walked halfway home. But then he just was like, no. And he turned around and just walked away. The translation I was reading on Yay Cupcake says he walked to a riverbed, which I think is very funny. Obviously they meant to say riverbank, the side of the river, but the riverbed is the bottom of the river. So I'm just picturing Omi just walking into a river and like standing at the bottom of a river. I don't know, it's funny. So Omi sits at the riverbank and he watches the sunset and he's thinking about like, I wonder what my brothers are up to, or like what my family is doing now that I'm not home cooking for them, you know? And he's like, you know, they probably just ordered a fucking pizza. And then he's like, dude, what have I been doing? I've been cooking for them this whole time and putting in all this effort when my dad could have just been ordering pizzas. Oh my God. So he starts feeling like a fucking idiot for putting in all that effort that nobody was like appreciating, right? And then he gets so like upset that he ends up falling asleep. And he wakes up a little while later to a boy right around his age shaking him awake and being like, are you running away from home too? And Omi's like, what? And this kid is like, I'm actually kind of a pro at running away from home. I've done it so many times, maybe like 10 or something. And Omi's like, oh, that's crazy. And this kid is like, my name is Nachi. Uh-oh. Bruh. So this is the Omi and Nachi lore. What's the word? I don't know. It's when they met. Okay, come on. So when Nachi said like, I'm a pro at running away from home, like whatever, Omi thought this was really hilarious. So he ended up telling Nachi the story of why he was running away from home. And Nachi was like, I think you should just skip out whenever you want because they don't appreciate you and you haven't gotten a break. So Omi's like, damn, you kind of right about that. But then he's like, actually, I kind of think I've been working so hard partially to avoid thinking about the fact that my mom died. And he realizes that he's been doing something sort of similar to what his dad's been doing with focusing on his job, right? And then he's like, maybe I've been working so hard to keep everything going smoothly at home to show my mom up in heaven that we're okay without her and she doesn't have to worry about us. Oh my fucking God, you cannot just say that. Bruh, when I read this, I was crying. Omi is not very high on my Blorbo list, but his stories make me cry a lot because they're just, dude. So Omi then tells Nachi that he's gonna hold off on skipping for a while, and he says maybe he'll do it again when his brothers are old enough to do all the housework. And Nachi is like, well, when that day comes, I'll join you. Dude, I'm ill. I'm mentally ill. Okay, Omi goes home. And I keep changing the tense that I'm explaining this story, and I'm sorry about that. His dad apologizes for leaving the housework up to him for all this time, and Omi makes them late night dinner with the groceries he bought earlier in the day. And then present Omi, as he's telling this story, says that like after that point, my dad started being able to smile again little by little, and my brothers started helping out with the housework. And he concludes his boyhood collage by saying that he didn't meet Nachi again until high school, but this incident allowed him to meet his eventual best friend. Sadness and pain and suffering. Omi then tells Azumi that he's sorry for treating him like a little brother without thinking about it and that he'll try not to in the future. And Azumi is like, no, you should stay how you are. It's not like I don't like it, I just don't really know how to react. And then after dinner that night, Azumi comes over to help Omi with the dishes, and Suzuru and Juza notice this, and they ask Kumon what he did to get them to make up, and Kumon says, I taught him how to apologize without using his words. Whenever I couldn't apologize to my mom, I would help her with the dishes. Period, bro. Mic drop. Boom. Mic drop with the mic in this hand. Boom. That's so cute, and he's a genius. Oh my god. Okay. So at the next autumn troop practice, Yuki has the costumes done, so Azumi does a test run of the makeup, and then they go do a street act outside in costume. Izumi can tell during the street act that whatever beef there was between Omi and Azumi has been squashed, but Azumi still hates Sakyo, and it's incredibly obvious because when they do ad-libs, all of his ad-libs just have to do with hating Sakyo or something, so it's like, bro, we gotta figure this out. When they get back to the dorms after the street act, Azumi asks Sakura to go pick up his bag from his house because it has all of his textbooks and stuff that he needs for school in it. And Sakyo hears this and he's like, go get it yourself. And Azumi's like, no, I don't want to see my dad. And Sakyo's like, and Azumi's like, and it ends with Azumi being like, I can't work with this fucking guy. And Sakyo being like, then quit. We don't need losers like you anyway. And then Sakyo storms off. Izumi goes to find him and talk to him, and she gets there and he's like, listen, look, I'm calming down right now, okay? Leave me alone. Which is so funny. I love him so much. Just to be like, I'm calming down right now. So get the fuck. Love. Direct communication, period. So Izumi is like, Azumi is the only person who you act so immature around. Like, what's the deal? And Sakyo's like, I guess whenever I'm around him, I revert to how I was when I first met him, and I was only 20 years old, and I was just upset all the time that I had to deal with this little brat of a kid. Because, like, Sakyo joined the Jinsenkai, and the first thing that the chairman made him do was just be a babysitter. So he's like, hey, raise my son. And Sakyo's like, what the hell? So that's kind of what happened there. He tells Izumi, he's like, I actually feel like that with you sometimes too. When I'm around you, sometimes I feel like I'm a kid again, which sounds like something cute, right? But in this context, you're also like, what? And then Izumi is like, are you saying you get annoyed around me because you feel like you're dealing with a child? Which is so funny. And then Sakyo just is like, and she's like, at least deny it. Oh my god. So they're really funny and I love them. And just more evidence of Izumi being just completely, like, Sakyo says something that could be interpreted as flirting, and Izumi just is like, are you saying you think I'm childish? Oh my god, what the? She's hilarious, and I love her so much. So Izumi asks Sakyo why Azumi even hates him so much in the first place, and Sakyo's response is like, oh, it's only natural. And then we get a little bit of lore from Sakyo. We get kind of a Sakyo flashback, or like he explains everything in such detail that it seems like a flashback, basically. So his first job, like I said, when he joined the Jinsenkai was to look after Azumi. This was right after Azumi's mom died, so Azumi was really depressed and like wasn't even talking, basically, and Sakyo had to put in a lot of work, a lot of parenting to get this kid to be even somewhat normal again. But eventually it started working and Azumi started opening up to him. This is around the time that Azumi told Sakyo about his top secret dream of being a makeup artist. So that was, the flashback that Sakyo was about to have before and then didn't quite have. But so Azumi, told him, this is my dream, but I know I can't do it because I'm the son of a Yakuza and this is, just a girly little bitch dream or whatever. And Sakyo's like, listen up. It's good to have a dream, even if it seems completely hopeless, right? And he's, of course, saying this because he sees himself in Azumi in that moment, because this is after Sakyo had already given up on his dream of acting at Mankai Company. So he's like, listen, don't give up. Like, you can somehow do it. So he's like talking to himself, but also talking to Azumi, but like, so beautiful parenting moments. And then Sakyo does tell Azumi, like, I also have a dream that I basically gave up on, but it's still there. Like, no matter how hopeless it is, I still think maybe it'll happen someday. And Azumi says, well, someday I hope we can make our dreams come true together. Notice how they're doing that right now? Notice how they're doing that. Whoa. So Sakyo tells Izumi this whole thing. And he says that the reason Azumi hates him is because he irresponsibly cheered on Azumi's dream just to disappear and fulfill his own dream by himself, while Azumi still can't, right? So Izumi is like, well, he seems so happy when he's doing makeup. Like, I don't think you were irresponsible to cheer him on at all. She asks if Sakyo still wants Azumi to follow his dreams, and he's like, well, yeah, of course I do, but also the chairman's dream is for Azumi to carry on the Jinsenkai, and I owe that man my life. Like, he picked me up off the streets and helped me straighten out and gave me enough money to buy my mom a house that she didn't even want. So Sakyo's basically stuck between stuck between two dreams, right? Of two people that he cares for deeply. Azumi's dream of being a makeup artist, the chairman's dream of Azumi not doing that. So, which makes sense. And then Izumi is like, you should tell him that. And Sakyo's like, oh, you could never fucking do that. Come on, man. Lock in. So yeah, Sakyo's like, oh, I can't tell him that, like, pathetic, emotional shit, right? Like, I don't want to look like a little bitch in front of Azumi, which is funny because he was saying the same thing about Sakyo, remember, with the Kumon conversation about Juza? Interesting. I just made eye contact with the gay guys kissing poster, and now I'm thrown off. So Izumi, of course, is like, well, you really should just tell him. Like, if you don't, he's never gonna know. You're just gonna keep misunderstanding each other and fighting, and it has had a negative impact on both of you and both of your acting. So she's like, hey, acting? Remember the acting? And he's like, well, I guess if the general director's giving me orders, I guess I have to follow them. Bruh. She's so good at knowing when to pull out the, well, actually, I'm your director card. We cut from there to Azumi, who is talking to Sakura, who did end up going to the house and getting Azumi's bag. But he also found some stuff from when Azumi was a little kid, right? So he, like, brings this shit and he's like, oh, look at this stuff that you forgot about. And Azumi's like, I don't want that shit. Sakura tells Azumi to go talk to Sakyo, right? So we're getting these two, I love when A3 does this, these two, like, parallel scenes of different people on two sides of an argument kind of saying the same shit, or, you know, like, just parallel things happening. So Sakura's telling Azumi to go talk to Sakyo, and Azumi's like, no, he doesn't give a fuck about me. And Sakura's like, come on, you know he's always treasured you. And Azumi's like, maybe he did at one point, but he clearly doesn't now. He's just off doing whatever he wants. He doesn't give a fuck about me at all. And Sakura is like, okay, Sakyo told me not to tell you this, but you order your makeup online, right? And Azumi's like, yeah. And he's like, your dad was suspicious of what you were ordering, so he had some guys looking into it. But every single time, Sakyo managed to fool them, and he would just say something like, well, Azumi is a young man after all, so I think your dad probably thinks you're ordering porn or something. so Azumi's like, what? He thinks I'm fucking doing what? That's not good. Which is fucking hilarious. Sakyo is fucking hilarious. But also genius, because that is probably the only thing that his dad would be like, okay, well, all right, okay, I'm not gonna look into that then, I guess. Oh my god, all right, fine. Instead of being like, oh, because, like, if Sakyo made up something about, like, yeah, he's ordering, like, weapons or, like, some manly shit, then his dad might be like, oh, I love weapons. Let me go talk to my son about ordering weapons. We can bond over this. And then Azumi would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But you're not gonna go try to bond with your son over ordering porn on the internet. So, genius moves. 5D chess with multiverse time travel right there. So Sakura, of course, to Azumi is like, see, like, he's the only reason you've even been able to get this far in the first place. And even now, he nags you during practice, right? But it's also you can get better. And Azumi's like, even if that's true, I still can't forgive him. Like, fuck that guy. Oh, okay, so this next episode, that's the end of, like, an episode, and then the next one starts, and there was a translator's note that said, like, if you haven't been listening along to the episodes and the voice acting, please do that with this one. So I was like, okay. So I did. I was not previously doing that because I didn't have the game, so I just was reading them. Also, it takes way longer, to be honest. So this is a convenient disclaimer that if I misinterpret things because I didn't hear the tone of voice, it's because this is already a lot of work, and I don't care. I mean, clearly I do care a lot about this game, but, like, so we cut right from here to Azumi and Kumon walking down the sidewalk, and Azumi's kind of lost in thought, like, thinking about Sakyo, like, oh my gosh, like, I thought he hated me this whole time, but now I find out that he's been protecting my dream, and, like, whatever. So he's, like, wandering around, like, not really paying attention to where he's going, and he gets hit by a fucking car. He gets hit by a fucking car. Dude. So we cut right from there to Izumi and Sakyo, who were having an expenses meeting at this time, Izumi gets a phone call from Kumon, who is freaking the fuck out. He's like, what do I do? Like, I don't know what to do. And Izumi's like, oh my god, what's going on? And he's like, Azumi got in a car accident and like, we're at the hospital, but I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, what do we do? And she's like, Azumi, what? And then Sakyo like hears this and he's like, who? What? So Izumi is like, Azumi got in a car accident, and Sakyo starts freaking the fuck out. He drops his glasses like off his fucking face and steps on them and they break. Dude. He's losing his shit. Izumi asks what hospital they're at. Kumon's like, oh, we're at this one. And then Sakyo's like, okay, come on, I'll drive. And she's like, with your broken glasses looking ass, ain't no way, I'll drive. So this is where we find out that Izumi can drive. I don't think that's been mentioned before. Add her to the list of people who can drive. So she's driving, they get to the hospital. Turns out Azumi's completely fucking fine. Like, just chilling. It was basically just a scratch, and Kumon was just freaking out because he's Kumon. So, beautiful. Sakyo pulls up and we get a beautiful CG here of Azumi just like sitting on a chair in the waiting room just being like, and Sakyo being like, it's great. Azumi is like, what happened to your glasses? And Izumi is like, oh, he panicked when we got the phone call from Kumon and he stepped on them. And Sakyo is like, you didn't have to tell him that. And Azumi is like, dude, you're pathetic. And then Sakyo is like, do I not even have the right to worry about you anymore? And then Azumi is like, oh, you don't even give a fuck about me. I bet you don't even remember the stats from the Jingyo cards. Now, this. The Jingyo cards are what the shit that Sakura found from when Azumi was in elementary school, right? And Sakyo is like, you idiot, I remember every single one of them. So Sakura takes them out. Azumi starts rattling off the titles, and Sakyo starts rattling off the stats. He gets every single one of them right, fact-checked by Sakura, and then Azumi is like, oh my god, he does still care about me. That's crazy. These cards, by the way, the Jingyo cards, are handmade, basically Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, whatever, that Sakyo and Azumi made together when Azumi was in elementary school, which is why they were in a box of things from when Azumi was in elementary school. And Sakura, who is looking at these cards, is like, why do some of them have different handwriting for like the titles and stuff? And Sakyo is like, actually, Azumi, I never told you this, but the cards that I made with you are second generation. The first ones I made with my mom. Now it's time for the Sakyo boyhood collage. Yup, that's right. Sakyo also ran away from home once. So Sakyo's boyhood collage / portrait starts with him saying that when he was in elementary school, he started to realize that something was different about his family. His dad was not in the picture, so he was raised by a single mom who was also poor. So he had basically nothing in common with his classmates. He had to grow up a lot faster than they did, so they kind of had this distance from each other. But he did secretly want to play with them and be friends, but just everyone thought he was weird. So he just was like, okay, like I guess I won't even try, right? But then one day, this nice kid came up to him and asked him like, oh, do you play this popular card game? And Sakyo was like, no. And this other kid was like, dude, of course he doesn't. You're making him feel bad. Quit asking him shit like that. And Sakyo was like, oh my god, these people think I can't even afford a fucking card game. In this moment, he kind of realized just the extent of how the like prejudice against poor people works. Like, he knew that his family was different from the kids around him at school, but he also knew that there were a lot of other families similar to his, and so he never really felt embarrassed about it until this moment, when he felt like this kid was looking down on him or pitying him or something. So after school, he went to the store and spent all of his allowance money that he had been saving up forever on one little pack of cards, right? Like a 5-pack of cards or something. And he was like, maybe this pack will have the epic rare dragon card, and then I can bring it to school and everyone will know that I'm actually cool as fuck, right? So he got home. His mom wasn't home yet because she was at work. He opened the fucking card pack. There was nothing but bullshit in there. And then he read the back of the pack and realized that he needed like 50 cards or something to even be able to play the game. So he had just spent all of his allowance money on bullshit, and it made him so angry and like embarrassed at himself that he just ran away. He also had meant to use his allowance to buy a Mother's Day gift, which added another layer to like, he was like, I cannot face my mom when she comes home from work because this is so fucking embarrassing and stupid. So he just left and was wandering around wherever until his mom found him, and she was like so obviously worried and whatever, and she apologized to him and she brought him home and she was like, listen, I can make you some cards, like we'll make some and we can play together. And so he realized that he had left the cards on the table and she probably thought that he just really liked this game or something, and he didn't have the heart to tell her that it was just because of his stupid classmates and he didn't really even care about the cards. So she asked him, like, what kind of card do you want? And he was like, I want the strongest dragon card. So she drew him a dragon and let him decide the effects and everything. And then they made a whole bunch of them, enough that they could play. And then they would play together all the time for years. After he kind of grew out of it and they stopped playing, he didn't have the heart to throw them away. So he kept them all that time. And that's why he still has them, and they're mixed in with the ones that Azumi had from when he was in elementary school. He concludes this story by saying that that day when he ran away, he realized his own weakness and simultaneously the value of his mother's unconditional love. And that is when he decided he was going to grow up to be someone strong who could repay her someday, which is the I'm going to buy you a new house, I don't want one incident. I was on a long drive home yesterday and I was thinking about this. Just being like, oh my god, like the fact that Sakyo is the kind of guy who's like all tough, but then he's like, my entire life's purpose is to get money so I can repay my mom for being a good mother. Oh my god, like he's just so important to me. he's so yay. So Azumi, upon hearing this story, is like, you never told me about that. And Sakyo's like, yeah, it's a pathetic story from when I was a kid. Why would I tell you about that? And then Izumi is like, wait, so what are the other cards from? And Azumi explains that he had a similar situation once when he was a kid where he didn't fit in with the rest of his classmates because they all knew he was related to a Yakuza and they were like staying away from him. So he thought maybe he could make some friends if he bought some trading cards. But as soon as he got home and his dad saw them, he ripped them to shreds and threw them away and was like, you shouldn't play with shallow toys like this. And so Sakyo was like, oh, that sucks. So he made some Yakuza themed trading cards and he thought maybe the chairman wouldn't be as mad if they had something to do with the Yakuza or whatever. So then they would play this trading card game, him and Azumi. Parenting. Straight up parenting. Azumi also explains that this was the day that he learned not to ever let his dad see anything that he bought with his own money. But in the end, his dad ended up finding his entire makeup kit and smashing it anyway. So that is finally when the other people, other than Azumi and us, find out that that is what happened. And that his dad smashed the makeup kit. I don't think before this he had ever actually told anyone that. He just was like thinking about it and alluding to it, but now we know. Then Sakyo apologizes to Azumi. He's like, listen, he tells Azumi the whole thing about like being stuck between two different dreams of people that he treasures and cares for, but he's like, I'm sorry for supporting you from such a half-hearted standpoint and then running off and making my own dream come true before yours. But then he says, now that my dream has come true, there's one thing I can tell you for sure. Don't give up. Don't give up your dream for someone else, even your own parents. Your life belongs to you. I want to support the chairman, but even more than that, I don't want you to give up on your dream. I'll do whatever I can to help you convince the chairman. And Azumi is like, if he hits you, it's not my fault. And Sakyo is like, I'll take about half the pain and the rest is up to you. Absolute fucking cinema. I just looked directly into a light bulb and now my eyes are doing that thing. Absolute fucking cinema. This is random and I don't know, I mean, it's not random, but it's kind of random. And I don't know if I mentioned this in my first video. Before I made my new carnival videos, you remember like the first new carnival video? The first 3, actually, I think. I had physical notebooks, right? Like I was taking notes on fucking paper. Before I ever did that, I was taking A3 notes because not for the purpose of making a video, but for the purpose of like, I'm just going to take notes on these. So then if I ever get the urge to like reread them because I forgot what happened, I don't have to reread the whole thing. I can just go reread the notes. That exact thing that I just explained is where my notes end in the notebook. So I was like, I don't remember what I've read after this because I knew that I had read some of the next main story chapter, but I didn't know if I had read anything after that. Like I couldn't remember. So I think it is pointed out again in my notes later. I will point it out later when we get to the things that I genuinely had read for the first time when I was preparing for this video. But I'm just saying that's kind of exciting that we're getting to the part where like, I don't know what's really going on next. Like the entire next year of stuff, like whenever I make the 2019 videos probably, I've never read any of that shit. I have no idea what any of it is. There's like 3 events at the end of this video that I had never read. Otherwise, everything here was shit that I knew about. So, but it's just like, that's crazy. We're moving up. We're moving up in the world, the A3 world. So anyways, we cut to Azumi calling an autumn troop meeting. He has had Sakura write a scroll, kind of like exactly like Sakyo did when he moved into the dorms and he made Sakura write a scroll about like, here's all the ways that I'm gonna help save money for the troop and we have to go to bed at 10:30. I'm cutting the fucking power, all that shit. Except this one is about skincare. So Azumi has Sakura pull out the scroll and he's like, listen up, you guys have to do better with your skincare routines during the run of the play because we're gonna be in heavy makeup the whole time and it's gonna be really bad on your skin no matter what. So here's all the stuff you have to do. And everyone's listening to this and they're like, wow, Sakyo really did raise this kid, huh? Izumi is like, well, Sakyo and Azumi are still arguing, but the atmosphere doesn't feel so tense. So maybe this is what they're normally like they just argue anyway, but they're not fighting, which is so true. It's kind of like Banri and Juza, except that I think they are kind of fighting. But anyways, listen. Later that night, Izumi finds Sakyo by himself and she's like, what are you doing out here, King? And they talk about Azumi and she's like, you must have a really good memory to remember all those cards and stuff from so many years ago. And he's like, I remember a lot of things, including when I told you that your dad ran away and that you were gonna do it too. And I remember that you told me if you met all the conditions, I would have to take it back. So you remember in the last video how I said, oh, they never bring this up again. They do actually, I just forgot. Woo! So Sakyo says, I kept missing my chance to say it, but I always thought I needed to take it back. You didn't run away, you're doing an excellent job. Yukio too. He would never toss aside the troop and run away without a reason. There must have been a reason he had to. That's what I want to believe too. Yes. Top 10 yes. You could definitely hear the paper moving when I did top 10 yes. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so Izumi thinks for a little bit after Sakyo says this and she's like, you know, now that I've been the director for over a year, I can't think of a single thing that would tear me away, like that would make me want to leave. Something really, really bad would have to happen for me to leave because I want to keep doing this forever, which is so cute. But it's then, of course, you're like, so why did Yukio leave? Like, what the fuck is his problem? I still don't know. I haven't gotten there yet. Guys, I can't even foreshadow it for you. I can't even do silly foreshadowing because I don't know. Then they kind of think about dads and they talk about the differences between Yukio and the chairman and stuff. And she's like, you know, I thought he was pretty nice when I met him, the chairman, but he's actually pretty scary and strict, huh? If he's like throwing away Azumi's makeup and stuff. And Sakyo explains that Azumi's mom was always sick. They had some concerns over whether she would even be able to ever have a kid that would be healthy enough to be raised into the heir of the group, right? So that was another thing that made it harder for Sakyo to like go against this wish because it meant so much to the chairman that he even had a kid. And a lot of the reason why he wanted Azumi specifically to take on that responsibility is because it would honor his dead wife. And the chairman had accidentally told Sakyo this one time when he was drunk. So then from then on, Sakyo was like, okay, I have to like help make that happen. But then when he found out that Azumi wanted to be a makeup artist, he was like, shit, like, what do we do? What do we do? From here, we cut to Sakura, who is back at the chairman's house, picking up some more things for Azumi. And for some fucking reason, he has brought one of the flyers for the next Autumn Troop performance with him, and he's just holding it, even though Azumi's on the fucking cover. Dude, why would you fucking do that, you dumbass? So he has the fucking flyer, and like the chairman comes over, doesn't see the flyer yet, but he's like, oh, by the way, like, isn't there an Autumn Troop performance coming up? You should get us tickets. We want to go see Sakyo's next show. We love those guys, right? And so Sakura tries to be like, oh, like, I think it might already be sold out, kind of, or something. And the chairman's like, what? And then he sees the flyer and he sees Azumi and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, what is the meaning of this? Like, I thought you told me he was blah, 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 whatever. So, so the chairman basically kidnaps Azumi, brings him back home. It's not kidnapping because he's his dad, but it's kidnapping. Brings Azumi back home and Sakura is calling Sakyo being like, dude, we're in big fucking trouble. So Sakyo is like, okay, I'll come and like take the blame and apologize and stuff, right? But then Izumi is like, I'm gonna come too. And Sakyo's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, well, I'm responsible too, right? For this, kind of. And Sakyo's like, what the hell? And then the whole rest of Autumn Troop is like, yeah, we're kind of responsible too, right? So we should also go. And Sakyo's like, you guys are nuts, but okay, fine, whatever. So they all pull up to the fucking Jinsenkai HQ to like fight kind of feels like a final boss battle, you know? But like with words. So when they get there, Azumi and his dad are already yelling at each other. They get there as the chairman is being like, you're just running around doing whatever you want because you don't have the resolve to carry the group, right? Like, you don't want to fucking carry the family. Sakura butts in and he's like, you're the fucking boss. How can you be so narrow-minded? And everyone's like, whoa. So the chairman is like, what? Like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? And Sakura is like, no, you're gonna let me just say this one fucking thing, right? This is top 10 Sakura moments. It's time for a Sakura monologue. Everyone sit the fuck down and listen, okay? He says, ahem. Do you realize how serious Azumi, how serious your son is about chasing his dream, how hard he's worked, how hurt he was when you destroyed his treasured makeup set? Acting 2, he joined the troupe with no experience, later than everyone else, and worked separately, desperately hard to catch up. You don't even try to understand him. You have no right to decide that he's just playing around. You can't be qualified to do makeup or theater if you're just playing around. I know, because I've been watching him by his side closer than anyone. Period, bro. Oh my god, I'm tearing up. He is crazy. I forgot about this. Okay, this is a little bit silly. So Sakyo apologizes for not telling the chairman about this, but he asks the chairman to hear Azumi out. And then Izumi apologizes for also not telling him, but she, again, like Sakyo, begs him to take Azumi seriously, right? Sakyo is like, he does cherish the group, but he also cherishes makeup and wants to follow his dreams. And then Sakyo turns to Azumi and he's like, you should tell your dad why it specifically has to be makeup. And Azumi is like, he's not going to listen anyway. And then the Autumn Troupe guys butt in and they're like, hey now, what happened to this confidence you had when you were doing your portrait before? And Azumi's like, okay, so he locks in and he looks at, whoa. And he looks at his dad and he's like, he says, oi, dad, pop out your eyes and watch real close. During the audition, I didn't use my family as a theme because I didn't want Sakyo to see it. But this is my portrait. Okay, so I'm probably gonna be crying this whole time. We're just gonna have to lock in, okay? So Azumi's portrait is about how, as far back as he can remember, his mom was always in the same hospital bed, and he would go as often as he could after school to visit her, and he would usually get there before his dad would get there, who, of course, his dad also would visit all the time, but he was busier with work, so Azumi would get there from school, and then there would be a little while between when Azumi got there and when his dad got there. So Azumi would get there, and his mom would start putting on her makeup and doing her hair and stuff for when his dad got there. And Azumi always figured she was doing this to make herself look healthier so that his dad wouldn't worry as much about her. And so he would always sit there and watch his mom do her makeup. And eventually he realized he was becoming interested in makeup as well, and he asked her if he could try. So she handed him her blush brush and let him put the blush on. So he did, and he remembers the feeling of like, he felt like he was casting a spell on his mom to make her healthier. And from that moment on, his mom started teaching him everything she knew about makeup and hair, and he would practice on her all the time. Bruh. I look high as fuck, actually. Okay, so I thought I was gonna just look like I was really crying, which I am, but I look like I'm stoned out of my mind. Okay, this is probably the most tears I've had while recording this. I think I'm pretty good at like not crying while I'm talking because I hate crying while I'm trying to talk. But anyway, okay, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through this. So, right before Azumi's mom died, she told Azumi that she would always be beautiful thanks to him. And she gave him that cheek brush, and she called it the magic cheek brush. So, do you remember what I was saying? Back when Azumi was using the magic cheek brush on Kumon to make him look healthier because he was sick? Stop. Stop the film. Oh my fuck, dude. Okay. Azumi continues by saying that even though his mother is no longer around, he still wants to make other people happy and help people by doing their makeup and their hair. And he says that when his dad destroyed his makeup, it's what made him truly realize how important this was to him, which is why he ran away and joined the troupe. But now that he spent so much time around the troupe and acting with everyone, he also realizes that he doesn't want to throw away his family either because they're both equally important to him. So Azumi is like, I'm sorry, Dad, but I can't give up my dream, but also I don't want to run away completely. Like, I love this house. I cherish this house, whatever. And so Sakura and Sakyo then say again, like, you know, hear him out, like, take him serious. And then the chairman is like, oh, geez, now you're all just ganging up on me like I'm some piece of shit, which is so funny. He's like realizing, like, oh, so I was being whack as hell. Everyone realized it. He kind of monologues here, so I'm just gonna read this. He says, now you're all ganging up on me like I'm some utter scoundrel. There isn't a parent out there who doesn't want to support his child's dream. I thought Azumi's dream was just an excuse to flee from the pressure of becoming the heir. I didn't know anything, that he was chasing it for so long, that he was so serious about it. But you want to do both? Life's not that easy. If you're gonna do it, don't think about anything else. Study with all your might. Oh, I'm tearing up again. Oh my god, okay. And aim to become the greatest makeup whatever it was that there is. Don't worry about the house, I can handle it just fine without you. Plus, it seems like we've got a pretty staunch guy around anyway. I'm sure he'll make a fine heir. Don't you agree, Sakura? What? Yo, plot twist, epic plot twist. Sakura is gonna be the next chairman of the Jinsenkai? Period. After that fucking speech he gave, deserved. Hello? Oh my god. Ugh, that's so fun. So, Azumi and his dad have made up. Sakyo's chillin'. Izumi is chillin'. The chairman tells her to take care of Azumi, and she's like, I definitely will. Sakura got promoted. Hella, actually. Crazy scenes. Absolute crazy scenes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so we cut from there to, like, whenever it's like a pretty substantial time jump, like still before the performance, but it's been like a while, right? So Sakura is bringing bentos, lunchboxes, or whatever, lunch food, to the Autumn Troop guys from the chairman. And Sakyo is like, how's the chairman doing recently? And he's like, well, he was really stressed, like, when Azumi was running away, but he's softened up a bit, and he's really looking forward to the performance. He's been crossing off every day on the calendar. Ooh, I fucking, bruh. That's such a dad thing to do, like, to be secretly crossing off the days on the calendar. Ooh, ooh, ooh. After this, Sakyo and Sakura have a little reminiscing sesh where Sakyo recalls finding Sakura in a trash pile, dead ass, in a trash pile. And so basically, Sakyo is to Sakura as the chairman is to Sakyo, meaning Sakyo got taken in off the streets by the chairman and he realized how much that meant and how powerful and life-changing that can be. So when he found Sakura in a fucking trash pile, he was like, okay, I'll take this guy in and kind of pass on the good vibes, good, what's the term? I don't know. And to think, now, Sakura is the one that's inheriting the whole fucking shit. Taking over the whole gang. That's crazy. And epic. We cut from there to right before the opening performance. They tell Azumi to say some words. He is clearly nervous, but trying to hide it, which is cool. It's the first time he's been nervous. So they tell him to say some words, and he's like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, you're the lead. Like, the leader always says some words before the play. And he's like, and he thinks for a second, and then he goes, well, don't half-ass it, or I'm gonna steal all of your fans. And Sakyo is like, oh my god, don't tell me he got that attitude from me too, huh? Yes, he did. Thank you. The play, of course, goes well, and then we cut to either after this performance or after another one, somewhere along the play run, and they have just concluded another successful performance. And outside, as some of the fans are leaving with their flyers or whatever it is that you have during the show, it's not a flyer, it's like I can't remember what they're called. Anyway, they're walking out, and they happen to be walking by those bully kids that tried to fight Azumi before with that high school Yakuza dude, right? These bully kids, they're hard to keep track of, but this fucking kid is like, I'm gonna get that kid, like, he embarrassed me and whatever. And they happen to see these flyers and they're like, wait a minute, he's in a play? He's a fucking actor? How lame. How stupid. Wouldn't it be terrible if their fucking play couldn't go on anymore because of dun dun dun. So we cut to day of the final performance. Azumi is going to the convenience store to grab some food before the show. He gets kidnapped. Sakura sees this happen and he's like, fuck, I gotta tell Sakyo, but if I look away for even a second, I'm gonna lose track of these fucking guys. So he hops on his little moped scooter and chases after them because they like grabbed Azumi and loaded him into a car, right? And they took off. So they end up at a warehouse building. This is when Sakura calls Sakyo and he's like, they fucking took Azumi, he's at this fucking building. And Sakyo is like, okay, I'll be there in a minute. And so we switch to Sakyo point of view. Izumi is like, we should call the cops, like he got fucking kidnapped. And Sakyo is like, it's just a group of kids, like we'll kick their ass in a second. And he's like, also if we call the police, they'll take way too long and we're gonna miss the show. So we just have to go beat these kids up ourselves. However, there is still a chance they could be late getting back either way. So Tenma pulls up and he's like, Summer Troop will take the stage and stall for as long as we can while you guys are gone, as a repayment for what Bonri did for Kumon when he was sick. So fucking true. But then Kumon is like, wait a second, wouldn't it be really bad if, because at this point, the entirety of Autumn Troop is going. So Kumon's like, wouldn't it be really bad if all of you were seen beating the fuck out of some kids? Like, that's probably not good. And Taichi's like, I have a great idea. Don't get me started. From there, we cut to Summer Troop. Indeed ends up taking the stage and doing some zombie-themed comedy improv while Autumn Troop is off doing whatever the fuck. Then we cut to Autumn Troop doing whatever the fuck. They got those animal costumes and they put on just the mask part of it, just the head. And they're still wearing their fucking normal clothes. This is not a disguise. Just to make that clear. That would not work in real life. It's like that fucking Tenma sprite where he's like, whenever Tenma goes out and he's like trying not to get recognized, he just puts a pair of sunglasses on. Motherfucker, you have neon orange hair. This is kind of the same thing. Bonri and his stupid fucking purple leopard print bullshit, you're gonna be recognized. Nobody else wears that but you. Freak. Anyway, also just really funny that they show up and they're like cracking their knuckles like we're gonna beat the shit out of you and they just look crazy. This also reminded me of a manga I read a long time ago called Judge. There was also one called Doubt, I think by the same author. Really should read those, they're quite good. Judge was really, really good. I would do anything to be able to read Judge for the first time again. You should go read that, it's quite good. Oh my god, it's almost time for the incident. Holy shit, the incident. So, of course they kick these kids' asses, and the one kid is like, I'm from the Yakuza too, like you're not that tough. And then Sakyo's like, what group? And the kid tells him, and he's like, pfft, fucking loser. Twerp ass group, you got some nerve messing with the Jinsenkai, right? So he tells Sakura to haul this kid off to the chairman and have the chairman settle the dispute with the other group or whatever, right? And they head back to do the show. They as in the rest of, Autumn Troop. The entirety of Autumn Troop, Sakura being part of Autumn Troop, okay. So they get back. They get back just in time for like, Summer Troop is just about to be worn the fuck out. They've been on stage for a long time and they get back just in time to get the makeup done and whatever and head on stage, right? Well, Azumi is doing Sakyo's makeup. He is like, guys, I won't lie. I was very uncharacteristically scared when I got kidnapped. Like, I was really worried that all of our work up until now was gonna go to waste and I wouldn't be able to perform. And I was so relieved from the bottom of my heart when I saw you guys show up in those stupid fucking animal costumes. And then he says to Sakyo, I think about this so much. This is the incident. He says to Sakyo, I will never say this again, but when I was a kid, I always thought of you as my real father. I still do. Bruh. Sometimes I'll just be like sitting around and my brain randomly will be like, I think of you as my real dad. And I just will go, like it's so. So they go on, performance goes great. They look at the crowd afterwards and they realize that the chairman and Sakura both happen to be able to still make it somehow. They also notice Ryo, the guy from Omi's gang that we met at some point. One of the events from last year, I think. But Azumi notices that his friend, Shift, did not come. SMH. Sucks. After the performance, the chairman comes back to congratulate Azumi and say he did a good job. And he tells everyone that they cleared things up pretty quickly with that other group and they're just like, it was just a stupid dispute, like, it's fine. And then he's like, here's a congratulatory gift. It's a brand new makeup kit with everything that he had previously destroyed that he bought to make up for the incident. And Ichiro, the ensemble guy, he tells everyone that the chairman went out to buy these himself. Like, he didn't order them online, he went to the makeup store. And Izumi is like, oh my god, I can't really imagine him on the cosmetics floor. Which is so funny because, yeah, Me either. So then the chairman says that he's gonna come watch every one of Azumi's shows to make sure that he's not slacking. And Azumi is like, and I'll do anything I can to help with the group. Just let me know. So they're chilling. Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. We cut back to the dorms. Okay? Yay. Oh my god. The incident. Okay. Everyone at the dorms is beginning to talk about how the winter troop performance is coming up next after this, and they have to find a new winter troop member, and everyone's like, I wonder who's gonna join. Also, we could do so many things now that we have Azumi here to do makeup and whatever, and they're like trying to think of ideas that winter troop could do that would have a lot of makeup. And I would like to point out here that, you know, everyone's throwing around ideas, but Chikage and Taichi both have the same first thought, which is to do a visual K-band. And I just think this is a really interesting thing that the two of them have in common. I don't know why, but I just think it's funny. Like, I don't know, felt like pointing it out. Then Azumi calls Shift to ask if he came to the show, and Shift is like, no, I didn't, sorry, I had some stuff going on at home. And then he tells Azumi that he's auditioning for a theater troupe, and Azumi's like, oh, which one? And Shift says, Godza. Uh-oh. Azumi has no idea what that is. Not a single goddamn clue. He's like, oh, never heard of him. This is going to be fine. Everyone's gonna be fine. Then Izumi and Azumi have a chat where Azumi's saying all this like mature stuff, and Izumi's like, wow, he's really grown up so much, blah, 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 whatever. Move, Azumi, it's Citron time. We cut to Citron, randomly fucking just standing there, waiting for someone. This guy shows up, and he's like, Citronia, I have come to retrieve you. And Citron is like, I thought it was about time. And that's it. Ends there. It fucking ends there. Hello? It does, I mean, the Autumn Troop one ends. Obviously, we get this explained, but like, you can't do that. You can't fucking do that. Drop your predictions in the comments. What's gonna happen next? I don't think you'll be able to guess. I think partially you'll be able to guess, but I really don't think you'll be able to guess. And that's the joy of A3. Some of it is so predictable, and you're like, okay, yeah, Citron's the king of whatever the fuck. But then you're like, and shit just keeps happening, and you're like, and it's crazy, okay? That's what's about to happen, but first, we have a silly little event, which is crazy in of itself. Like, why would they? But that's why we have to suspend our disbelief about the A3 event versus main story timeline. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard, okay? Guys, I'm pissed off. Also, these glasses are sitting, they hurt. Okay. It's been 3 weeks since I was able to record anything. Now, the first week of that was just me not feeling like recording. I won't lie. I just didn't feel like it. But the next 2 weeks, girl, my microphone was broken. I uploaded a 20-minute long video of me explaining all the details of that whole situation the other day. So if you want to watch that, you can. It should still be there. I had so many problems. At the point that I uploaded that video, I was like, oh, I cracked the code. It's the fucking receiver, right? So I emailed the company and I was like, hey, I think you sent me a broken receiver. And like, I just figured this out after 2 months of having the microphone, like, it's broken. And so they were like, yeah, I think you're probably right. Sorry, my hair looks weird. Okay. They were like, yeah, that seems like you might be right. So send it in and we can repair it or whatever. So I sent it in. Instead of repairing it and sending me back the same one, they sent me a whole different one. So I was like, okay, clean slate. This one should work perfectly, right? No. Had the exact same problem. So I was like, something's wrong with my phone then. But then I was like, no, it's not, because I checked with the phone repair guy and he said it's fine. So what the fuck is it then? Well, guess what? The app that they tell you need to download was the problem. The app made by the microphone company for their microphone specifically was making my microphone from their company completely unusable. What is that? I deleted the app, now it's completely fine. And I went through all that for like 2 months and I could have just deleted the app. But why would I ever think to just delete the app? That doesn't make any sense. They tell you need the app to be able to change the settings on your microphone. That's not even true. Okay, now I have to like reground myself in the A3 happenings because I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know where I am at all. Oh, check the shirt. Check the fit. This event takes place on an island, so I got this shirt on. Yeah. Wait, dude, your boy's surfing. Ooh. Okay, this event is crazy. So this event is called Exciting Misoshiosa Island. I think that's how you say that. I don't know. I'm assuming it's not a real island at all, so it doesn't really matter if I pronounce it correctly or not, but you know, I'm always worried about it. Okay, really short, by the way. I've only got like 3 pages of shit to read, so I'm glad I ended up stopping where I did, and I've got a little easy, soft launch to get back into this because genuinely it does feel like it's been forever. This shadow on my shirt is crazy. I've always been wearing black, I guess, so I hadn't seen this, the microphone shadow right on my boob. All right, my one singular boob. The story of this event starts with Omi and Muku on their way back to the dorms from a movie. They went to the movie theater and they saw a survival movie, like a wilderness survival movie. So they're walking back and they're talking about like, wow, that was so cool. That guy was so strong and smart, and like, wouldn't it be fun to like survive out in the woods or something? Which is extremely relatable. I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. We had like a big yard and there was like woods behind my house, and I would be like, what if I was like surviving in the woods? They get back to the dorms and a bunch of the summer troop and autumn troop guys are talking to Sakyo about a budget for an upcoming trip. Throwback to the last event before the autumn troop chapter, right? They spent all the money. Azuma spent all the money on a trip. Uh-oh, that's not good. So now they have no money for the next one, the summer and autumn troop training camp. So some of the guys from both of those troops went out to try to do some like street acts to get a bunch of tips and get the money, but they didn't make nearly enough to do nothing. So they're just trying to beg Sakyo to let them do something cool. Not gonna happen, unfortunately. Unless you're Omi and Muku, I guess. So Sakyo is like, guys, don't worry. We're still gonna have a training camp just like they did. I don't want to be unfair to y'all. Just don't even worry about the money. It's fine. I got it all figured out. Izumi is like, I have a bad feeling about this. Then we cut right from there to Kazunari handing everyone the travel guides that he made, which he does every time, except this one is pretty much blank. It just says that their destination is somewhere that they have to get to via cruise, and that they'll eat lunch on the cruise, but that's it. We find out here that he does know what's going on. He just decided it would be better to not tell anybody. So he is not telling anybody. Azumi at this point also is like, I have a really bad feeling about this. That's the face that Sakyo makes when he's up to something. So it's not looking good for these guys, but we don't quite know what the hell the situation is just yet. Then we cut to Muku and Omi packing. Omi is bringing Muku something that he requested, and we don't find out what it is yet, but Omi gives it to him, and Muku's like, oh, thank you for bringing this. And Omi's like, you know, I don't really think we're gonna end up in a situation where we need that like in the movie. And Muku's like, yeah, but just in case. And then Kumon comes in and he's like, guys, the pamphlet says we're going to an island, but I looked up the name of the island and nothing came up. And Omi is like, you know what, Muku, I'm actually gonna follow your lead and I'm gonna pack some more stuff just in case. So Muku was packing survival supplies for fun. Omi now is being like, actually, we might need these. So he's also packing survival supplies. We cut right from there to Autumn Troop and Summer Troop waiting for their cruise ship to show up. It's a fishing boat. So they get on the fishing boat, and Azumi and Banri, who probably had packed like their nicest clothes and shit, thinking they're going on an island retreat on a cruise or whatever the hell, they both are like, oh, this is not, you said this was gonna be fair with the other two troops, and that is not true at all. And everyone's like, yeah, what the hell is this? And then somebody mentions like, wait, you said we were gonna have lunch on the boat. And the guy driving the boat is like, yeah, here's some lunch. And he gives them dried squid. Ew. So nobody eats it. Juza just looks at it and he goes, dried squid. Dried squid. So they barely survive the trip over in the fishing boat. They get to the island. It is, in fact, just a fucking deserted island. There's nobody else there. And the guy driving the boat just fucking leaves. He's like, I'll pick you up in 3 days. Bye. Good luck. So we're stranded on a deserted island. They have nothing but a small hut and an oil drum for a bathtub. Brother. Bruh. And I will say, how is this exactly fair? What, and they had nothing to do with anything that went on last time, so what, except maybe Kazunari, I guess, but like, barely. He just made a pamphlet. What's wrong with making a pamphlet? This should not be happening to these guys. That's so fucking insane. That's so fucking crazy. So everyone is, of course, complaining, but since the guy on the boat already left, it's too late. And that's all that Sakyo says as a rebuttal. It's like, well, what are you gonna do, swim home? Bro. Sinister activities. What an evil bitch. That's really funny. After they stop complaining and realize they have to lock in because they're on a deserted island, they decide to split off into 3 groups to find food because they're on a deserted island. None of them packed food. They thought they were going on a cruise. Oh my god. So, Muku and Izumi get paired up and sent off to look for fruit. There's another group looking for fish, and there's another group looking for other plants. Which I don't exactly know why the fruit group and the plants group are different things, but I guess it's just for the plot. I don't know. So they're wandering around looking for fruit, and then Kumon comes running up saying there's been an incident. The incident is that back at the camp, there's some monkeys trying to steal their food. So they get back, and everyone's like, what do we do? And then Misumi pulls up, and he's like, guys, what's the problem? The monkeys can talk to Misumi, Misumi can talk to the monkeys, Misumi can talk to animals. We must remember this. So the monkeys are like, oh, sorry, we were just bored. We haven't seen people here in a long time, and so we just wanted to mess with you. And Misumi is like, oh, maybe we should put on a play for the monkeys. And Sakyo is like, wow, that really is something that can only happen when Misumi is around. And they do. So they do this play about like an evil tax collector that ends up getting defeated by a kid that has superpowers that only activate when he eats dried squid. So, like, you know, classic. That's my favorite trope, tax collector versus little kid that has dried squid superpowers. The monkeys, of course, love the play, so they run off and they come back with a bunch of food for the guys. So Omi cooks dinner over the fire with the ingredients the monkeys brought and some seasoning that he brought from home, which is really funny. He's like, okay, we might actually end up having to survive in the wilderness, so I better make sure I bring seasonings. Yes, correct. While they're eating dinner, Misumi tells everyone that the monkeys also said that there is a super rare flower on this island. He actually calls it a mythical flower and says that it's like super hard to find, but it's really beautiful. And of course, Muku instantly is like, oh my god, a mythical flower? And so Izumi notices that his eyes are literally sparkling. She's like, we could probably go look for it tomorrow when we go back out to look for more fruit again. Oh, I almost just fell over. Oh my goodness. So we cut to the next day. They go back out to look for more fruit, but also to keep an eye out for the flower. But Muku keeps randomly stopping. And Izumi's like noticing this, but she's like, okay, whatever. It ends up downpouring and they get stranded in a cave trying to stay out of the rain. And they're like, I guess we'll just wait this out. But back at the camp, everyone's like, uh-oh, it's downpouring and Muku and Izumi aren't back yet. That's not good. So back in the cave, Izumi is like, if the rain doesn't stop, we might not be able to make it back to camp tonight. And she thinks Muku's about to start like freaking out and being really scared, but instead he's like, if we can't get back tonight, then I'll start a fire and I can find water and we can boil it. And so she's like, what? So of course he's having the time of his life reenacting shit from the movie they watched. And he's like, I'm already a high schooler, so I can't just be sitting around, and I definitely have to protect the director. Bruh, I forgot Muku's in high school now. Oh my god, that's crazy. They grow up so fast. Literally year 2. They grow up so fast. He's like 20 now or something probably. That's crazy. Right at this moment, Omi shows up and he's like, I found y'all because of Muku's buttons. And Izumi's like, what? And Muku is like, oh yeah, in that movie we watched, there was a guy that would leave buttons behind so you could follow the trail back where you came from in case you got lost. And so that's what he was doing. He was leaving buttons out every time he stopped. And this was one of the things that he asked Omi to bring for him. Actually, it might be the only thing that he had requested from Omi, which makes sense because Omi can sew. And he can also knit, I think. So of course Omi would have buttons. That's kind of fire. Omi, of course, having also seen the movie, knew what the buttons were for, so he followed the button trail knowing it would lead exactly to this. Exactly to them. These people in the cave. When they get back to camp, everyone is freaking out, being like, oh my god, are you guys okay? And they're all like, yeah, we're fine. And then somebody asks, like, did you find the flower? And they're like, no, we didn't, but like, it's fine. It started downpouring, so whatever. And then Omi is like, oh, Muku, come over here, I'm gonna show you something. And he brings Muku to the flower. So I guess he found it while he was trying to find them, and it only blooms at night, which is why nobody saw it earlier. So Muku is like, OMG, we get a cute CG of them looking at the flower, and then they go back to camp and they're like, oh my gosh, guys, we found the flower, come look at the flower. But then As everyone's going to look at the flower, Taichi knocks the big water drum of boiling fucking water off the fire, and it puts the fire out, and then everyone, it's pitch black and nobody can see anything, and everyone starts bumping into each other and like freaking out. So none of them end up seeing the flower. The epilogue of this one is them getting picked up by the boat and going not back to the dorms, but to an inn with a hot spring where they get to spend the last day of their trip. This is actually a surprise that Sakyo planned. So they get 3 hot meals and a hot spring, but they of course do have to do some etudes for the guests as part of the deal, but like, whatever. Anything feels like paradise after being stranded on an island for 3 days. So that's the end of that one. Yay. I don't really know what else to say. I feel like I didn't even say anything. This like clip is so short. But that's it. Time for the Citron situation. Oh god. Welcome to main story act 8. I have, usually when I do these, it's just the troop that the story is about. But this one is also really about Citron, so I have him here as a special guest. Okay, this is the last main story chapter for this year, and it's gonna be the last section of this part of the video. My last one, the A3 2017 video, 8 hours is a lot for one video. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm cutting anything out. I'm still gonna be talking just as much as I was, but I just feel like I should make it separate ones. But don't worry, it should be like another 2 fucking hours until the video's over because this shit is long as hell. And crazy. So I'll have a lot to say, don't worry. So this story actually starts with this dude showing up at the dorms and being like, saying some shit in English. He says, "Can I talk to whoever's in charge?" And Matsukawa, the one that happened to answer the door, was like, I don't know English, And Citron shows up and he's like, "You can use Japanese, he understands it. This is Guy. He's my servant." So, huh? Yeah, so that's Guy. As you can tell by the fact that he has an image on the board, he's the new Autumn Troop. He's the new Winter Troop member. But we've got a long ways to go before it gets to that point. This is a really interesting story. I think the coolest way that they've picked up a member yet. Really convoluted, really interesting, really fun. But we'll get there. We're getting there. Okay, I'm getting there. I'm sorry. So Guy is like, yeah, I came here to get Citron because he's the king. He's the crown prince and it's time for the coronation ceremony. He has to go back because he's the king. He's becoming the king. Bruh. So Citron is like, yeah, I'm gonna have to leave Mankai Company, unfortunately. And everyone's like, what? No, you can't do that. Oh my god, no, wait, no. And he's like, well, you know, my time is up. I knew this would happen, right? So he's like accepting the situation and everyone is like, wait, but don't you want to stay? Wait, no. But they're like, well, he's accepting it, so I guess we have no place to interfere, right? Like he knew this was gonna happen the whole time. So I guess we just have to make the best of the time we have left, which is only like a few days. But we do have a few days before Citron actually has to leave, and Guy is like, can I stay here while those days be passing? And everyone's like, yeah, of course. So they invite him in for dinner, and while they're eating dinner, Izumi comments on how good Guy's Japanese is in comparison to Citron, and which of course, Citron is goofing. But also, Guy is like, yeah, my Japanese language settings are updated every year. What that mean? Everyone's like, what that mean? And well, he's like, well, I'm an android and I was built at the Zara Kingdom. And everyone's like, what? Everyone thinks he's kidding when he says he was built in the royal laboratory of the Zara Kingdom. And but he's dead serious. You're dead serious. I'm alive, silly. We are not the same. That's Guy and Citron right now. Except Citron's kind of dead serious right now too. He does have to become the king in like a week. Oops. That sucks. Tough situation, becoming the king. Oof, wouldn't want to be there. This is where it starts to get a little bit gay already. Guy, more like gay. All right, sorry. Guy asks if he can spend the night because he's not allowed to leave Citron alone in case Citron were to flee to a different country or something, as he has previously done. Izumi's like, yeah, of course you can stay the night, but there's only one open room, which is Azuma's room. So she asks Azuma if he would be willing to spend the night with Guy, let Guy stay in his room. And Azuma's like, yeah, of course. These two, oh my goodness. Azuma's first question for Guy, who he is calling Android-san, classic. He is like, can you drink? And Guy is like, I do drink socially. And so Azuma's like, all right, I look forward to it. What's he talking about? What's he talking about? They're gonna drink together? That's cute. Oh my god. This is so, all right. This whole chapter is gonna be me like looking at the script and then going, oh my god, this is so, because it is. It's just so, okay? It's just so. What I was talking about when I said it right now is fucking Guy goes to Citron and he's like, I looked for you everywhere, but I never thought I would find you here. Why did you choose a theater troupe? And Citron says, because there's nothing more fun than standing on stage with everybody. And Guy is like, fun? And Citron is like, I guess you just wouldn't understand. Because Guy is an android. He doesn't know how to have fun. Or does he? Why is he drinking if he doesn't know how to have fun? If he doesn't know, I tried to say if he doesn't know how to have fun, and I just said if he doesn't know how to fun. It smells like a fart in my room, but I didn't fart. Suspicious. Fart ghost. Whose ghost is farting in my fucking room? Be honest. The next day, Spring Troop is gathering around and they're like, oh my gosh, this is so sad, right? Except Sakuya comes by and he's like, in a strangely good mood, and everyone's like, dude, like Citron's leaving. And Sakuya's like, yeah, I spent all night thinking about Citron and I realized I shouldn't spend my last days with him being sad, and we should try our best to make as many fun memories with him as we can. And everyone's like, well, you kind of cooked with that. That's actually true. And then Citron comes out and he's like, Citron comes out. And then Citron comes by and he's like, guys, I have requests. He gives everybody a little scroll, okay? Each of them gets one. Each of the Spring Troop members gets a little scroll, and he's like, these are my final wishes. And there's an order to them, they're numbered, and he says that the wish has to stay secret until it's fulfilled. This is so, as I'm reading this, some of the details of this act are coming back to me, and I don't think I'm gonna make it through. So the first wish in the numbered order is Itaru's wish, which is for Itaru to treat everyone in Spring Troop to some local specialty foods. So Itaru is like, wow, I really have to spend money, huh? And Citron's like, yeah, it's my dying wish, come on. So they make some plans. Winter Troop is doing their regional tours. Like, you know how each troop has been doing reruns of their first play? It is now Winter Troop's turn to be doing that. So they're going to like a different city, taking a bus, yada yada, like Summer Troop did. So that's coming up. So Spring Troop is like, can we join you, go with, and then just like have some food while we're there? Instead of like doing a play, we'll just be shopping, getting local foods. So that plan is set. Then we get some evil foreshadowing where Chikage goes individually to Citron and is like, are you sure about the wish you wrote for me? And Citron's like, I'm certain. And Chikage's like, and I can't tell anyone? And Citron's like, correct. If you do, I will make you swallow 1,000 ants, which is a classic Citron misspeaking something else. I think this one is supposed to be 1,000 nails or something, but he says ants. Okay. And Chikage goes, wow, this is a pretty tough position to be in. Everyone's gonna think badly of me again. Hello? What the fuck? And then he asks Citron, he's like, is this for Guy too, or just you? And Citron's like, no, just me. What are they talking about? Oh no, what are they talking about? We'll find out. But what are they talking about? We cut right from there to Winter and Spring Troop headed to Regional Performances Corp. Guy comes with because he is a Winter Troop member. I mean, because he can't take his eyes off Citron and all that stuff. While they're on the train to whatever city they're going to for regional tours, they start throwing around ideas about like, what are we gonna do for the next Winter Troop play? And like, yada yada, we gotta find a new member, all this stuff. And they start coming up with more ideas that would be good for utilizing Azumi's makeup skills, because of course he's still new and everyone's like, we gotta get the best use out of this kid and see what he can do and all that stuff. They end up deciding on doing a rendition of Phantom of the Opera, period. Oh, this, guys. The songs, I think I've mentioned the songs. I should be mentioning the songs more. I haven't been mentioning the songs enough. I honestly cannot remember if I've explained this, but at this point, each character has 2 solo songs, and there's a bunch of like group, like full troop songs or whatever, but also every play has a song sung by the 2 leads of the play, the lead and the co-lead. Brother, the song for this shit is so good. Ooh, it's called Unmask. Look it up. Look it up, listen to it now. Also, a few other songs I didn't mention that you definitely need to listen to. The song, I might have mentioned this actually, but the song from Genji the Wanderer, I think it's the song from Genji. Buzama, the one with Sakyo and Juza. Ooh, peak. Absolute peak. I mean, they're all kind of peak. That's the unfortunate thing. They're all good. So if I'm going to have a little segment where I'm recommending you songs, it's going to go on for an hour. I'm going to recommend you every single song. But you got to listen to. You also got to listen to Susume Pirates. Oh, please. The Sky Pirates, Captain Sky Pirates. I'm going insane thinking about Captain Sky right now. You got to listen to it, dude. It's so fire. Another one off the top of my head, another play song that is for a play that you guys would know already is the one for Alex in Wonderland. Boy Alice. It's called Wonderland A Go-Go. Oh my god. Oh my god. The songs are just look up all the songs, okay? Back to the actual plot. I will remind you, I left off on they're deciding to do a rendition of Phantom of the Opera. Okay, so Tasuku is like, we did a rendition of Phantom of the Opera one time at Godza, but Rennie and I had a disagreement over how the character I was playing should be interpreted, so I look forward to being able to do it again. Fire. That's cool. That's cool. That's exciting. I love him. They, of course, also, while they're talking about this, are like, wow, who's the new member we're gonna end up with? OMG, like, what's gonna happen? Girl, he's, what if I told you he was in this room? What if I told you he was in this very room with us right now? Come on, was it gonna be anyone other than Guy? Be serious. But I guess they don't know they're in a story. They don't know they're in a mobile gacha game. What would you do if you knew you were in a mobile gacha game? Do you think Shikage would be mad knowing that he didn't get any SSRs for like a year and a half straight or something? He had like, actually, I think it was like 900 days. Was that him or Omi that hit like 1,000 days where he didn't have any card? Sorry. Would you be mad if you went 1,000 days no SSR and you were in a mobile gacha game? Put your answers in the comments. I can't focus on anything right now. This is really bad. I forgot there's an Azuma thing that happens. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no. I was just thinking about Citron and Guy and I forgot that there's like other things that happen in this thing. Uh-oh. Okay. Many such cases. I keep forgetting everything. Guys, so alright. So they get back to the hotel, okay? And they're settling in. And Azuma is like, oh, by the way, guys, I won't be around for dinner tomorrow night because I have to buy some gifts for an old client of mine who wanted some specific things from this region or whatever. And everyone's like, oh yeah, okay, no worries. Except Tasuku is like, something's going on. Something's wrong here. I don't trust you. Then we cut to Azuma in his hotel room. He's like sitting on the bed or something, just staring at some keys in his hand. And Guy gets out of the bathroom. He just took a shower and he's like, which the android can take a shower? Interesting. He just took a shower and he's like, oh, are those keys bothering you? Because I guess Azuma's looking at them and like making a face, right? And his robot brain is like, that's face of bothering. So he's like, are they bothering you? And Azuma's like, no, I was just thinking about how old they've gotten. And Guy's like, okay. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the situation here, this ends up being sort of an Azuma and Tasuku arc together. Like, it's an Azuma thing, but Tasuku's helping, and it's really gay. I thought I read it in a fan fiction. Like, it had been years since I read this, and I was rereading this whole thing and being like, I thought somebody made this up. Like, I thought this was from a fan fiction that I read where they were gay. But this is real. And as we go here, you're gonna be like, wow, I understand why you would think this is a fan fiction. But I just want to kind of start you off with that at the beginning of this plot part, just so you have that context, because I do think it's quite funny that I genuinely convinced myself this was not in the actual game. I thought this was like not real. Okay, so we cut from here right to the second to last Winter Troop regional performance. They're talking about like, how should we tweak things for the final day and yada yada. And while they're talking about this, they go to the Spring Troop guys and they're like, you guys don't have to stay tomorrow. Like, you've been helping us with the play, which we appreciate, but you should be making memories with Citron, right? So they have the whole next day off. Epic. Guy insists on not going with them. So everyone's like, huh? And Guy is like, Citron can't enjoy himself if I'm there. Like, he doesn't like me. Okay. The parallels between Citron and Azami, and the parallels between Guy and Sakyo. So Citron is like, that's not true. And Guy is like, no, it's okay. I'll stay behind and help with the play. So What? So it's kind of like the opposite actually of Azumi and Sakyo, which is also cool, the parallels. But also, like, weren't you just saying you're not allowed to take your eyes off Citron? What happened? Come on, man. Be consistent. Right after this, Azuma takes his leave to go buy gifts or whatever, and Tasuku goes to follow him, and Tsumugi notices Tasuku leaving, and he's like, I'm following Azuma, will you cover for me? And Tsumugi's like, okay, got it. It's lock-in city around here. This polycule. Oh my god. Azuma notices Tasuku behind him and he's like, girl, I told you I didn't need help carrying any of my gifts. It's fine. Like, you don't have to help me with the shopping. And Tasuku is like, now why are you going by yourself? Because you asked me to come with. Do you remember that? You remember that? And Azuma is like, oh, so you did remember that. And Tasuku's like, yeah, I did. So I'm going with you. Now what the fuck are they talking about? Now what the fuck are they talking about? Okay. So this is going to go ahead and be a nocturnality mention. If I remember correctly off the top of my head, in nocturnality, they were talking about Azuma's family home and how he still had the keys, but he had been too scared to go back there because of all the painful memories of his entire fucking family dying. And he said something about like, you know, if I ever have the resolve to go back there, would you go with me? And it's right as Tasuku fucking conveniently falls asleep. But I guess Tasuku heard him, remembered, and now that's what's happening. Azuma is actually sneaking off to go to his family home, and Tasuku's like, not by yourself, bitch. So he's going with. So they're on the way to the family home. Azuma explains that he was just taking the opportunity to go because it's somewhat nearby, and he has recently been informed that the house is going to be demolished soon, so this might be his last chance to ever go visit. But he's like, I don't really have anything to do. I don't really have any reason to go. I'm just going for the sake of it. And Tasuku is like, well, if you haven't been home in a while, then you should probably introduce them to a friend or two. And Azuma's like, and who would that be? And Tasuku's like, well, me. And Azuma goes, us? Friends? Girl? Friends? Enemies? Gay? So they get to the house and they go inside and Azuma's like, oh, so this is what the house looked like. And Tasuku is like, what? And Azuma's like, it's been so long since I was here. I left the cleanup entirely to other people after everyone died. I haven't been back since. This is my first time seeing the house so empty. And he says, the layout of the house matches my memories, but this doesn't feel like home at all. And that line is so unbelievably fucked up. I feel like that line describes a liminal space. Like he's in the back rooms right now. He's experiencing the back rooms. And he says, I was so scared, but I guess this is it. Ugh. So Tasuku starts looking around and Azuma's like, what are you doing? And Tasuku's like, well, we might find traces of your life with your family. And Azuma's like shocked for a second. And then he's like, they cleaned everything up. You're not going to find anything. And Tasuku's like, well, I came all the way here. I'm not going to leave until I find anything. And Azuma's like, you are stubborn in the weirdest ways. But he decides to show Tasuku around his house. So they go to Azuma's bedroom that he used to share with his brother. And they're looking around. Tasuku's looking around. Azuma is like, yeah, we used to play hide and seek all the time and I would hide behind that dresser in the closet. And so Tasuku goes and looks at the dresser and he looks behind the dresser and there's a bag taped to the back of the shit. And he takes it and it's a comb with a brother. No, it's a comb. Okay. Inside the bag is a comb and a note that Azuma's brother wrote. I can't even get through a sentence, you guys. Azuma's brother bought the comb for him. It was a birthday present. He wrote the note for Azuma's fucking birthday, which was a week after the fatal car accident. And he must have hid it there because he was like, Azuma's staying home. I don't want him to find this while he's here. And I'm gonna give it to him when we get back. Bruh. Oh my bruh. So Azuma starts crying, obviously, but he's trying to like hold it in. And Tasuku's like, come on, at least here you should let yourself sob. Right? We cut from there to the next day. It's time for their last regional performance, but Tasuku and Azuma are still nowhere to be seen. So Izumi's like, oh my god, like, did they forget the time? Did they get the time wrong? And Tsumugi is like, actually, no, neither of them have been back since yesterday. And Izumi's like, what? Like, what the hell? So Homare is like, oh my gosh, we should call them. And Hisoka's like, I actually already did. They're in a taxi on the way back right now. Really funny. I love him. Like, he notices something's wrong before anyone else does something about it, and if it's fine, he just like doesn't bring it up. He's like, we got it handled. That's so funny. He's so cute. So they get back. Azuma is asleep, and Izumi's like, oh my god, what happened? Is he okay? And Tasuku's like, yeah, he's just asleep. I can explain later. But it probably wouldn't be a good idea for him to stand on stage right now. It might be difficult. So everyone's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Like, we have a performance in like a couple hours and there's nobody here to help us. There wouldn't happen to be a guy somewhere, like a guy, like any guy, like a guy. Yeah, good thing there's a guy, and he happens to be a android. So he has all the lines memorized because on account of being a android. So Guy recites a few of the lines just to prove that he does have them memorized, but his delivery is pretty flat, right? Really monotone. So everyone's like, but he does have all the lines memorized, and it would probably be better than trying to get one of the ensemble cast members to like memorize all the lines really fast. So they do decide to just have him fill in, and the rest of the guys can the rest of the squad can cover for his flat acting by doing their own thing. I will also mention, just as evidence, that Guy does sometimes misunderstand things that people say to him in Japanese. Also, before they make the final call to like have Guy do it. This is also just, doesn't really matter, but I feel like mentioning it. Guy says he has no acting experience. And I only feel like bringing that up just because everybody else pretty much also has no acting experience. So I just think it's kind of cool that like none of them have acting experience. I don't know. So the play goes on, and when the play starts, Izumi actually goes to Azuma's room so he doesn't wake up by himself, and she just wants to check on him, which is really sweet and cute. So Azuma wakes up and he's like, where am I? And Izumi's like, you're back in your hotel room. Tasuku carried you back. And Azuma's like, I have to go. Like, what about the play? And Izumi's like, are you sure? Like, do you want to rest? And he's like, no, I have to go. So they rush to the play. They get to the theater and they're watching in the audience. And as Azuma is watching Guy play his role, he's like, you know, Izumi, I never thought I would be so frustrated watching somebody else play my role, but here I am. And he's like, I remember during our debut performance really feeling like I wanted to stand there with everyone. So would you maybe let me play my part in our final showing? He's like, I know I caused a whole problem and so I shouldn't be able to make requests right now, but I would like to do the play. And Izumi's like, girl, yeah, of course you can do the, hello, yeah. And he's like, wow, I wonder when I became such an acting nerd. We cut to later, after this performance. The performance they were watching, not the performance that Azuma was talking about. Anyway, they're filling Spring Troop in on the happenings, and Citron is like, oh my gosh, Guy was acting? That's a 5-star rarity. And Itaru is like, wow, so less than 1%? They're being gamers. So later, Izumi goes to thank Guy for helping them, but he's kind of zoned out, so Izumi's like, what's the deal? And he's like, oh, I was just thinking about the acting is actually difficult. And she's like, yeah, but that was a really good first performance. Like, you did really well. And he's like, well, yeah, like, I'm an android, so I compile everything. She remarks on, like, how his memorization was so impressive. And he's like, well, yeah, I'm a robot. We cut from here to Guy falling asleep and having a dream. A dream. But he's a wobot. How he dream? The dream is of some unknown person being like, what do you think, Guy? Isn't theater amazing? And Guy wakes up and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I'm not supposed to be able to dream, but that wasn't a dream because I'm a robot. It couldn't be a dream. Must be some glitch in my memory bank or whatever. Because he's like, I don't remember this. That's not a memory I personally have. So what? Maybe my data's corrupt. Maybe I need to defrag. Defragmentation reference. Defragmentation is one of Guy's character songs. Best song in the world. Y'all gotta check that shit out ASAP. We cut from here to everyone back at the dorms. After the regional performances are over, they are hosting another Man Grand Prix. Man Grand Prix. I can't remember how I pronounced it last time. This was Citron's wish for Suzuru. So of course him and Suzuru are a pair again, just like last time. The winner of this Grand Prix gets cruise tickets, dinner cruise tickets for them and the rest of their troupe. Tsumugi and Hisoka end up winning, which I think is really funny, like that the judges were still trying to be unbiased, even though clearly there is somebody who should be winning right now. But they give their cruise tickets to Spring Troop because they're like, I mean, hello, come on. So Spring Troop gets to go on a cruise. So we cut to them on the cruise. Citron shows up in a suit and everyone's like, damn, shawty, you looking crazy right now. And at dinner, Citron goes to Masumi and he's like, I want to use my wish now. The one for you, the wish with that one. So Masumi pulls out the scroll and he reads it. Citron's wish 3. Citron wants to fall in love too. Please let me and the director be alone together in a romantic situation. So upon reading this wish, Masumi just completely stops moving. He's like frozen for a second. And Citron is like, it's my last wish. Like, come on. And everyone's like, come on. Like, you'll give him this one time, right? And Masumi is like, fine. So Citron and Izumi go to be alone for a moment. But Masumi gives her an alarm keychain just in case, which is so fucking funny. Girl, you know Citron's not gonna do anything, come on. But she has an alarm. They go wherever the fuck. Masumi gets as close to them as he possibly can and hides behind a pillar and is like fucking doing that shit. And they're like, all right. Izumi is like, why did you want to be alone with me? And Citron's like, I just wanted to spend some more time talking to you. And also, I wanted to apologize for not ever telling you the truth about my situation. And Izumi's like, well, it's okay. You know, I'm sure you had your reasons. And so they talk about some of their plays that they've done and whatever. And Citron talks about how he had some hang-ups playing the King of Hearts in Boy Alice because it was too close to his actual situation. Okay. Y'all didn't see that at all. But I swear to God, there was like a little, like I thought it was a little fly or something, like a gnat, and then I looked and it disappeared. What the fuck? Okay, haunted ass video. So the King of Hearts thing, and then also when he was playing the homunculus in Clockwork Heartbeat, he was reminded of Guy and the whole plot between, you know, the homunculus and the guy that created him, you know? And he says something like, it's hard to become friends when your positions are so different. So Izumi's like, oh, I wonder if Citron views Guy as a friend or if he just wishes he could instead of just, you know, a servant. Izumi then says they should do a rerun of all of their previous plays for Citron's graduation performance so that Guy can see them. And Citron's like, he's useless. He wouldn't understand the point. There's no reason. And he's like, not only did he not join us for food, but he also didn't come with today either. So it's like, what the hell's his problem? Izumi is like, how long have you guys known each other? And Citron's like, I've known him since I was a kid. Like, I've spent more time with him than my actual parents. But he's always been naggy and useless, so I would turn his switch off and run away all the time. Izumi is like, well, maybe he was just trying to raise you into a fine king. And Citron says, well, I didn't pick him up for a reason like that. And Izumi's like, what? And Citron's like, what? Nothing. Citron then explains to Izumi that Izumi, of course, he's talking to Izumi, there's nobody else here. The coronation date was set when he was really little, so he always knew, like, the exact amount of time he had before he was not as free anymore, like, couldn't do kind of whatever he wanted, even though he's never really been able to do whatever he wants in the first place. But anyways, so he had this plan ever since he was young to like spend all this time going to visit every country and all that stuff before he had to become king. But in the end, a whole bunch of things happened and he ended up fleeing the country without a word to anyone, not even Guy. And then he ended up in Japan, ended up joining Mankai Company, and that was pretty much the end of his world tour. Started and ended in Japan. Bro, don't make me cry right now, bro. So, Citron says, I wanted to visit every country in the world, starting with Japan, but those plans went up in smoke because I met Mankai Company. I couldn't travel around the world, but this was still the greatest journey. I was able to visit the worlds of many stories as an actor and as an audience member. I made lots of friends too. It was truly, truly so much fun. My journey comes to a finish here. Don't forget me, director. Girl, how could anyone forget you? Are you crazy? Citron then gives Izumi that charm that he's had all this time. You remember, Omi helped him find it. He like lost it at the store or something. Omi helped him find that one, that charm. He gives that to Izumi, okay, as like a memento. That's what that's called, right? A gift that someone gives you so you can remember them. Izumi notices that this charm is old and kind of worn down. So she's like, is this like something really important to you? And he's like, well, yeah, but that's why I want you to have it. And then he says, I want you to have it so Guy can smile lots and lots. What that mean? Hey, what that mean? And so Izumi's like, what? And Citron's like, oh, nothing. What the fuck? He's like acting like he's about to die, truly. Like he's like, guys, it's my dying wish. You have to give me my dying wish. Also, here's a memento. It's a really special thing to me, but like you should have it now. Girl, you're not dying, please. Oh my God. Oh my God, he probably actually thought he was gonna die. Oh, me just realizing that after like, this is like the third time I've read through this. Oh, Citron. Oh my God, what the hell? Oh, all right, well, that little that little incident I just had is gonna make sense in a few minutes, but what the fuck, dude? So at this exact moment, Masumi pulls up and he's like, all right, time's up. Your fucking little romantic time over. And everyone else is like, dude, leave them the fuck alone. What the hell is your problem? While this chaos is happening and everyone's yelling at Masumi and being like, God, dude, come on, leave them alone. They're having a moment. Citron goes to Chikage and he's like, I want you to grant my wish tomorrow. And Chikage's like, that's pretty sudden, but okay. What that mean? Oh God. We cut to this last conversation between Chikage and Citron. They're standing wherever the hell, they're like out, they're not in the dorms, they're out somewhere. Some, like, at the airport probably, I don't know. In an alleyway, in a dungeon, I really couldn't tell you. But they're somewhere, and Chikage is like, are you sure this is what you wanted? And Citron's like, I didn't want to have a sorrowful goodbye with everybody, so this is my last selfish wish. And Chikage's like, okay, well, take care. And Citron's like, thank you for taking care of me and look after Spring Troop for me. And Chikage's like, I will. And bitch, stop. We can't do this. I can't do this. Girl, oh my God. Take care of Spring Troop for everything that Citron says during this has just been recontextualized for me because I think he actually did think he was going to die. Oh my fucking God. I really feel kind of stupid for not realizing that until like just now. Like it's like really obvious in hindsight. So Chikage gets home as everyone is realizing that Citron is gone. And everyone's like, so where were you? And Chikage's like, well, let me just tell you. And he pulls out the scroll that Citron had given him, the fourth wish. Citron's dream 4, ninja art, vanishing beneath the clouds. I want you to let me flee to my country without anybody else knowing. Oh, I forgot about this part too. Oh, girl. Chikage tells everyone that Citron left on a plane home this morning, and Guy is like, I have to follow him right away. But as Guy is leaving, he gets a phone call from someone, some royal somebody, I don't know. Guy hangs up the phone. Everyone's like, yo, you're looking mad serious. What's wrong? And Guy's like, well, apparently Citron himself got in touch and said that he would be returning home, and when he did, he testified that I had imprisoned him overseas. So now Guy is a wanted criminal. He can't return to the country even if he wanted to, but he didn't do anything. So everyone's like, well, what the fuck is up with that? Citron is an evil genius. Guy is like, oh, he probably just thought I was a piece of shit and I was in the way the whole time anyway. And Izumi's like, that's definitely not true. Because remember, she has the context of like, Citron wanted to be friends with Guy and wanted him to smile, so there's no fucking way, right? But nobody else knows that. So everyone's like, what's the fucking deal? And Guy is like, am I a little piece of shit? And Izumi's like, no, definitely not. But also, why would he do that? So everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? And they're like, this is really out of character for the silly, goofy Citron that we know. Like, did we only know one side of him this whole time? And it's like, well, yeah, he's the king. He's about to become the king. So, yeah, you only knew one side of him this whole time, girl. He was getting his goofy out before he has to lock the fuck in. Or die, I guess. So then, the rest of Winter Troop shows up, and they're like, why would Citron just leave like that? And then Masumi's like, well, I kind of get it. I tried to do the same thing. Like just going and getting on a plane to America with my dad, because it's just less sad if you leave without saying anything. Which of course, less sad only for you, not really for everybody else. And Chikage's like, yeah, he told me to grant this wish on the night of the cruise, but didn't tell me why. So everyone's like, what the fuck? And then Sakuya is like, well, this doesn't make any sense because the wish he gave to me was to put on one last great show with everyone in Spring Troop. So why would he leave that for last? It can't possibly come true after the Chikage one. Also, this is just incredibly sad. Way too sad. We can't do that. So Sakuya's like, maybe this was his way of like calling out for help, like leaving us a hint that he doesn't want to go or doesn't want to become the king or something. Like maybe we have to do something to help him. Ichiru asks Guy if Citron wanted to become the king or if he was okay with it or not. And Guy is like, well, I don't know. And Izumi's like, weren't you guys always together? And Guy's like, well, yeah, but I don't understand human feelings. I wouldn't know. Girl, the girl. He's like, yeah, I'm a robot, remember? Keep up, dumbass. So Sakuya is like, we should just go to Citron's country and ask him. Guy is like, yeah, there's absolutely no point in trying to do that. The palace is heavily guarded, especially around the time of a coronation ceremony for the new king. And like, you're foreigners, so there's no way. And then Suzuru is like, well, then Guy should come with. Oh, wait, he can't come with. He'd get thrown in fucking prison if he stepped foot in that country, bruh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, bruh. During this conversation, Chikage's kind of going, And Ichiru's noticing and he's like, what? And Chikage's like, nothing. Girl, it's something. Guy continues by saying even if he wasn't a wanted criminal, he still couldn't agree to help with this plan anyway because it was decided such a long time ago that Citron would become the king. And so Sakuya's like, what if he doesn't want to though? And Guy is like, well, he just left on his own terms on a plane to go back for the coronation ceremony. Doesn't that say enough? And everyone's like, God, maybe there really is just nothing we can do. But Izumi is like, I just still think something is wrong because Guy, why is Guy here? Like, Citron left him behind, but not only that, he made him into a wanted criminal, which is a really harsh situation. So something has to be going on here. So Chikage asks Guy what he's gonna do now, and Guy is like, I guess I'd have to hide somewhere for a while. And Izumi is like, well, you can stay here for as long as you want. And Guy's like, wait, but what? And Izumi's like, we're here to help each other out in times of need. And Guy is like, okay, thank you, appreciate it. And then Sakyo, who also has been here the whole time, I guess, chimes in and he's like, well, if Citron's graduation performance isn't happening, that means we have to move the schedule up for Winter Troop's next performance, which means we need to have a new Winter Troop member way sooner than we thought we were gonna need to. Everyone for a second is like, God, but we're still like grieving the loss of Citron. But Sakyo is like, yeah, but we can't sacrifice the schedule. Like, we'll lose a lot of money if we don't have anything going on for even a month. Like, we have to figure this out. So everyone's like, yeah, you're right. And then they lock in. But wherever will they find, where'st will they find? It's not like there's just some guy laying around. Okay, good thing there's a guy. Guy himself steps up and he's like, would you guys let me stand in until you find someone else? Because this whole situation is kind of my fault since Citron left so suddenly. I should take responsibility, right? He's acting like Citron Dad, which he sort of is Citron Dad. He pretty much is Citron Dad. So everyone's like, okay, yeah, good idea. So Guy is officially in, but not officially, but officially. So we cut to the first Winter Troop practice with Guy in it, and he is of course having a difficult time expressing emotions. So everyone's like, is there really no emotions like programmed into your AI? And he's like, well, there is, but they're not strong enough to affect anything because if they were, I would be easy to like compromise during my difficult duties as a servant or whatever, which we also find out later he was like a soldier sort of too, so that's the reason for that. Winter Troop kind of has a little meeting and they're like, let's try to come up with some ways that maybe we can teach Guy how to express emotions better just in our day-to-day lives, like at the dorms and stuff. So we cut to Guy alone thinking about like, why would Citron leave me here? Like, what is going on? And he has a flashback to one time when Citron was younger and him and Guy were riding horses together. And Citron said like, wow, isn't this so fun? And Guy was like, it is fun. And Citron was like, is it actually fun? Or are you just saying that because I said it? And Guy is like, well, I inferred that it's fun because you said it was fun. And Citron was like, God, you really are useless. And then he has a couple more flashbacks to similar things like that where Citron was trying to get Guy to show emotions, like trying to piss him off or trying to get him to cry or trying to, you know, whatever. And none of them worked. And Citron would just conclude every time like, God, I guess you really just don't understand. And so Guy in the present is thinking about this and being like, back then, did I really not understand? So we're starting to see through the cracks here. He's starting to question his reality a little bit, basically. We cut from here to Tsumugi inviting Guy to one of his favorite cafes. This cafe, well, Tsumugi's favorite cafes, of course, not Guy's. This cafe is covered in like flowers and plants and everything. So they're in there and they're talking and Tsumugi asks Guy if he can remember any times where he felt emotions and Guy can't remember anything. And so Tsumugi just is like, okay, well, what kind of place is Zara Kingdom? So Guy starts explaining and he's like, he's giving basically the Wikipedia synopsis. So he says, it's a country in West Asia ruled by the king of Zara. The official language is Zarin and the tourism industry is central to its development. It's an island nation surrounded by the ocean. The landmass is approximately 190 square kilometers and he stops talking and Tsumugi's like, what? And Guy's like, and the flowers. The flowers are beautiful. So, what? I don't exactly know what's going on here, so I might be totally wrong, but like, I think what just happened is Guy was giving his normal little spiel, but as he was saying it, there was actual beautiful flowers in front of him, so he went, wait, the flowers kind of are beautiful though. I think, but I don't exactly know. So I think that was a moment of him feeling a little bit of emotion and understanding what it means when the flowers are beautiful, I guess. We cut to them back at the dorms, and Tsumugi is showing Guy this sprout in the garden, and he explains that Citron planted it without looking at what kind of flower it was, so he was always looking forward to watching it bloom and finding out what was going on in there. So he asks Guy if he will look after the flower in Citron's stead, and Guy is like, yeah, of course. So Tsumugi starts teaching Guy how to garden, and we get this cute CG of them gardening together. Tsumugi then asks Guy what he thinks of Winter Troop, and Guy gives kind of an objective observation about Winter Troop, and Tsumugi gives Guy the rundown, kind of like the rest of the leaders have done with their rookies, like the little history of Winter Troop and how they had to try to grow closer between the plays and all the problems they had to sort out while they were doing all that shit. He then asks Guy what he thinks of each Winter Troop member, and Guy sort of does the same thing, like he just gives kind of an objective, first glance kind of observation about each person, and Tsumugi's like, so that's your impression. And Guy's like, well, am I wrong? And Tsumugi's like, please see for yourself. We then get sort of a compilation of Guy hanging out with each Winter Troop member and seeing for himself, which is cute. It's like Guy going on a little date with everybody. It's like kind of adorable. The next person we get is Homare. So Homare finds Guy gardening while Tsumugi's away at work, and he's like, Guy, we should go out shopping. So Guy's like, okay. So they go shopping, and as they're walking around, Homare recites some poems as per usual, and then he asks Guy what he thinks, and Guy's like, I don't know. Which is fair because I don't think anybody really knows what they think about Homare's poems. They all just kind of sound weird and strange. So honestly, that's not really evidence that Guy can't feel emotions. That's evidence that he's normal, I think. Then Homare checks the time and he's like, oh my gosh, it looks like my pocket watch is broken again. And Guy is like, if it's broken, why wouldn't you just buy a different one? You have the money, right? And Homare is like, yeah, but this is something that's important to me. So, period. Homare growth. Truths. Also, when he realizes that it's broken, he goes, I guess I'll have to have Tasuku fix it again. So, gay. So Homare explains the whole like broken cyborg incident to Guy, and he says that this pocket watch is a reminder of that concern. And Guy is like, so why are you treasuring it if it's like something that bothered you? And Homare is like, well, because I was able to get over that same concern because of this very pocket watch. So Guy is like, okay. And Homare says, I am a broken cyborg, but even if I can't properly understand another person's feelings, I can put myself in their shoes. Though this is a second-hand telling of a second-hand telling. Even if I am a little troublesome, just like this watch, there is a place that needs me. Just being able to think that truly put my heart at ease. I carry around this watch so I don't forget that. And then Guy is like, but if you can't understand someone, is there even any meaning in putting yourself in their shoes? And Homare is like, well, it's not about understanding them, it's about caring for them and trying. And Guy's like, I still don't get it. And Homare is like, well, I guess it's too difficult for you to understand, but just know that you aren't the only one here that's worrying about emotions. So, yes. Cute. Cute. Guy, upon hearing this, thinks back to one of his Citron memories, and he's like, oh, every time that I couldn't understand someone's feelings, Citron would make a sorrowful expression. Is that because I wasn't taking the action of caring for him? And Homare's like, yeah, see, you get it. That's so crazy, dude. That's actually so crazy. Wow. I sounded so convinced that it was crazy when I was saying that. Just the flattest fucking... Dude, I'm Guy right now. Then Homare is like, oh, that's right. I have to buy some more marshmallows for Hisoka. How troublesome. Troublesome, Quinky reference. Wow. It all ties back to Quinky. And Guy is like, if it's troublesome, why are you smiling? And Homare's like, well, maybe because it's interesting. Like, he has all these quirky traits, but I like that about him because that's what makes him Hisoka. And buying marshmallows for him is the only thing I can do while he fights a lonely battle. Oh my gosh, bruh. We cut from here to the day Suzuru finishes the script. He's dead as hell on the floor. Winter Troop takes the script, gives it a read. It's Suzuru's rendition of Phantom of the Opera, except he took the romance out and it's just friendship now. So they read through the shit, and Guy has been cast as the Phantom, and everyone's like, that's kind of tough. This is a difficult role, and it's also the first time Mankai Company has had like a through and through actual villain. So I wonder if Guy's gonna be okay. Izumi is like, yeah, it's probably gonna be tough getting Guy to express these emotions, but we'll figure out a way. And she just calls it there for the day, and Guy goes outside and finds Hisoka asleep in the yard. So he fucking finds Hisoka asleep, wakes him up with a marshmallow, which is a tactic he learned from Homare, and he goes, are you fighting something, Hisoka? And Hisoka goes, the past. What an insane interaction to have. You barely know each other. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Hisoka wouldn't know that Homare said that shit about he's fighting a lonely battle. So if some guy just randomly walked up to you and was like, are you fighting something? What the fuck? Get away from me. That's an insane question. So Hisoka is like, yeah, I am fighting to regain my lost memories, and also fighting said lost memories because they're painful, because they're memories of losing someone that I loved. And well, does he say loved? Oh no, he says losing someone precious to me. I don't think they really ever say love in this. You could use the word love in that scenario as well. Anyways, but he's like, I think you're kind of like me. Like, I was running from the past, and I think you're running from something too. What are you running from? And Guy is like, am I running from something? Girl, yeah. What? Yes. And then he has a few more like Citron flashbacks, but I don't really need to explain them. They're kind of similar to the ones he was already having, just more similar ones. And then Hisoka is like, oh my gosh, I'm about to run out of marshmallows. And Guy is like, you should get more from Homare. And Hisoka's like, no, I want Azuma's fancy ones. So Guy in this moment thinks to himself something like, in this second, I think that Hisoka is the same as my first impression of him, but also maybe he does have a side to him that you can't really see at first glance. And then he asks Hisoka what kind of person he thinks Azuma is, and Hisoka says Azuma is kind and he's always calm, but sometimes I get the feeling that I need to protect him. And Guy is like, even though he's an emotionally independent adult, which is so funny, that sounds like something someone would say on Twitter, and Hisoka's like, yeah. So Guy goes to talk to Azuma, who offers him some alcohol, and they're like drinking together, and Guy just is like, are you weak? Which is just like, what? Like, I understand Guy doesn't, like, understand whatever, but, like, he's crazy. He's crazy in these moments, just going up to people and being like, so are you a little bitch or what? Are you, like, insane or no? Are you running from something? Are you hiding? What's your fucking problem? So Azuma is like, what? And Guy is like, well, Hisoka said sometimes he feels like he needs to protect you. And Azuma's like, oh, he said that? That's cute. That makes me feel happy. And Guy is like, what? Well, you don't look like you need to be protected. And Azuma's like, oh, I guess I should tell you my lore. So Azuma tells Guy that he lost his family when he was very young and he was alone for a long time. And he always thought he would go on to just die alone, and he was really lonely. And every night when he would go to sleep, he would hope that morning would never come. Excuse me? What? They just drop this shit on you crazy, like at random times. Oh yeah, by the way, Azuma was suicidal. Okay. All right. Sure. But then he says, after joining the troop for the first time, I stopped being afraid of the morning that I feared for all those years. I might be one person, but I'm not alone, because everyone in the troop is always next to me. Bruh. Absolute bruh. Guy in this moment gives Azuma a pat on the head, and Azuma kind of giggles, and Guy's like, oh, I'm sorry. And Azuma's like, no, it's just been a long time since somebody did that to me. Azuma is like, oh yeah, my brother used to do that to me when I was a kid. And then he asks Guy if Guy has any siblings. And Guy is like, well, there's probably other androids of the same model, but I haven't met any. And Azuma's like, so you don't have any memories of like brotherhood or anything? And Guy's like, the only brothers I know are Citron's brothers. He then explains that Citron has 3 younger brothers. They are all named after fruits, by the way, which I think is quite funny. We've mentioned them before. We being me. Guy says that Citron is on good terms with the youngest of the 3, but he's not on good terms with the middle 2, but he's always been worried about these relationships. He also says that all of Citron's siblings are from different mothers. Guy then has a flashback to Citron saying, like, I don't want to fight with my brothers. I would gladly give them the crown if I could. And Guy just responds with, like, but you're the crown prince. And Citron goes, yeah, but it's so troublesome. Like, sometimes I wish this crown just didn't exist. Guy saying, like, 2 minutes ago, oh, I don't know. If Citron wanted to inherit the throne, I don't know. You know, motherfucker. What? What the hell? So in the present, Guy wonders out loud if Citron wanted to have a relationship with his brothers like Azuma had with his brother, and Azuma's like, he probably did, but I bet it's really hard when you're literally royalty. Azuma then tells Guy that he should come drinking next time that Winter Troop goes all together because it's fun. And Guy is like, it's fun? And Azuma's like, have you never been drinking with someone and thought that it was fun? And Guy's like, no. So Azuma explains to Guy how everyone in Winter Troop acts when they're drunk, and Guy's like asking questions and stuff, and Azuma's like, I'm surprised you're interested in people. And Guy is like, well, I've learned that everyone here has a side to them that you might not usually see. And Azuma's like, okay, I see. Azuma then tells Guy a little bit about the less visible side of Tasuku, that he's like caring and all that. Caring and thoughtful are the words specifically used. And Guy is like, huh. And then Azuma is like, you should wait for him outside at 5 a.m. tomorrow. So Guy is like, okay, got it. Okay, got it. Was that a Taemin reference? Was Taemin the one that said, okay, garlic? I don't remember. It was somebody from SHINee. So a guy goes outside the next day and stands there at 5 a.m. Just fucking stands there like this. And Tasuku comes outside. Of course, he's like going on his morning run. He comes outside not knowing the guy's there and he goes, what the fuck? Whoa. Jump scare. Guy jump scare. So Tasuku's like, what are you doing? And Guy is like, I was standing here so I could learn more about you. What the fuck is he talking about? What the hell? So Tasuku's like, well, I usually go on my runs at this time, so you should come with me for a run. And Guy's like, okay, so they go on a run. As they're running, Tasuku is like, why did you want to learn more about me? And Guy's like, well, because I analyzed Winter Troop and I realized that there was flaws in my analyses of everyone, so I would like to fix those. And Tasuku is like, oh, I get that. Tasuku tells Guy some lore about him, about how like he was in Godza before Mankai and he has ancient beef with Tsumugi because they were childhood friends, and then whatever the incident, but they made up at Mankai and all that stuff. And then as he's talking, Tasuku's like, oh, wait a minute, the best way to get to know me is to do a street act with me. And Guy is like, but I don't know how. And Tasuku's like, well, that's okay, don't worry about it, just follow my lead, or like respond to my acting however you want. So they do, and afterwards Tasuku is like, wasn't that fun? And like, of course there's like a little crowd that gathered and everything, people are clapping and stuff, and Guy's like, well, I don't know if it was fun, but I do feel weird. Tasuku is like, strange? And Guy is like, well, it's weird how this many people are looking at me and smiling. And Tasuku is like, that's acting, baby. That's showbiz. Guy then remembers how Citron said before he left that there's nothing more fun than standing on stage with everyone at Mankai. So he's like, is this what fun means? They head back to the dorms, and when they get back, Guy sees Tsumugi, and he goes to Tsumugi and he's like, you told me I was wrong about everyone, and so I went and talked to everyone, and you were right. I was kind of wrong, and I got to learn more about everyone in the troupe, except you. And Tsumugi's like, you should get a sense of me on stage. So we cut to the next winter troupe practice. Izumi notices that Guy's expressions have gotten just the tiniest bit better, and she's like, oh my gosh, I wonder what happened. And then Matsukawa comes in, and he's like, guys, I found a tape of when the original winter troupe did fucking Phantom of the Opera, so we should watch it. And everyone's like, hell yeah, let's watch it. So they do. As they're watching it, they're like, wait a minute, one of the old Winter Troop guys actually played Christine. Like, instead of them making it an all-men cast, one of them actually played a woman. So everyone's like, yeah, I guess if anyone in our troop were to play a woman, it would probably be Azuma. And Azuma's like, well, I don't know if I could pull this one off. Christine is an opera singer. And then Homare is like, I have no issue playing the role. Gender is insignificant when it comes to art and beauty, after all. What? Is this a non-binary Homare reveal? Or is this a gay Homare reveal? Or both? One of my friends yesterday, I was out in the woods. I was swimming in the river with my friend. And so I was talking about that I'm like filming my next video. My friend was like, oh, is that a New Carnival one? And I was like, no, I don't play New Carnival anymore. It's an A3 one. And they were like, is A3 gay? And I was like, is A3 gay? Well, yes, but no. But yes, but no. And like, that is one of those examples of shit where, like, yes, like you can't read that line and be like, yeah, A3 is made completely by and for straight people, because that's a crazy thing to say. Oh, gender is insignificant. Okay, that kind of sounds gay to me. That sounds like LGBT community. All right. But also, they never say that point blank, but do they have to? Anyway, it's about to get real interesting, because as Guy is watching this tape, he has a flashback of what? Well, bitch, sit down. I'm going to just read this whole dialogue. Okay, so it's Guy talking to someone that it just said, it's just question marks. So we don't know who this is, okay? But they say, did you have fun? And Guy says, yeah. And they say, I'm glad. That theater company is made up of 4 troops, and each one has its distinct characteristics. They're lots of fun. So let's come back to watch performances by the other troops too. And Guy says, yeah. And they say, Guy, do you want to become an actor like Father? Theater is really interesting. Hey, so we're gonna have to, hey, what the fuck? Then we cut to Guy later that night having a bad dream about his parents splitting up and his mom taking him away from his dad and him freaking out and being like, no, I don't want to go. So Guy has parents. Oh no, what's happening? Oh, what's going on? Cracks in the foundation. Guy's reality is fucked right now. He's fucked, dude. He wakes up and Azuma's like, are you okay? It seemed like you were having a bad dream. And Guy is like, no, that's not possible. I'm an android. I can't dream. It's probably just defrag. And he's like kind of freaking out. Azuma's like, okay. All right. So we cut to the next practice. Guy's expressions are completely back to normal. And Izumi's like, did something happen? And Guy is like, it was probably a defrag failure. And everyone's like, what? And he's like, there's either a bug or a falsification of sorts in my memory data. And everyone's like, does that mean you're malfunctioning? And he's like, no. Right now, it only affects my memory data, which is backed up in the Zara Kingdom's storage medium. If I could go back, I could restore my data and fix my bugs. Azuma, upon hearing this, is like, And then after practice, Guy goes to rest, and everyone is like, what would we even do if Guy broke? Like, how the fuck would we fix him? We can't get him back to his country, and we don't know how to fix androids, so what the hell is going on? So everyone except Azuma says a couple things about maybe we could do this or that or whatever. And then Azuma goes to Izumi, and he's like, hey, I think Guy is just a real flesh and blood person. And Izumi's like, what? Girl, yeah, obviously, the fuck. I cannot believe it only took like 2 little weird things that Guy said for people to just go, yeah, he is really a robot, huh? No, he isn't. If he was a robot, how would he take a shower? So Izumi is like, yeah, that does seem to be the pretty obvious conclusion to come to, but so many weird things have happened here, I just kind of assumed he was telling the truth. Which is, that is fair. They have a winter troop meeting without Guy, and they talk about how he's probably just a dude. A guy, if you will. And everyone's like, yeah, I guess that makes sense, huh? So they devise a plan to prove it. And they basically just do a bunch of like pranks on him to try to get him to show emotion or something. At the end of it all, they end up talking about how Guy says that he has the Japanese language and kanji installed in his system, but then he will like not know certain kanji that are like pretty common for adults to know. And so Homari's like, maybe he just learned them normally. And Tasuku's like, well, but can you learn 3 languages just from believing that they've been installed? Because he's not from Japan. Right? So Hisoka's like, maybe he lost his memories. The feeling that you have, the empty feeling after you wake up from losing your memories, is really scary, and honestly, if I didn't even remember my name, I probably would have believed someone if they told me I was a robot. Sumugi is like, does that mean that Guy used to live in Japan? And Izumi is like, well, Citron did say they were always together when Citron was little. So Azuma is like, maybe Guy lived here when he was a kid, before Citron was born. And Homari's like, that would explain why he only knows kanji that a child would probably know. And then everyone is like, well, we're kind of going crazy with the theorizing, so we shouldn't really jump to any crazy conclusions just yet. And they all decide that regardless of if he's an android or not, they're gonna just continue to treat him like they always have. We cut from there to another winter troop practice. They're practicing in the actual theater this time. And so Guy has another flashback to when he was a kid. And it's a memory of him with his dad going to see a play at this theater. And at the end of the play, Guy went to his dad and was like, next time I want to see you acting on stage. So Guy in the present is like acting weird, and everyone's like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And Guy's like, I'm fine. And they're like, are you sure? And he's like, I think I've been to this theater before. And Tasuku is like, on your own? And Guy is like, with my dad. But no, I don't have a dad. I'm an android. And Izumi's like watching this crash out and being like, oh, Guy, like, he's going the fuck through it. So they all head back to the dorms because Guy is going the fuck through it. And they're like, are you okay? And Guy is like, I'm fine. There seems to just have been a minor malfunction. Tasuku then asks if Guy used to live in this area, and Guy says, I don't remember. But ever since I saw the original Winter Troops performance video, I've had repeated defrag errors. Memory data that I have no recollection of has been repeatedly showing up in my nightly defrags. And Azuma is like, defrags? You mean your dreams? And Guy is like, no, I can't dream. I'm an android. It's my nightly maintenance. And Homare just goes, aren't you a human? And Guy is like, and so he's like freaking out, right? And Azuma is like, I think so too. And Guy is like, no, I'm an android. And Izumi's like, but an android wouldn't have a father. And Guy is like, stop. And everyone's like, shit. Whoa. Of course he yells a lot louder than I can. I'm not gonna yell in my basement, okay? But he's like, stop. Stop. So they all stop, and Guy is like, I'm confused and I'm upset and I'm gonna go to my room. Please leave me alone. And everyone's like, well, shit, we went too far. And Izumi's like, yeah, but I didn't know Guy could get that upset. And Homare's like, yeah, that's exactly what proves he's a human. It's not that he can't express his emotions, it's just that he believes that he can't. And Tsumugi's like, yeah, I agree, but we should wait for Guy to calm down before we do anything else. We jump right from here to Citron's point of view in his country, getting ready for the incident, preparing for the situation, Oh my god, stop. I was like having fun just doing guy development time, and I forgot about the impending doom. So his two middle brothers, named Orange and Navel, by the way, come up to him and they're like, wow, I can't believe you're alive. And Citron's like, yeah. And they're just like, well, I sure hope the ceremony goes off without any problems. What the fuck, Chief? I'm calling the fucking police. So then the youngest brother, Tangerine, shows up and he's like, oh my god, Citron, I can't believe you're safe. I'm so happy to see you. And Citron's like, yes. And also, Tangerine Loki is Muku, by the way. I'm just like, obviously not literally, but they have a lot in common as far as vibes. And I think they should be besties. Maybe they become besties later. So we cut right back to Mankai Corp after that evil foreshadowing, and Izumi goes to talk to Guy, who has now sort of calmed down, and she's like, I'm sorry that we did all that, and Guy's like, no, it's okay, I'm sorry about my attitude, I didn't know I could get that upset. And Izumi's like, everyone was happy about it, and Guy's like, what? And she's like, well, you said you have difficulty expressing your emotions, but that was a big emotion. And Guy is like, yeah, people always tell me that I'm kind of creepy because I don't really express my feelings on my face, and it's hard to know what I'm thinking or feeling at any given time. And he tells Izumi that Citron used to always call him useless back in the day, and Izumi is like, maybe he was telling you that just to try to piss you off so you would show an emotion. Genius. Yo, she's so smart. So Izumi asks if Guy was always Citron's assistant, and he says no, he was originally hired as just a soldier, and then he was assigned to a special unit of people who were doing like the top secret shit that the public couldn't know about. And he explains that nobody joined this unit on purpose, nobody wanted to. Everyone who was in that unit was some sort of outcast or something, and they all had to go through insane training. Guy says that right before he was about to go on his first mission, which seems to be an assassination mission, Citron found him. They met. That's when they met, but Citron found him. Citron happened to be eavesdropping on the meeting between Guy and his boss about this mission, and then the boss noticed that there was someone, like, eavesdropping. So Citron came in, and he's like, who's this? And the boss was like, this isn't someone you should pay any attention to. We belong in the shadows, or whatever. And Citron is like, I'm asking you who he is. Okay, oh my gosh, bitch. So Guy is like, well, I'm an android, and I was built here. And Citron is like, oh, you're so interesting. And so he sneaks in to play with Guy every once in a while after this, but Guy still has to go on all of his dangerous missions. And at a certain point, Citron is like, I don't want him to die. So he uses his power as the crown prince to make Guy his personal servant instead. So Guy tells Izumi this whole lore, and then Izumi is like, wow, he saved you. Like, he wanted to save you. And Guy is like, I don't think he wanted to save me. I think he just wanted someone interesting to play with, because otherwise, why would he cast me aside so easily? So Izumi remembers what Citron said when he gave her the charm, and she tells Guy that she doesn't think Citron, like, wanted him to be just cast aside so easily. She's like, there must be something else going on here, because when Citron gave me this charm, he said that he wanted you to smile lots and lots. And Guy was like, he gave you a charm? So Izumi pulls it out, and Guy is like, I gave this to Citron. And Izumi's like, really? And Izumi thinks to herself that this charm is clearly Japanese and was clearly made in Japan. So that means Guy did, in fact, live in Japan at one point. So Guy is like, I always had it with me for some reason, but I don't really remember why. And when I went to throw it away, Citron asked if he could keep it, but I didn't think he kept it with him for this long. So Izumi is like, these are good luck charms. So maybe the fact that he got it from you meant it was extra, extra special. And Guy is like, I don't know about that. And he takes it from Izumi and he's holding it and he's like, wait a second, it's heavier than usual. There's something inside the charm. Guys, get ready for absolute fucking cinema. So Guy opens the charm and he's like, there's a microchip in here. And Izumi is like, can we read what's on it? And Guy is like, we could if we got back to my country. And Izumi's like, something that can't be read with a normal computer. Oh, let's ask Shikage. Let's ask Shikage and also Hisoka. So they do. So later that day, Hisoka comes back to Izumi to tell her what's in the shit. Tasuku also is there. I guess they were hanging out. Izumi and Tasuku, that is. And Hisoka's like, well, it was a access key for the Zara Kingdom's database, and if you opened it, it brought you to someone's family register information. And Tasuku's like, well, whose? And Hisoka's like, Guy's. His name is Nishiki Guy. which is a Japanese name. Dog. Citron is so... Oh, dude. I love Citron so much. His character is so cool, and he's so. So they bring the rest of Winter Troop to look at this, and Guy is like, you can show everyone, and Azuma's like, are you sure? And Guy is like, well, when they hired me, they dug through all my personal records, so if it's something from my past, everyone here has the right to know about it. So everyone looks at it. It's Guy's family information and their home address. Guy's mother was a foreigner. Guy's father has a Japanese name. I don't know why I referred to Guy's mom in the past tense. I think they're both alive, as far as I know. This information brings back more memories for Guy, and he has a flashback of his dad giving him something and saying, I'll definitely come back to get you. Actually, sorry, no. I'll definitely come to take you back. This is because Guy was the one that was being taken elsewhere. The dad wasn't leaving. It was the opposite. So the phrasing is important, okay? Tearing up a little bit. Oh my gosh. So Guy has another memory right after that of him arriving in Zara Kingdom with his mom and his new stepdad, who is an evil fucking piece of shit. The stepdad is telling Guy, like, you're never going back to Japan. You're just an android who only has a purpose if you follow every one of our orders from here on out. Bruh. Present Guy gets so stressed that he falls asleep, and then everyone is like, oh my gosh, he really did forget all of his memories and get brainwashed into thinking he's a robot. And so Izumi is like, wait a minute, that means Citron left him here on purpose and gave us this information so that Guy could remember his past and live a better life from here on out. Oh my fucking god. That's king shit. I know he doesn't want to be the king, but that's king shit. So they take the now sleeping Guy back to his room, and they're like about to leave, but Hisoka is like, I think we should stay here until he wakes up. And everyone's like, what? Well, everyone but Izumi knows because this happened before, but Izumi's like, what? And Hisoka explains that when he fell asleep that day that he was trying to remember where Shikage might have taken her, everyone stayed with him, and it really helped when he woke up and he wasn't alone. And he says, I think Guy's heart is going through an incredibly painful time right now. He's losing a sense of who he is. That's why I want all of us to be with him. Which is so cute. And so Hisoka and so Yas. And so they all stay until Guy wakes up. When Guy does wake up, everyone else has fallen asleep except Azuma, who is like, are you okay? And Guy is like, I remember everything. So Guy explains that he used to live in Japan with his Japanese father and his Zarin mother, who always had doubts about him because he was never very expressive and she thought he was kind of creepy or something. But Guy's dad always just would say, if you feel like laughing, you should laugh. If you feel like crying, you should cry. But if you don't feel like doing anything, you shouldn't force yourself just to seem normal. King shit. One time, his dad brought him to a play at Mankai Company, and Guy had a lot of fun and was really moved. This is the time that he said, you know, next time I want to see you on stage. And so his dad was like, okay, I'll work even harder. But in the end, he just wasn't making it as an actor. So shortly after this, Guy's mom asked for a divorce. So Guy says that he thinks the loneliness of living in a foreign country with nobody but your husband and creepy child and no stable source of income was probably too much for his mom, which is why she divorced Guy's dad. And when they divorced, his mom took Guy with her to Zara Kingdom, back to Zara, right? Which is when his dad gave him that good luck charm and said he would definitely come get him someday. But in the end, he never heard from his father again. Bro. Soon after this, Guy's mom remarried, but the guy that she married was always evil towards Guy because, you know, Guy was never very expressive even before he was brainwashed into thinking he was a robot. And so this stepdad is just like an absolute piece of shit. He was the one who, he abused Guy enough and kept telling him he was a robot to the point where Guy genuinely did lose his previous memories from childhood and start believing he's actually a robot. This stepdad, I don't know what his name is, but he needs to count his fucking days. I'm approaching his location rapidly. So back in the present, Guy is like, I'm so stupid. I can't believe I believed that. What a stupid fucking shit. And Tsumugi's like, honestly, I feel like you had no choice. Like, if you didn't believe that, it would have been a lot harder to, like, live your life. Like, you had to believe that in order to protect your heart and your emotional well-being. So Guy is like, I bet Citron pitied me, and that's why he left me behind and left this information here or whatever. And Izumi's like, no, like, he gave me that and told me that he wanted you to be able to smile. I think he wanted you to be able to just live a happy life knowing like where you actually came from. And Hisoka's like, oh shit, that's right. This was also in the thing. It's a note from Guy's dad that says, so Guy can smile lots and lots, which I'm assuming was in there the whole time. That was in the charm. That's why Guy's dad gave him the charm. Citron found that in the charm and said, oh shit. I mean, I guess I don't know. This could be how Citron found out about Guy's family, or Citron knew the whole time because he had access to the database or whatever at Zara. I don't know. But either way, that's why Citron left him behind. He's like, we got to figure this out. Guy has to be freed from this hell. Also, he knew that Guy wouldn't be able to reunite with his dad for whatever reason, or that his dad was never coming. So he was like, I'm gonna try to fulfill Guy's dad's wish of making Guy happy, even if it's the last thing I fucking do. Dude, you can't just say that to me. You cannot. So Guy starts crying and he's like, oh my gosh, an oil leak? And everyone's like, no girl, those are tears, you're crying. Only a human can cry. And Guy is like, oh, that's right, I'm a person. And Homare is like, but it doesn't matter to us either way. And Hisoka's like, yeah, that's true, because Guy is Guy. And Guy is like, wow, I wonder if Citron left me behind so I could learn that. And Izumi's like, well, probably. She says that Citron probably left him behind so that he could remember his past and then be able to cry and laugh with all his heart. Oh my fucking god. So the next morning at practice, everyone is like, we should probably let Guy sleep in and like he doesn't have to come to practice, but Guy shows up anyway and he's like, let's go. He's ready to lock in. And Izumi's like, I wonder, he might do okay. And sure enough, his acting has completely changed and he's become a lot more expressive since the incident yesterday. Then we cut to them practicing in the theater. Matsukawa randomly comes in and he tells everyone like the nominations for this year's Fleur Award. And he says, of course, Godza was nominated. Mankai Company was not, but they're still too early on in their thing. Nobody was expecting them to get nominated anyway, so that's not really a letdown. And Matsukawa also informs us that Godza is always nominated, but they've never won. Because remember, this award, the Fleur, is not just for Voluto Way, but for all of Japan. So, yeah, I don't know if the town is called Voluto Way or if that's the name of the street and the town is just called Voluto. It's probably the name of the street. I've probably been calling the whole town the name of a street. Whatever. Then we cut to Winter Troop going out to do some advertising in the form of street acts. This is Guy's first time officially doing street acts, but he did one with Tasuku that one time. But now that he has regained his memories and everything, he's more nervous than he was before. So he's like, oh my gosh, guys, like, what if I suck? And everyone's like, don't worry, King, we got you. It's no worries. And he's like, okay, we got this. So they start doing their street acts, but then Haruto comes by with some of the Godza fucking freaks, and they start doing street acts right next to these guys. And Tasuku is like, excuse me, we're using this area already. And Haruto's like, oh, well, you guys look so boring. I thought you were just passersby. Bitch. Guy is like, who is that? And everyone is like, oh, he's a member of Godza, but I don't remember his name. I can't remember. I don't know. Tasuku, of course, remembers his name, but just isn't saying anything, and nobody else can remember his name, and Haruto is getting pissed the fuck off. He's like, you guys should know who I am. Oh my god, I'm so famous. How can you not know my fucking name? So Haruto is like, I challenge you guys to an etude battle right here, right now. I'm gonna finish you once and for all, or whatever. And of course, they're like, oh no, he challenged us in front of a crowd. We have no choice. We have to do it. But Guy is like, what does that even mean? So Tsumugi explains to Guy what an etude battle is and what the rules are, and before they actually start, Rennie shows up. And by the way, Guy happens to recognize him. He's like, that guy looks familiar, but I don't know why. So he's like, not gonna mention it. Rennie is like, oh, you guys are doing the Phantom of the Opera? Didn't you guys do that one time? Or like, we already did that once or whatever. Because there's an old Mankai Company version and there's a Godza version. So Rennie's like, oh, this is old hat. But he's like, since you guys are doing this, then the etude battle theme is gonna be the Phantom and Raoul. Or whatever, right? So that means Guy has to perform because he's the one playing the Phantom, so he has to do the etude battle. Uh-oh. That's not good. They, of course, lose the etude battle, which I say, of course, that probably isn't that obvious because this is A3 and they should win everything every time, but they do lose, and then Rennie is like, well, we're also in the mindset of training our rookies over here at Godza. Maybe we should do a dual act, do an act-off for their debut plays. Winter Troop is always just in the Rennie trenches. They can't get away from this fucking freak. We also find out here that Haruto still has not been promoted to the top spot, which is funny. He's still Flop City. But anyway, so they get this proposition sucks, and then they decide they're gonna go drinking. So it's winter troop drinking time. Not a lot to say about the drinking time. They ask Guy a bunch of questions about him, like his favorite foods and all that kind of stuff. Guy gets to see everyone acting exactly the way that Azuma said they would, which is pretty funny. Homare is, of course, reciting poetry, which causes Guy to actually genuinely laugh, which is really cute to see. And then Guy almost tells everyone that he recognized Rennie from somewhere, but he decides not to say anything because he's like, it could just be my imagination. Please, speak up, I would like to know. What's going on here, huh? Then we cut right from there to the opening day of their play. By the way, they don't actually do an act off with Godza. Rennie just is like, oh, let's fuck you, and then they don't. So the first day of their performance goes well, of course, and afterwards Guy is already thinking of different ways he could improve for next time, so he's already become a true theater nerd. And speaking of theater nerds, Tasuku and Tsumugi give him some ideas for like if he wants to try different interpretations of his character in specific scenes, he could do this or do that, which is really fun. We cut right from here to the final performance. They of course ask Guy to say a few words. I keep like doing this and then I'm a different height in every clip. That's funny. They ask Guy to say a few words and he doesn't know what to say at first, but then Tsumugi tells him to just like say something about how he felt during this play run or something, and Guy says, I lived my entire life fulfilling my duties as Citronia's servant. That was the only thing on my mind. I thought that so long as I could faithfully carry out commands, I didn't need human emotions, affection, or friends. But thanks to everyone here, I regained my memories, my feelings, and my true self. I came to think that acting with everyone and spending time with everyone was fun. Every time I act, I feel like I'm regaining a piece of my true self. I was able to realize that I am human thanks to everyone here. I'm truly grateful. This entire time, I had been wondering why Citronia left me in this country. I thought he might have thrown me away. But now I simply wish to thank him. I'm so glad I met you all in this country. I'm so glad I can act with you. For our last show, I want that line we practiced over and over again to be a success, something I can be satisfied with. I just got choked up reading that and realizing, like, after Guy says, like, all I want now is to thank him, there is a world in which he never would have been able to because Citron actually died. Like, I'm sorry, but... So, the final performance is underway. They get to the final scene, the one where that guy was talking about with this line they kept practicing, but then the lights go out. Apparently, there's a typhoon passing through, so the theater ended up losing power. So the guys start ad-libbing for just a little bit while Izumi and Matsukawa backstage try to figure out the backup generator, which they do get turned on and it can only manage like a few spotlights, but they still get to do the scene that Guy was dying to do. And the line delivery that he gives is not any of the suggestions he received from any of his troupe members, but his own personal interpretation of the character, which is so epic. As the audience gives Winter Troop a standing ovation, Guy remembers once again how Citron told him that there was nothing more fun than standing on stage with everyone at Mankai. Later, back at the dorms, after the show is over, everyone's like, wow guys, congrats, like we did it. And they're kind of looking back on the year and they're remembering all the plays and they're like, wow, remember that time that Shikage kidnapped Izumi? And then they're like, oh my gosh, back then Citron was still here. Aw, Citron's gone, I miss Citron. And then everyone's sad about Citron again, right? Sucks. That sucks. Guy then says that originally he was staying here just to take responsibility for Citron's actions, but he grew to understand exactly what Citron was talking about when he said that there's nothing more fun than standing on stage with everyone. He also grew to find this fun, and now he wants nothing more than to find out if Citron really did want to become the king or not. So he intends to go back to Zyra Kingdom, even though he is a fucking fugitive at this point, and ask. So everyone is like, hold on, aren't you gonna get captured? And Guy is like, that's fine. All I need to do is ask Citron a question. If I end up captured, that's okay. So then everyone in Spring Troop and Winter Troop is like, we're gonna go too. And Izumi's like, oh shit, this is a whole thing, huh? But Ichiru is like, okay, so we're all going with to help, but like you still said that the palace was heavily guarded and none of us would be able to get in. And Guy is like, well, there is one way. He explains that during the coronation ceremonies, a bunch of foreign acting troupes come to perform as entertainment for the ceremony. So, in theory, they could act at the ceremony as a way to get into the palace to be able to contact Citron. So they decide to bring Spring Troop and Winter Troop, and with Winter Troop doing their Phantom of the Opera rendition, and Spring Troop coming along as the backstage crew, right? Also, Shikage made a fake passport for Guy so he won't immediately be recognized and captured. And Izumi is like, okay, so that's obviously a crime, but I'm just not gonna really think too hard about that right now. Which is pretty much her whole philosophy every time Shikage does anything. Oh my god, oh, I forgot about this. Oh, I'm gonna cry. So Matsukawa is like, wait a second, that's a lot of plane tickets. Isn't that going to cost a lot of money? And Azuma's like, well, I can chip in for anyone who doesn't have enough to afford it. And Homare is like, I can chip in too. Which pretty much between those two, honestly, I'd think you'd have it covered. But Sagyo is like, now wait a second. I have some money set aside for the troop in case anything ever were to come up. And this definitely seems like something, right? So you guys don't have to worry about it. Oh my fucking god. And you know, I can't remember off the top of my head, but this might be the money he had set aside for his mom's house. But then after that, he was like, okay, I'll put it in savings for the troop because my mom doesn't want a house, so I guess I'll just like keep it in case like anything ever comes up. This is the mom house money, maybe. Or he had money before that he was saving for the troop, but like. So they start getting ready to leave. This is where it's about to get crazy. And you might be thinking, it's already crazy, how much crazier can it get? Well, girl, I've been foreshadowing. It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get bad. It's crazy. So we get a little conversation between Tsumugi and Guy. They're tending to the garden one more time before they leave. And Guy apologizes for dragging everybody else into his business. And Tsumugi is like, well, we all want to see Citron too. And Guy is like, no, I worked a little bit of my own selfish desire into this plan so that I can stand on stage with everyone in Winter Troop for just a little bit longer. They weren't gonna kick you out, come on. Oh, but that's so. As they're leaving, we get a little conversation randomly between Azumi and Guy. And Azumi is like, make sure you get him back, okay? And Guy is like, I'm gonna try my best. And Azumi is like, it's really tough when your future is up to your parents. So make sure you support him, okay? The parallels. As they're on the plane, they're talking about the plan and they're talking about like how they even managed to get onto the performers list in the first place. And Guy is like, yeah, I pulled some strings with my subordinates over on whatever. So I guess he has at least a couple people that know he would never do that shit, so he still has a couple good contacts that he can pull strings with. Suzuru also, while they're flying over, tells Izumi that his brother is flying in for the coronation ceremony, and he promised he would meet up with his brother. So Izumi's like, oh, you should invite him for dinner. And Suzuru's like, well, he's a bit weird. And Izumi's like, girl, look around. And Suzuru's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's true. So he decides that his brother will come to dinner with them at one point while they're over there. This brother, of course, being the one that gave Suzuru that little trinket that he then showed Citron. And then, you know, the first little domino of this whole Citron plot was that incident with Suzuru's older brother. Later, still on the plane, everybody is asleep except Tsumugi and Sakuya, and they end up talking about how they got into acting. And Sakuya tells Tsumugi the whole story about those actors he saw acting as like pirates, and then the fire alarm went off, but they stayed in character and got everyone out of the elementary school still as pirates, and how cool he thought that was. And Tsumugi is like, oh, did you ever get to see that troupe again after that? And Sakuya's like, no, I didn't. So Tsumugi's like, when we get back, we should try to find him, and we can go see him, which is so cute. He tells Sakuya, like, I'll help you find them when we get back, because Sakuya only barely remembers the name of the troupe at all. After he says this, Tasuku randomly is like, I want to see that troupe too, they sound cool. And Sakuya's like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, did we wake you up? And Tsumugi's like, no, Tasuku just can't sleep when he's excited. And Tasuku is like, I fucking heard that. Once they land, they do some sightseeing and some shopping, and then they meet up with Suzuru's brother, and they go to the restaurant they're gonna have dinner at, which one of Guy's subordinates named Mika has completely rented out. Like, I don't know if he rented it, but like, it's cleared. Nobody else is coming in, it's just this group. They have the whole restaurant to themselves, just so nobody will see Guy. So Guy asks Mika what Citron is up to, and Mika says that he just finished up his rehearsal for the ceremony, and they're saying all of this in Zarin, which is the language of Zara Kingdom. And Shikage is like, the ceremony? And then everyone's like, wait, you can understand Zarin? And Shikage's like, well, just conversationally, because I've been here for work before. In what world is ceremony a word that you would need to know, like conversationally? Okay. And then Mika tells Guy that something has been bothering him, and Guy is like, oh, the middle two siblings? And Mika's like, yeah, but is it okay to discuss this with the other people around that might understand us? And Guy is like, well, they have a right to know, they're all kind of involved in this too. So they tell everyone the tea. Basically, the king has 4 children, all from different mothers, right? And the way that this shit works in this country is that like the queen's oldest child would be the fucking guy, right? The next king. But the queen is unable to have kids. So these kids are from the king's 4 other wives. And so then it just goes by the birth order of the rest of them, regardless of who the mothers are. And since Citron is the oldest, that makes him the crown prince. But everyone has beef with Citron's mom, because she was just some bitch, right? Just a random commoner. So everyone's like, oh my god, like, is the son of a commoner going to be able to be a good king? But as Citron started growing up, people realized that he actually was quite graceful and wise and everything. So most of the doubts surrounding him sort of settled on their own, as he proved that he would probably be a good king after all. But the middle 2 siblings, his 2 younger siblings, except the youngest one, and some of their most extremist supporters still have their doubts. And still don't want Citron to be the king. So, as the coronation ceremony started to draw closer, there started being rumors and shit surrounding Citron, so that is why he ended up fleeing the country without telling anybody. And then Sakya is like, wait a minute, doesn't that mean he could be in danger during the ceremony itself? And Guy is like, I don't think these 2, like, younger siblings would do anything too crazy, but I guess you never know. Guy then continues by saying that the youngest sibling, Tangerine, gets along really well with Citron, and he draws a comparison between Tangerine and Muku himself, and he's like, you know, they might be kind of similar. Like, Tangerine is really attached to Citron, and they have similar personalities. So, cute. We randomly cut to Itaru at the counter. There's a bar in this restaurant. He's at the bar by himself, ordering a drink by just, like, sort of pointing at stuff, because he doesn't know the language, so he's like, alright, girl, the best I can do is point. Suzuru's brother shows up, and he's like, what are you doing over here drinking by yourself? And Itaru explains, like, I don't know the language, so it's better to just order at the bar. And they have a little chit-chat. Suzuru's brother orders himself a drink in Zarin, and Itaru is like, wait, so you know the language too? And Suzuru's brother is like, yeah, but just enough to, like, get by at work. And Itaru's like, work? You travel for work? And Suzuru's brother's like, yeah, did you think I was just, like, traveling all the time? Like, I'm just such a free spirit? And Itaru was like, to be honest, the way Suzuru talks about you, kinda, yeah. So Suzuru's brother asks Itaru what Suzuru is like in the troupe, and Itaru's like, well, you can just ask him that yourself. And Suzuru's brother's like, I don't really feel like I can, because I've been a pretty bad older brother all this time. Like, I don't want to suddenly be acting like a proper brother now, because he's like, I've been wandering around so much, and, like, I pushed all the bothersome tasks onto Suzuru because I was just always gone and everything. And so he's like, Suzuru probably doesn't like me very much. And Itaru's like, I don't really think so. Like, when we were on the plane over here, he was complaining about you, but he was making his usual, like, busybody brother expression. So I think that's fine. Suzuru's brother, thanks Itaru for helping him relieve a bit of his guilt in that moment by giving him a set of little Japanese sake bottles. I think sake is how you pronounce that. Sake? Whatever. Japanese alcohol, right? And he's like, I guess it's pretty rare to get these here, so it's like a luxury item and you can use it as a bribe. And Itaru is like, as a bribe? And he's like, yeah, like, you know, if you need to get in somewhere that you're not usually supposed to be able to go, or like, if you're trying to get a work of art that isn't really, like, for sale or something. And Itaru's like, oh, you really aren't just wandering around for show. I don't remember if I mentioned this, like, a couple minutes ago, but Suzuru's brother's job is, he's a curator for an art museum. So that's why he's always traveling. He's like British museum vibes. He's trying to steal art from other places to put in the museum. By the way, his name is Tadoru. I just wasn't going to tell you that. I just didn't feel like saying it. So we cut right from here to the day of the ceremony. So the actors are getting ready to act. And we get a little scene of Orange, you know, Citron's one of the 2 middle brothers, and one of his subordinates talking about their sinister plan. Orange's subordinate says, plans have been made to lure Citronia out of the hall before the ceremony. All that's left is to make this look like an accident. When I said it gets crazy, girl, I meant it gets crazy. They're trying to kill him. So Orange is like, we don't actually have to kill him. Just keep him somewhere just long enough that it seems like he ran away from the ceremony, and then I would be next in line to get the throne, right? Navel, the next sibling in line, is like, are we really doing this? And Orange is like, yeah, of course. If we don't, I'm never going to be able to get my hands on the throne, the crown. And Tangerine, who also is here, is just watching and not saying anything, and he's like, oh god, I have to do something, but I don't know what to do. So we cut back to Squad, aka Winter Troop and Spring Troop, The plan is Winter Troop goes on last, so they're watching the plays before theirs, and then there's going to be an intermission in the middle of the Winter Troop act where they're going to try to sneak out and talk to Citron. Okay, so that's the plan. Right now, presently, we're just watching plays by other troops, okay? As they're watching all these plays, they're noticing that most of the troops are using this like trapdoor cellar thing that's like built into the stage. So Winter Troop is like, that's interesting. We could use that. That would be kind of fun. And so Guy goes to ask if they can use that for their act. And the guy looks at the schedule and he goes, oh, you guys are up last. It's not available at that time. And Guy is like, what? Why not? And this dude is like, I don't know. It's just an order from higher up. So it's like, what's with that? That's weird. Now it's time for the Mankai Company performance. We cut to Citron point of view. He's sitting up in the fucking like balcony seats being like, wow, I wonder what everyone's doing back home. Well, back home, back at Mankai Company. And right as he's wondering what Guy is doing right now, the announcer announces that the next up is Mankai Company. Absolute fucking cinema. Citron's like, no way. The first half of the performance goes well. It's time for the intermission. Now we gotta go sneak in. It's just Spring Troop going to sneak in. Winter Troop is staying because of course they have to get back on and act again, so they don't want to like risk being late or whatever the fuck. So Spring Troop starts going. Mika is leading them. Mika knows the plan, okay? Mika, Guy's subordinate, okay, remember? They're going. They run into Tangerine. Everyone's like, oh shit, we're busted. Because they haven't met Tangerine yet, so they're like, oh shit. But Tangerine tells Mika that there's trouble, and that Orange and Navel are trying to kill Citron or kidnap him or something. And so Mika is like, oh shit. So he turns to Chikage because of course they're saying all this in Zarin, right? So none of Spring Troop besides Chikage knows what the hell they're talking about. So he turns to Chikage and he's like, will you go tell Guy what's going on and we'll try to figure out what to do? And Chikage's like, okay, got it. Chikage turns to the rest of Spring Troop and he's like, the younger brothers are after Citron. And everyone's like, oh my fucking god, what the hell? Suzaru is like, wait a second. Doesn't that mean Citron might already be caught? Because like Chikage's telling them like we have to go back and like tell Guy, and Suzaru's like, wait a second, what if they can't find Citron? What if he's already caught? And Sakuya's like, we should go look for him too. And then everyone else is like, bitch, are you insane? You don't know where you are. You can't speak the language. You're just gonna get caught and maybe killed. Like that's a terrible idea. So Chikage's like, I'll do it. I'm used to these kind of situations. Here's what he actually says word for word. He says, I'll go. I'm used to these kinds of situations, and I can speak Zarin too. I think I can manage. I'll make sure you guys and Citron are all safe. I won't let anyone die, because I promised Hisoka. You guys should follow Mika's directions and take Prince Tangerine to Guy to tell him what's going on. If they find out that the prince leaked their plans, his life will be at risk too. You should have Guy protect him. So Spring Troop minus Chikage leave to bring Tangerine to Guy to tell him the situation. But they all leave, and Chikage's like, okay, time to lock in. And he turns around. Itaru is still there. And he's like, girl, what the hell are you doing? He goes, interesting. It looks like the guy who would be the most dead weight in this kind of situation is the only one who stayed behind. Bruh. Oh my god, bruh. And Itaru is like, well, oops. Too late now. I can't get back to him. I don't know where they went. Uh-oh. And Chikage's like, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine, let's go. Chikage, before they go embark on their mission, says, let me just tell you this now. I don't know if I can protect you under these circumstances. And Itaru just says, okay. Chikage in response says, so you're fully prepared to take that risk? I wasn't aware you were this kind of character. These two both being gay for Citron at the same time and also gay for each other. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So they're wandering around trying to find Citron. They end up getting caught by a guard, and the guard is like, yo, what the fuck? And Chikage's like, oh my gosh, sorry, I don't know where I am. We just got lost. But can't we wander around a little bit longer? And the guard is like, no, what the hell are you talking about? And Itaru is like, what if I have this? And he gives him the fucking sake from Suzaru's brother, and the guard is like, okay, fine. And then Chikage's like, damn, I didn't think you were gonna actually be useful for literally anything. That's crazy. So they wander around a little bit more. They end up eavesdropping on some guys who are talking about the plan to kidnap Citron. Basically, Citron is in the trap cellar, which is why Winter Troop can't use it for their fucking shit. And the rest of the plan is that the big chandelier is gonna be dropped in the theater. Almost like Phantom of the Opera. Okay, but here's the thing. This chandelier is full of actual candles with actual fire on them. So that's not good. We cut back to Spring Troop and Tangerine, and they're on their way back, and they're like, we're barely gonna make it in time, but we should have enough time before Winter Troop goes back on to tell Guy what's going on, right? So they're trying to make it back, and Tangerine randomly says, I'm very sorbet for causing you guys trouble. And everyone's like, you can speak Japanese? And he's like, yeah, I learned it from Citron. And everyone's like, yeah, well, that explains berry sorbet, which is so classic. And Tangerine is very worried, and he says, if we lose Citron, we're hopeless. And Suzaru goes into big brother mode, and he says, Citron always smiled, no matter what happened, even when the troop was in deep trouble. Sometimes I'd think he was too carefree, but his smile also saved me. That's Citron's strength. You're Citron's younger brother, right? Try to recall Citron's strength. Bruh. He's so bruh. So we cut back to Chikage and Itaru's spy mission. They get to the trap cellar. There's like a bunch of guards. And Chikage's like, Itaru, can I ask you to turn a blind eye for a second? And Itaru's like, are you saying literally turn around? Or are you saying like ignore the crimes you're about to commit? And Chikage says both. And Itaru says, got it. And then Chikage goes ham on like the guards. Itaru is like, did you kill them? Because they're all like laying on the floor and shit. And Chikage's like, they should just barely still be breathing. They get Citron, who is kind of out of it, out of there. So we cut back to the rest of Spring Troop, half of this situation, where they're just barely making it to Guy in time to tell him the situation. They tell him the situation, and everyone in Winter Troop is like, what the fuck? So they start telling Guy, like, you can go, like, you can leave the play to us and we'll figure something out. But as they're talking about this, Chikage comes running down the theater, like in front of everyone, and he yells for everyone to take cover. And the chandelier, famously full of candles and fire, drops on the ground before the play even gets resumed, okay? So everyone's like, what the fuck? Holy shit, the theater's gonna be on fire. We're fucked, right? But Sakuya locks the fuck in. He remembers, oh shit, those pirates, remember when the fire alarm went off? And he goes, and he's like, all right. And so he starts doing a Phantom of the Opera etude, like improv thing, to get people to start leaving in an orderly fashion. The rest of Winter Troop quickly follows suit, and then Tangerine locks in, starts helping people get out, and also starts an operation to get water from the fountains outside to start hosing down the theater. Meanwhile, Orange is meeting with that subordinate I was talking about earlier, and Orange is like, what is with all this? We were supposed to have changed the plan. And the guy is like, well, I acted upon my own judgment. And Orange is like, what the hell is wrong with you? So Orange was trying to tell him, don't kill him, just do something else. Don't burn down the whole theater, it's fine. And then this guy was like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Girl. And then outside, Citron officially reunites with everybody. He tells Guy that his performance was wonderful, and Guy is like, it's all thanks to you. I really just wanted to tell you that I regained everything I had lost. And Guy asks Citron why he left him in Japan, and Citron says pretty much exactly what everyone already knew, which is that he knew the Guy was born there, he wanted Guy to regain his memories, but if he didn't do it like that, he knew Guy would just follow him back to Zara anyway and not stay. And Guy's like, yep, that would have happened. That's exactly what would have happened. So Guy asks Citron how he felt when he was performing with Mankai Company, and Citron says, there was many, many lives unfolding upon that stage. I was not an heir to the throne when I was in Mankai Company. I was free to be my own actual self. And Guy is like, oh, so you didn't want to inherit the throne. And Citron's like, girl, you just found that out. And Guy is like, listen, dude. Guy says, you're right, I might have known all this time, and I just pretended I didn't, and I was averting my eyes not only from my own emotions but from yours as well. Wow. Growth. The king comes over in the middle of this conversation, and he's like, we're trying to find the culprit, and Tangerine, who is here, is like, actually I know who it was Orange and Navel. And Citron is like, dude, don't say that. And the king is like, is that true? And Citron's like, yeah. And so the king orders for those two to get taken in to be interrogated later. And then the king is like, wait a minute, isn't Guy standing right there? What are the guards doing? What's happening? And Citron's like, actually, he never kidnapped me. And the king is like, what the fuck? Citron says, I chose to hide myself in Japan in order to flee from those who opposed my ascension to the throne, and I lied because if I had spoken the truth, we would have needed to search for the culprit. I did not wish to fight among brothers. This whole commotion was caused by my inexperience. I implore you to judge them with great tolerance. I will atone for putting our people in danger by devoting my life to this country as king. Period. And then the king is like, so who are the rest of these fools? And Citron is like, these are my precious troop members from Japan. He says, they're my Japanese family. And the king is like, So the king goes to interrogate Orange and Navel, and Citron tells this like random servant nearby to escort Mankai Company and squad back to their hotel. But the guy is like, actually, they've been ordered to stay in the palace for now. And Citron is like, huh? And then the king comes back from the interrogation and announces the punishments. Orange and Navel are both stripped of their right to the throne because, though they didn't personally inflict any harm themselves, they were both clearly responsible for the incident. He says everyone else that was involved in the kidnapping is dismissed and will be just given a regular trial, you know, by the cops or whatever. Then, get this, he revokes Citron's right to the throne as well. And he says it's because Citron still deceived everyone and fled the country without telling anybody why, which is, sucks. Which means Tangerine is the only remaining member of the family that could inherit the throne. And Tangerine is like, wait a second, but Citron would be a way better king than me. Like, there's no way. And the king is like, I saw you. You braved many dangers when you told all the guards and commanded people and got the fire extinguished in the theater. And Tangerine is like, oh shit, okay. So now Tangerine is going to be the next king. This is, again, the parallels. He's low-key Sakura right now, inheriting the whole Jinsenkai. Whoa. The king then asks Citron if he is still devoted to, you know, serving the country or whatever. I don't think he says serving the country, but like, whatever the hell. And Citron is like, yes. He appoints Citron as the International Minister of Arts and Culture. And Citron is like, what? And the king says, now that the Royal Theatre, which stood as the artistic symbol of this country for many years, has burned down, we need to carry on the national legacy of the arts in a new form. Strive to inform the people of the wonders of art that you have learned from around the world. And Citron says, I gratefully accept that appointment. I will strive to research and further deepen my understanding of the wonders of theater that I learned from my time abroad, and I will bring that knowledge back to this country. And the king says, good. Treasure the close relationships you made in Japan. Bruh. Literally sickening. Bruh. Notice how this is also the parallels, because Azumi's thing was like, okay, what if I do both? And now Citron's thing is low-key doing both as well. The parallels. Girl, and then I get punched in the back of the head. Again. Okay, so the last scene while they're still in Zara, before they go back to Japan, is Guy congratulating Citron on the appointment, right? And Citron saying, raise your head, Guy. I will no longer take the throne. There is no need for you to serve me. From now on, you should live as you please. And Guy says, I don't serve the royal palace. I swore loyalty to you alone. You are about to depart on a long and endless new journey. I would like to watch over that journey by your side from now on as well, as your friend. And Citron says, thank you. I've always wanted to be friends with you. Oh my goodness, crowed. So we cut back to everyone just being back at the dorms. Autumn Troop and Summer Troop welcome Citron back, and they're like, we should throw a party, which is a banger idea. Guy and Tsumugi take a second to tend to Citron's flower. It bloomed while they were gone. Blooming, you know, like that for like from A3. Guy says he never used to feel anything when he looked at flowers and similar things, but now he does truly feel that this flower is beautiful. Guy also tells Tsumugi that he's gonna stay in Winter Troop from now on and that he's never gonna give the role of Phantom up to anybody else. And Tsumugi is like, oh my gosh, I thought you just came back as Citron's servant. And Guy is like, no, I'm Citron's friend. So, which, bitch, even if he did come back as Citron's servant, why would that mean he's no longer in Winter Troop? Come on, guys, come on. Also, Guy is like, also, bitch, I want to act. Come on, I want to act more with everybody. And Tsumugi's like, oh my gosh, yippee. And then Guy's like, also, I still have so much to learn about you. And Tsumugi's like, hee hee. And then they're gay. And then they kiss. They don't, but they kiss. Then we cut to the party, which is a joint sleigh. It's the official Guy joining party and the Citron return party. Joint sleigh. They each give an emotional speech, and at the end of Citron's speech, Sakuya is like, the last wish from your scroll will be in effect forever now. Oh my gosh, crowed. So they have their din-din and their drinks, and everybody gets chatting. They talk about the trip, and people start talking about how Sakuya was like saving the day. And Sakuya's like, yeah, I just thought about that troop from when I was a kid. And Tsumugi's like, oh yeah, that's right. We gotta find those guys. We were talking about that. Right at that moment, Matsukawa comes in and he's like, guys, they're announcing the winners of the Fleur right now on the TV. So everybody looks over, and it's the fucking guys from the thing. Sakuya's guys from Sakuya's thing. So once again, Gaza, Flop have not won. But more importantly, we now know who the other people are. I don't even remember what the troop is called, but listen, okay? So Tsumugi's like, well, it might be hard to get tickets since they're so famous, but like, we should definitely go sometime. And Sakuya's like, slay. And then Guy is watching this and he sees Rennie standing there because Rennie was like, you know, one of the nominees, right? So he sees Rennie and he's like, I swear I've seen that guy before, like when I was younger. But he still doesn't know where he saw him, and so everybody just doesn't give a fuck. I just feel like we should be giving a fuck about this information, you know? Then we get one final episode of the main story for this year, where it's like an emotional conversation between Izumi and Sakuya, and they're kind of recapping all the events from the year, talking about, wow, this was so crazy. And then they say, let's aim for the Fleur Award together next year. And then, yes. And then roll credits. Thank you, Tom A3. Wow. I can't believe we did it. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. I guess I should have taken this down. This is the outro. I'm filming the outro. I'm gonna stand here so that you can't see anybody behind me. This was part 1. I don't really know what to say in the outro. There's gonna be another part. I don't have a script for this. Help, help, help. I have a Ko-Fi. That's kind of it. I have a Tumblr, but like, who cares? The rest of the events from this year, there's 14 more of them, I think, will be in the next part, which should be out shortly. Yeah. Stay tuned. Dude, I was watching, in the middle of me recording this shit, Mike's mic dropped Lost Season 4 recap, and I was watching that video and being like, yeah, I really did steal his whole shit. So before anybody comments that, yes, I stole this whole shit from Mike's mic, okay? And from the 18 million people that also stole it from Mike's mic. Okay.